he just pretends to be. It's a consistent 24/7 job to him.
The creator and leader of a modern-day dynasty, Snakebite and his team have claimed their spot among the Halo greats. With back-to-back World Championship victories in 2016 and 2017, and an unmatched dominance that continues to this day.
It's just impressive. It truly is. At that point, CLG, Optic, Tox, now Sentinels, they could do whatever they want and they would find success. It was ridiculous.
You have the great players in Frosty, Roll 2, Lethal, I mean, absolute legends of the game. But consistency, that comes with the mindset and the tone that Snakebite set from day one. He's seen these situations hundreds of times and he's able to make the calls that'll win his team the game. He's the most crucial piece to me.
Snakebite and Roll 2 have been doing the same exact thing. Like, they're easily the best duo of all time, like the best players for a while now. And so like, they've been doing this consistently. They're gonna consistently be at the top.
For Snakebite to become the greatest of all time, he just has to continue what he's doing. Putting in the hard work and dominating.
About this Ogre practice noob squad. I was like, what is OPN? What is that? Found out pretty quickly that there were these two brothers who were ridiculous at the game, like untouchable. So good that they basically had a squad of semi-pros or aspiring pros that they would just demolish as practice. It's like hearing about a pitcher who can throw 105 miles per hour. It's just like this legendary. Is it real is the first question. Turned out it was real.
And there is Ogre 2, final boss rolling with all kinds of momentum. And Scott, Ogre 2 just played that perfectly.
I mean, this kid is basically the definition of an all-star.
It's Ogre 2 once again. This time, it's just nasty.
Final boss trapped in blue base. Ogre 2 getting charged. He wins that battle against his lunchbox. And there we go, Ogre 2 gets it.
Ogre 2 is the greatest console esports player to ever play any game, period. You're talking about the epitome of a true legend.
You look at the body of work, every scenario you would want, he's got it.
Stay alive here, but here comes Ogre 2 on a perfect flank behind both players. And there is Ogre 2, the veteran, stepping up, the crowd going crazy.
I would stack his career and achievements against pretty much anybody's.
The guy placed top 2 at 40 events in a row, an absolutely insane streak. And I think that is the best way to describe just how dominant Ogre 2 was.
There never felt like there was a year that Ogre 2 lost a step. The man continued playing deeper than almost everyone else in Halo history. This guy was just a monster.
I'm a god! Holy sh**!
Ogre 2 is the winningest player in Halo history, with 5 national championship victories across 4 Halo titles and multiple season MVP awards. Ogre 2 stands atop the pack as the greatest of all time.
You know, the story of Halo 1 ultimately was about how incredible the Ogre twins are.
You didn't have Xbox Live, but you heard all these whispers about these titans known as the Ogres. And you're just like, wait, what? How good are they? I haven't really seen footage. Like, I can't go on YouTube and watch them play.
Was immediately made aware of the fact that they were on a different plane. So much so that there was speculation, wow, these guys have ESP. They can communicate without talking. They can read each other's minds.
They ran the circuit at all of our local events. They heard about an event in Texas, flew out, dominated the 2v2. Not only were they better than everyone in Pickerington, Ohio, they were better than everyone else in the United States.
They had mastered the game at a very early level. They were playing the game in 2006 as we were still trying to figure out what Halo 2 was.
Sword and sniper, and Gandhi goes down, trying to jump up.
You come up learning about these legends, final boss. That's an intimidating name to go against because you know that these guys are the final boss of every single tournament.
Final boss is your 2007 MLG Pro Circuit champion.
The period of time where Ogre 2 was a dominant force is just incredible. To transition through all 3 of those games and to be just a world beater. We didn't see it a lot.
He was dominant in Halo 1. His Halo 2 career was even better, and he went on to continue winning in future Halos after.
Instinct takes home Columbus.
It's just unheard of. It's something you can't even wrap your mind around, right? You're talking about a decade of winning.
Time and time again, it was the familiarity with the maps. It was movement. It was vision.
Up the double as Pistola's going for a third kill in the sword, and it's going to Ogre too. There's his triple.
Every single pro player on the planet thought this was the best player in the game.
And then he cleans up his own kill on SK, Extermination, returning his flag.
He didn't need the power-ups to shine, but if you ever gave him a power-up, he wouldn't miss a bullet.
You're going against Ogre 2 on the main stage, and you hear 4 down. It would pierce me. I'd be like, damn.
Once Tom starts yelling, you know he is at the top of his game, and there's almost nothing you can do to stop him.
I've seen really good players in lots of games, but that level, that gap, I haven't seen it again.
And it is officially over. Final boss here, 2010 MLG National Champions. Ogre 2 doesn't even realize what he just did. Final boss going down as the only Halo 3 dynasty, and there you see the sportsmanship.
Ogre 2's unprecedented 14-year career and 40 LAN victories set the bar for future pros. A true pioneer of gaming and a master of the fundamentals of Halo, Ogre 2 has left a lasting impact on esports forever.
The term legendary, we throw it around a bunch. Godlike, we throw it around. Ogre 2 is that word.
How much he inspired people, how much he dominated. I think he was a trailblazer.
Ogre 2 will be remembered as the greatest Halo player that ever lived.
You just won 4 national championships. You're the winningest player in Halo 3 and the winningest player in Halo. You are the man here. You're the best.
Their legend had grown so much over the years. Some of the biggest creators and influencers out there today idolized Ogre 2. They aspired to be on a team with him or just to have interactions with him.
When I was growing up, it's sort of like, all right, like there's a boxer or a fatality. And, I think to a generation, there was an Ogre 2.
There are kids who grew up idolizing him who play Valorant professionally. Kids who grew up idolizing him who play Call of Duty professionally. The impact, it's like throwing a pebble in the middle of a pond. That ring is still expanding and growing, still impacting esports. And that's timeless. That's not gonna go away.
I think the Ogres were some of the first to pave the way and prove that route would become something that was not only very real, but something that would become very special for a lot of people.
If you're going to tell the story of professional Halo, he's got a big chunk of that story that he owns that everybody should know. He's on the Mount Rushmore. He's one of the 4 faces I'd put up there.
I think he's going to go down in history as the greatest console player of all time. If you look at his tournaments that he attended and the success that he was able to accomplish in that time period, there's no one who is ever going to have a career like his.
Yeah, that's a scary Ogre 2. I've gone against an Ogre 2 like that in the 2007 championship. We both have it. We didn't take a game from him. He is terrifying when he is
confident. My name's Matthew Barker. I'm also known with my online alias as Voltage, and I've been competing in Halo since 2009, so coming up on 13 years now. So initially I first got into competitive Halo back in Halo 3 days. Halo 3 was actually my first Halo game that I played, and after playing that for a significant amount of hours, I finally ran into, funnily enough, TE back at the time, which had Benno on it, and I looked at his profile and I saw that he said it was the second best in Australia, and I was like, oh, I wonder how that's measured. And then I sort of went through the link, which back at the time was ACL, and I saw there was this whole competitive scene. And then from there, that's sort of where it kicked off for me. I got very lucky, I guess, in terms of the people that I was playing with, along with Slayer, Hef, and Ripped at the time, which we then ultimately picked up Benno. Once we just started playing and everything over and over again, we all played a lot back then, probably at least like 12 hours a day. So we very quickly became quite skilled and talented, and we understood each other's play styles probably better than anyone else. very quickly, just because of the amount of hours we were putting in together as a group. With the first event at Brisbane, I'll never forget that LAN and knocking off TE in the finals. You know, that were great moments for our whole team. I remember we were all super pumped, just all young kids sort of going into our first event, and gave us all motivation to do well overseas. Travel to America, you know, it opened up all these avenues that we could take this game so much further. It was very early on in the Halo 3 days. On our first ever trip to Columbus, we went over there for 2 weeks prior to the event, and we got to practice and play for the first time against the top US teams. And once we sort of started analysing our own game from that pre-LAN that we had, we were very lucky to verse some of the best teams at the time. We learned so much that we started developing and understanding the mentality behind what it takes to be a professional gamer. No one really had that experience of playing against the best in the world. And once we sort of, I guess, unlocked our own brains to understand how you need to play Halo as a competitive game, it definitely assisted us to carry that along, because once you have that knowledge, you can never lose it. So that allowed us to always stay at the top. We all still understood what it took and how you have to picture the map from a bird's eye perspective and exactly what was important on every map to win the game. We just kept on learning and accelerating on top of that. And that's probably the largest contributing factor into why we were able to stay at the top for such a long period of time. It's very hard for me to distinguish between my actual favorite moment in Halo, because there's been so many great memorable moments I've had across the 12 years. Probably what may just take the cake would be our first trip to Columbus. You know, there was a lot of hype and talk about us. We just released the trailer for our montage, which ended up being a great success. And so there was a lot of hype and talk about us, you know, whether we can hold it with the top US teams for Halo 3. And I remember the bracket came out when we were over in our Columbus motel, and we matched up against the #1 AM seeded team in the first round on split screen, which was the Yellow Dragons. And everyone was like, oh, you know, they're going home, they're packing their bags after the first round. Given the fact we've never played on split screen as well, we were all shitting ourselves, not sure what was going to happen, how we would go, how we would perform on split screen. And Hef ended up getting a code violation after that first game. We won the first game, getting up yelling him. I think he just had a huge amount of adrenaline running through him that he didn't even know what to say. He just wanted to abuse them and sort of get under their skin. And it was a hard-fought first win, that's for sure, against them. And we were obviously very nervous the first time we played there. And after we won the second game as well, we turned around and there was this just huge crowd behind us. They were all just chanting like Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. And I just remember turning around, everyone was going crazy. The Yellow Dragons were pissed, they cracked it. We were good friends with them prior to the event, and they just hated us after that. And we just completely sort of destroyed the open bracket, which was a great feeling, because we sort of actually played probably the best we've ever played before. Probably one of the best memorable moments that I've had through Halo. I've always been that guy that my teammates will go, how the hell did you get away with that? Or how did that work? And that's sort of, it's not necessarily that I go looking for those plays. I think it's just sort of my play style that I'm always living life on the edge to a degree in terms of what I'm playing, especially in objective game types. I will always go for some sort of wizardry objective plays when, you know, most people analysing a game would believe it's not the greatest play, but somehow it manages to pull off. I'm not afraid to try new things mid-game, mid-scrims or mid-tournaments. And sometimes it doesn't, and people look at me and go, you're an idiot, why would you make that play? But that's just the way I play, and that's sort of what works with our whole team chemistry. And, you know, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. That's the beauty of life. It's difficult for me for what I want to accomplish out of Halo, just doing so much already for the ANZ region. But ultimately, you know, very early on with everyone on our team as well, it wasn't about being the best in ANZ, and it never really was. And that's no disrespect to ANZ. You know, we're all fierce competitors, and the true accomplishment that would be wanting to be achieved would be, you know, doing really well overseas in the US and really making a name for yourselves. I think to be able to push, everyone says top 8, but realistically, being such a competitive person, I'd love to be able to push for top 4 to achieve and accomplish that in my Halo career. So it's not just you known as being the best in ANZ for, you know, 10 plus years. To me, that doesn't really ring a big bell. I always want to go to the top and be the best at everything I do. And until, you know, you start pushing that top 4 over in the States, that I'll feel like there was always that hole in my Halo career that I wasn't able to achieve. So based on my actions and everything I'm going to do now, if I do decide to sort of jump into Infinite 100 miles an hour, 100%, it's my goals and what I want to accomplish have nothing to do with ANZ. It's purely, you know, eyes on the prize and doing extremely well overseas in the NA region and, you know, coming out with at least the top 4. And that would ultimately be for me, my, you know, the cherry on the cake for my Halo career.
Welcome back to the greatest region on the planet here. It is time for us once again to dive into the ANZ HCS Super.
Brand new day, and I think even more intensity is going to come today, right? Because this is where these players really need to hit the ground running.
We've got 50,000 USD for these guys to play for and a spot in the Kansas Major. And now we finally be able to figure out how our championship bracket is going to look. Our first series here, BBR and Deathruptor fans going head to head.
Unless BBR have been pushed back here in Turbo, it looks like they have actually. So
maybe go for a touch.
One shot
nice.
All dead.
Benji here, he's able to pick up the easy kill. Mangler combo. BBR looking very, very strong.
Super stoked, Luke and Hoots, to be able to say we're going to be seeing this immunity in Direwolves match.
Rifle down bottom mid. Zirkle with all the goodies there, almost a collat there.
On the T-boxes as well. T-boxes we got.
I can help you right now. Unsee last guy. Good shot on. Good shot.
He's going full Predator mode, and he's poised to grab a lot of kills. Hep had no idea.
The communication that Team Immunity has right now.
Yeah, and look at this scoreline.
There you go.
Another stick. Benno doing very well. Double kill, and the killing spree for Benno. Crew going through and taking them out. Now Dino getting super aggressive here, clearing out the base, looking for that second double kill.
Oh my God.
Killing spree for Dino here, and it's 8 seconds left on the clock. Killing spree for Benno. He's going in for that ball. Zirkle desperately trying to get that ball around. They can just milk down the clock. That's going to be it. Team Immunity, they've clutched it up. They've done it again.
Massive for them. Right now, we've had both of our winners of round 1 done and dusted, and now we get to see Team Immunity moving forward against Divine Mind and the Chiefs. They're going up against BBR.
Are the Chiefs answering back to everything that BBR is putting out? Pimp's a man that you don't tend to see on the Slayer card, just given that.
One shot on off, and then the one on shot.
Off the start, which is pretty rough. Hoping for a little bit more. Pips there, showing us how it's done with the assault rifle. He goes for a double one as well. Look at the drops. Look how clean this is. Going for his third. May have actually been reset. I saw 2 players there from BBR go down. Balls bottom mid. It was picked up, but instantly dropped. Pip gets the triple to get that final point. BBR have been playing up until this series, and they look like toddlers.
We have Divine Mind. They have their eyes set on the #1 spot. But Immunity, they've been clenching and clutching up.
And they're going to triple on B once again. Benno's got this. Oh my God! But you can see there only 1 point required for Team Immunity to make it into the grand final. It's going to be Voltage, the champions of the region, the #1 team in Australia and New Zealand.
This is how it panned out. These are the people who have not lost a series just yet in the ANZ Super.
A massive prize pool, and everything is on the line tomorrow.
It's going to be a crazy day for us to get into that, lads and ladies and gentlemen. It has been a long night for us here in the studio, but I'm sure you guys at home have loved the greatest region on the planet. We've got one more day to crown our champion here in ANZ, and I'm sure you guys are going to be joining us for our Championship Sunday. Same time, same place, where we get to crown our champion here in ANZ. I've been Fluke, and as always, stay safe. We'll see you guys for the next one.
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming and AMD.
Hello and welcome, Halo fans, to the greatest region in the universe. It is Championship Sunday here in ANZ, and I'm excited to be able to crown a king here in the greatest region. ANZ HCS Super time is upon us. We've only got one day of competition to figure out where everybody stands. It has been a long weekend for us to get to this point, and I'm oh so excited to see how today is going to pan out. I've got two fine gentlemen by my side once again in Maniac and Bluey lads. Championship Sundays here.
Dude, I've got the restless leg syndrome going on. I'm bopping. I'm full of caffeine. I didn't need it because I was already absolutely psyched. Bluey, I mean, the last 2 days have been insane. I was out of my mind. Championship Sunday still ahead of us.
I know. I'm pretty sure last night when we all got back to the hotel, we were all just like absolutely buzzing. None of us could get to bed until like 3 a.m. It was absolutely ridiculous. The energy in here was so good, and it's because of all the people competing in the games that they gave us.
I know. The games yesterday were absolutely gnarly. We've had like 2 sick days of competition so far, and we've still got one ahead of us, boys. I'm just so excited to see what this top 4 is going to be able to give us. But let's have a quick recap of this format and how we got to this point. We had 2 full qualifiers that got us into 10 teams that were joining us here for the 3 full days of competition for the ANZ HCS Super. Now we're getting towards the pointy end where we will be giving away the lion's share of 50,000 American dollars. And Josh, a ticket all the way to the HCS Kansas City Major.
Which, of course, is absolutely massive. We already talked about the prize pool a whole lot, which is the largest prize pool in Australia, New Zealand Halo history. But, of course, that ticket to the major, I mean, that's where it really counts. All of these teams looking for that international experience and getting that kind of competition that you can only get from a global tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I think it's something that I've been highlighting time and time again every time we've talked about this. Yeah, the money's great. Sure, it's fantastic, but it's that punch straight to NA, getting to play against the best teams in the world in Halo, and for the ANZ region, that is massive for us.
Yeah, I know. Even some of these series today where we do get some of the victors all the way up until our grand final, that grand final victory is going to net you a positive of $9,000. The fact that you're going to be jumping from 11K all the way up to 20,000 American dollars is insane for these guys to be playing for today. So let's have a quick recap of yesterday's action. It was absolutely gnarly for us to be joined by some of the best teams in ANZ, and I'm excited for us to start to talk about this one, lads, because the fact that we were able to start the day with such a sick series, BBR and Deathruptor fans came into this a little bit more expectations from BBR, but Deathruptor fans, they still put up a fight.
Yeah, you know, Deathruptor fans really proved themselves. This was a team that I think a lot of people had some doubts on, especially in the region. You know, they're a team that's had a bit of a troubled past, had a lot of, you know, they fell to the roster mania here in ANZ a fair bit, but them coming into this competition, they were looking very strong and very solid.
They were up against BBR, though, who were very strong. I was calling BBR to have a great tournament, and indeed they did, popping off throughout this series and future ones as well. I was really impressed, considering we talked about many times the eclectic mix of members that are on this squad list.
Yeah, those guys have a whole lot of experience that's going to be floating through that roster. I'm excited to see what they can do in the future. Unfortunately for them, as we will get revealed a little bit later on, they only finished top 6 for this event. They were hoping to try and get themselves in towards that top 3. And I think a lot of people certainly would have picked BBR to be a team that can start to challenge for the championship, but just unfortunately, it was all about which teams turned up on the day, and then they did fall down in that elimination bracket. But the way they're able to perform to start out the day was always good. But going into our next series, lads, this is where the excitement kicked off for us. Direwolves versus Team Immunity. What a series we had from these boys.
This was an insane series to watch. I tell you what, Direwolves in Immunity, they've got a long history back to that qualifier when, again, they went the distance. And this time around, of course, it was Team Immunity that came out on top. But Bluey, as we know, that could have really gone either way.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You want to talk about long-standing histories. Just these teams in general, looking at these rosters of these 4-mans, how many years of experience in Halo both these teams have is absolutely incredible. It was a match that we all wanted to see, and they gave us a match. They gave us a show match. It was nothing but Hollywood.
Yeah, and I think, you know, throughout the entirety of the day, Direwolves and Team Immunity, they still kept stepping up every single time they stepped into the server, and just seeing the way that they developed as both of these squads going across it. And I think we got a whole lot of data across both these two teams, right? Being able to see how they perform in these clutch scenarios, seeing how they perform when their backs are against the wall, and big members stepping up for both these rosters, and we're really looking towards some of those key slayers for both those guys today to make it towards the top.
The only data I needed to see was Benno's stats, because that guy is a freak. There's no wonder that people consider him the GOAT of ANZ after the stats that he was pulling yesterday. I don't know what it was, but he just decided that he wasn't mucking around.
I mean, it was like something to do with his send, something to do with his breakfast or his lunch or anything like that, and those guys were absolutely popping off. But next series going into the winners round 2 was BBR versus the Chiefs. This is where we're kind of seeing whether or not BBR were going to be able to challenge for the title, and unfortunately for them, the Chiefs came in so red hot here, Bluey, and I think it just goes to show that these guys have increased this gap between them and the rest of the field.
Yeah, you know, Josh, you sitting next to me, you had a lot of money, not, you know, literally, but you had a lot of praise for
I got
BBR
nothing, mate. I'm esports talent, dude. There's nothing going on here.
Going into this series, I think you personally expected BBR to come out swinging, but they just didn't look like that whatsoever. I think you mentioned it might have been another team, but when teams in the ANZ region managed to climb up the ladder and go against the Chiefs, how quickly they're made to look like toddlers is absolutely disgusting, and I think that just speaks volumes to how powerful the Chiefs are.
That was exactly the call that I made yesterday. BBR, and everyone knows how I basically fanboy over them, and they were really performing the entire weekend, but up against Chiefs, yeah, it just shows how big the skill gap is from them and the rest. And it's funny that you can put a team as solid as BBR in that label, just the rest.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy the fact that we have a team like the Chiefs who have built a legacy so far in Halo Infinite. The fact that they are currently sitting on 107 map victories to only 5 map losses through the entirety of Halo Infinite. I'm sure even across today, these guys are going to be racking up more of those points and making this win rate look absolutely absurd. And the fact that they've been able to do it so far and look so untouched is crazy for me to see. But this is where we start getting a little bit towards the spicy end of it, lads. This is where we start seeing some of these upsets throughout today. You know, we talked about how yesterday was an insane set of matches for us to watch, but this next series, Immunity versus Divine Mind, that was sick from the boys of Immunity.
Absolutely loved this series, and of course it went the distance all the way to that game number 5, where of course we'll see with this highlights package, we thought it was going to be a little bit closer, but it ended up being more of a blowout towards the end in game 5, Blue.
Yeah, absolutely. Like Team Immunity, for some reason, they came up against Divine Mind, who, you know, in my opinion, I will say it full wholeheartedly, I thought Divine Mind were going to be the ones to win this series, but Team Immunity were just something else going into this. And watching these games, seeing how these players were performing, it became so much more of a mental game. They were reading each other. It wasn't just about, you know, the game. They were in each other's heads. It was just crazy.
Yeah, and I think, you know, looking across this, Blue, right, like the kind of expectations now is, will Immunity continue this into today?
All we have to know is, as long as Hef isn't dropping 2 and 14 on a map, if he goes a little bit more than that, I think you'll be able to see some victories coming out of Team Immunity. There is still hope for these guys to once again reclaim the crown.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, this is a no-slouch team. Right now, today, we have to be paying a close attention to Team Immunity and what they can do. And oh my God, like, can we take a second to talk about Benno and his performance overall throughout this? We were looking at him being like, what is on? Can somebody check him real quick?
Yeah, I think it's going to be gnarly to be able to see, you know, the kind of comparison between like him and somebody like Barcode, right? You know, I know Hooters was talking about the comparison about when do we start getting towards the point with what Benno's been doing across these last couple of days that we start saying he's back to his old god tier form, right? Like he is really coming in and slaying a whole lot of people in here in Halo Infinite, and I want to see how he stacks up against somebody like Barcode, who everybody already has said so far to be the GOAT so far here in ANZ, and I really hope that the winners bracket final is going to be insane for us to watch.
I think we need to be careful not to get ahead of ourselves though, because you know, as much as I am a bit of a Benno fangirl and I have always been rooting for Immunity, I've called these guys from back in the day. I remember when they weren't even on the same team back in 2009. Like Benno, again, he's got that claim for GOAT status of ANZ for Halo across the entire competitive Halo history. But Barcode, that man is something else. I remember sitting in the Uber yesterday and we were going through stats, and he is just far and away above everyone, including Benno. So just tempering it there, but who knows? Benno might come out firing.
I mean, today might be his day. Who knows? You know, Benno might level up on a Sunday, and then unfortunately, you know, maybe for Barcode, it might be his day of rest here, ladies and gentlemen. But who knows? It is Championship Sunday for us, and we will get that story told at the end of today. But there is another upset that I want us to start talking about. This is BBR versus the Direwolves. Again, another one of those series when we looked at this in the elimination bracket, these guys were looking to try and get themselves a bit further into this bracket, but they just fell at the final hurdle.
Yeah, didn't expect BBR to lose this one, to be honest, after the way that they were playing. I think it might have just been the upset of losing against the Chiefs. And, well, actually, not an upset, but maybe they were upset. But BBR, going into it, I still thought they would have been able to take the fight to Direwolves, and that, you know, that performance, the way that they've been playing would come through. But no, obviously it was Direwolves that were able to get the win. And again, I think it was another Game 5 in this series.
Yeah, the thing was, we've seen a lot of like inconsistencies from Direwolves over this weekend, and it has been a little bit frustrating for us watching because we know the potential that Direwolves have as a team overall. But if there was any time for them to perform far and above, this was a time, and that's exactly what they did, knocking BBR out and rightfully claiming their place in the ANZ region as the team they are.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of, you know, helps us get past this kind of talk of inconsistency with the Direwolves, right? Like, so far they've been able to perform, yeah, albeit they did fall to the Chiefs in their pool play, but players like Dino have really been stepping up for the Direwolves, and these guys, they've got a few issues in the background here, especially for Ball being able to have to fight through COVID through these next 3 days, and the fact that they've still been able to get themselves a top 4, secure it here, and still fight for a top 3 finish today, it goes to show that these guys are certainly tenacious.
You mentioned Dino there specifically, and he's playing like a man possessed right now. I've known him for a very long time, through a lot of Halo titles, back to Halo 3, I think is when I first cast over him. And I would say, with all due respect, back then I considered him like, you know, a mid-tier player. He would kind of fall in somewhere in the middle of the bracket. And here he is, playing some of the best Halo of his life here in Halo Infinite, and it's fantastic to see, and it just goes to show that it's so hard to call these teams. Yeah, it certainly does feel like we're starting to get a few spotlights hovering around some of these players on these teams. But let's have a look at our bracket. We talked about it with a bit of a recap of yesterday, but this is how it stands here at the start of Championship Sunday. The Chiefs and Immunity in that winners final. Winner of that goes into the grand final, secures themselves a bare minimum of 11,000 American dollars. Loser is going to fall down, secure themselves a bare minimum of 6K. They still will need to fight through this elimination bracket, where we see Divine Mind and Direwolves sitting there in the semis, Blue. And I think this top 4 is certainly going to be a good top 4 for us to watch this final day.
Oh yeah, this is a massive top 4, and I think this is really good because this really pins the top 4 in our region, right? Like, without a doubt, I think this is probably where we expected the bracket to be from the start of this weekend, and now that we're getting right into the grit of it, these teams have everything to fight for. We've been saying that over this weekend consistently, but like, this is really it right now. This is the last stand for these teams.
Yeah, it's exciting to see how our Championship Sunday is going to pan out. But before we start getting into the meat and potatoes, we've got something fun. You guys at home can be a part of the broadcast here with hashtag HCS Super. Make sure you follow us over at ESL Halo as well. Send us in your clips, send us in your videos, send us in whatever you guys want. We'll bring it up here on the broadcast and we'll have a yarn about it. But, you know, so far we've seen some sick clips, Josh. We had 2 kill tacks yesterday. We had some sick movement as well. I mean, these guys have been providing for us.
And that's what's so good about this. You know, we don't even need to rely on the pros in the tournament to make a montage. You know, it's just the clips coming from you.
Does it for
it's
us,
the clips coming from you guys at home that make it so good. In fact, I might go home after this tournament and just make a montage of myself. They've been that good.
Just make a frag movie of everybody at home. So I guess at this point, it is a good time for us to jump into a sick little clip that we've been given here. So let's have a look at this one. Let's bring it up on the screens and let's have a yarn about it. So this one's coming in. It looks like we've got... Oh, that is a very, very close oddball as well here, boys. So
greatest
Jane
nade
H2.
of my Halo career to clutch the win. Okay,
sit back.
Yeah, big title for him.
All right, Janie, let's see what you can do. A couple of nades out, the ball's in there.
Oh!
Was that 3?
Yeah?
Yeah.
3.
Look at the medals.
He gets the overkill.
Oh, okay.
The icing on the cake. And clutch it. Dude, that
that
really was clutch. My God.
That's a good clip. That's actually a really good one. I think that's
Holy
probably the best one that we've seen so far.
Yeah, I would have to say the kill tacks were good, but the fact that he got a triple cluster luck into an overkill with the perfect to win the final round of an oddball, magnific. That's some Chef Kiss stuff right there. I'm excited to see what everybody else at home can provide for us. We still got some more stuff for you guys to have a look at here. So let's bring up the next one on your screens and we can have a talk about it and see where you guys are going to be landing up. Looks like we've got a bit of a viewing party that's coming in here. I am Cyber Waste. Yeah.
Okay, so we had HCS on one screen and the cricket on the other.
Yeah,
right.
I like that. I
Yeah,
like
sure.
that. Yep, I can appreciate that a lot. That's how you do it, guys. If you want to just have it on the side. And I like, you know, a bit of a balance there between the IRL mainstream sports there with the cricket and the HCS That's one way to do it.
Oh, it's also a big props to the fact that the HCS Super is the biggest screen that we've got there. So,
Yeah.
you know, always props out there to Mr. I Am Cyberways. I'm excited to see, you know, if he's going to be viewing out today and see what other sports he's got floating around. I'm sure there's going to be a whole lot of stuff he can throw up on those screens. We've got another special one here. So let's bring this one up onto the screen. It always is good to see the support from everyone at home. So this is our good buddy, Mr. SSJ4. Him and his mum were exchanging some messages last night after his little debut in the studio. And look at the support that comes in from Mama Bear.
That's so wholesome.
Look at
Aw,
it.
shout out to Justin's mum.
He's blushing.
Yeah, we can see it right
Love
now.
you, Mum. My favorite part about that as well, I think, is the fact that he asks her a question and she just responds with a selfie of him.
Have you been watching all along? What do you think?
Yeah, it's like, I have this framed and it is in the middle of the lounge room
Yeah.
right now, Justin. You are the favorite child right now. So that's always
Very
good
cute.
for us to see. But this next one is a very special one to someone here on the couch. Let's bring this one up and we'll have a yarn about it. And I guess, Josh, you're the best person for us to talk about this one.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, look, I had a Facebook memory and the timing was just uncanny that it was this weekend, you know, 4 years ago that I made a comeback. Basically, you can call me John Farnham with the amount of commentary comebacks
Oh my God.
that I've made. John Farnham of the Halo commentary here. But yeah, it was 4 years ago that we had the 2K before the Sydney LAN, and it just shows there's been a whole lot of Halo history over the years. It's something that I'm proud of, and it's great to see how far we've come.
And especially when we, you know, just look across some of the members of the community, right? Like even some of the players that we've got coming out today, the history that these guys have in Halo in ANZ is always good for us to see. And the fact that now we've got this brand new game with Halo Infinite, they've really been able to get into it. And I'm always super excited to see what everyone can get done. So if you guys do want to be a part of the broadcast, hashtag HCS Super, make sure you guys are looking towards that hashtag as well, because we might be posting some very special stuff for you guys today there. Also, make sure you follow at ESL Halo. But lads, it's finally time for us talking about the video games. Finally time for us to jump into our first matchup here. I am so excited for us to jump into this elimination semi-final. Loser of this goes home. Winner of this goes in towards the top three. Josh, Divine Minds. They look like they may have faltered yesterday but Team Immunity, but they're still coming into this with favourites, I think.
Something tells me that they're going to be coming in strong today. Mr. Ali Berserk is not going to be having any of it today up against the Direwolves. It needs to be stressed. We're already in top four. This is the elimination bracket. We're playing for all of the marbles.
Yeah, this is it. If you lose right now, one team is going home in this, and both of these teams, I'm going to be sad to see either of them go. They've given us such good performances all around. Honestly, I don't know who to pick here. If either of you guys, you know, if you want to weigh in on this, do you think... Really? That was fast.
Direwolves.
You think
Okay.
you think Direwolves have got this?
Direwolves.
No way. You haven't had your medication today, Luke. You haven't had your meds. Divine Mind's got this. It's going to be 3-0. It's done.
Mate, I'm trusting in the boys today. I feel like the lads over in New Zealand, they can really get it done. They're nice and early for them over in New Zealand. I'm excited to see what they can get done. I'm excited to see what they also had to say ahead of the series.
Yeah, the bracket play yesterday started off interesting. So it was a bit of a strange one. Like the vibes were a bit down and that. So yeah, we went into it, tried our best, but unfortunately we couldn't clutch up, and they took that one 3-2, which then dropped us into the lower bracket. Which then we faced the first series there against Orth Pink. That one was a bit of a whitewash, which was good for the boys. It was a bit of a confident reset and sort of got the vibes rolling again, which then led on to our series against BBR. That series was a really tough one. You know, BBR are a great team. We expected to win that one if we played our game, and we did. So we ended up clutching up 3-2 there, and that put us into the lower bracket semi-final, which we'll be facing DM today. DM are a great team. We honestly didn't expect them to get upset by IM. That was a crazy series as well. IM did amazing to actually win that one, and hats off to Benno. He played lights out yesterday. That guy is a freak. Going into that series, I believe that it's going to be a tough one for sure. DM are a great team, and I think they'll bounce back strong. But if the boys bring their A game, I think that we have a shot at taking that and causing an upset.
Yeah, it is a challenging task for the lads here on the Direwolves, but I have faith that they're able to do it, especially if the man on your screens just before Dino has another lights-out performance like he did yesterday, Bluey. He has been performing extremely well here for the Direwolves, but it is a brand new day here for Championship Sunday, so we don't really know how these teams are going to perform for today.
Good to see Dino, though, giving props to Divine Mind. Like him just saying they know that this is going to be a really tough series for them, which I think is a great mentality to have, and hopefully one that the whole team is holding. They should know that they're in for a really, you know, push-pull battle right now. now. Hopefully they can just go the long run for us all, give us a game 5, an absolute clincher. You know, this is what we want to see from these teams.
I mean, I think so far we've seen 5 games from Immunity and Direwolves almost consistently through the entirety of the Super.
Yeah, pretty much all yesterday.
Are we just strapping ourselves in for 5 games, Josh?
I don't think so.
I don't
think
have my
this is going to be.
yet.
I think this is going to be wrapped up fairly quickly. But saying that, you've got to remember that Direwolves have so much experience. They've got LAN experience, they've got international experience, and they could really come through. Now, they need to rely on every minute of that experience here in this matchup against Divine Mind, because I'm telling you, there is no way Divine Mind thought they were going to lose to Immunity. It was only because of a couple of things, I think. Divine Mind definitely weren't playing the best I've seen them. Immunity were playing the best that I've seen them. Both of those things together. But with that, Immunity only just won in that game 5.
Yeah.
So I'm feeling very different here. And to be honest, Direwolves, unless all of them are playing the tippity top of what they could do, I don't see this going in any other way.
Who knows? We might even see another day here where maybe Divine Minds do falter once again, right? Like, obviously, them not expecting to be themselves in this elimination bracket this early on, I think is a big caveat for us to say, is them fighting for a top 3 slot. I'm excited to see what they can do. And I think, you know, looking across a lot of the roster here for Divine Mind, we saw some big step-ups coming in from players like Flex Reigns, when, you know, players like Berserk, who just really sometimes had a few of those bad games. And I think Flex has been the most consistent player for me to look across this Divine Mind roster.
Yeah, you know, Flex is a fan favorite for me. I love watching him play, and knowing that he's also coming into this as sort of like a team captain role. He's doing a lot of shot calling as well. He's such an individually skilled player, but knowing that he's also filling for such a huge high pressure role in trying to make the calls for the team, to push at the appropriate times, go for objectives when they matter, is just massive for me, and it gives me makes me more of a fan of him, honestly.
We talk about Flex Reigns a lot, but I think we need to talk about Mr. Rated, first name Under, because he is completely underrated. He's been popping off. He did yesterday. He did a lot of work for this squad as well. So keep an eye on him, especially I saw him pick up the snipe a couple of times. He was able to connect a few shots.
Pretty disgusting.
Pretty sick, actually. So if they can do more of that, maybe they've got a chance.
Yeah, maybe.
But I don't think so.
We might be able to see some special stuff from some of these lads, but I think it is a perfect time for us to start to highlight some of the key players from both these rosters, right? I really want to start to look at Dino as well as Berserk, because we highlighted Dino playing insane Halo right now. And I think Berserk is a real big carry here for Divine Minds. If he's able to get himself into those positions where he's really being able to step up for the team and be a kind of leader, right? We saw in some of the interviews that we've had with Berserk, he talks about wanting his team to be super aggressive, and if he leads from the front, that's a good way for them to get it done.
Yeah, a little surprised here looking at the stats. That damage per death, though, for Berserk, I would have expected that to be a little bit higher. We saw him dropping some really big numbers yesterday, but I think it also falls back on those maps where he may be a little bit consistent, and he seems to falter, you know. I know he's a very mental-based player. When he's in the zone, he cannot be turned off. If he's staggered a little bit, I feel as though he suffers. Dino, on the other hand, doesn't seem to have that problem.
Yeah, I think Dino just has been the most consistent player for the Direwolves roster for me, and if teams are, if Direwolves are able to rally behind him and really amp him up, I think they can have a really good shot here today.
I think they might be able to do that. We'll just have to see how it unfolds. One thing I wanted to say there about Berserk and I guess Divine Mind at large, looking at those damage stats and whatever. Now, stats don't tell everything about a game, but we up until this tournament, I feel it's just been like the established thing. Chiefs are number 1, Divine Mind are number 2. And I think this tournament has really shaken that up. Chiefs seem to be still very dominant, but that like 2 to 4 positioning, which is exactly what we've got today with the top 4, I think it's, you know, it's up for grabs.
Yeah, the ladder is definitely not as steady as what we once thought it was before. There are so many other teams also coming into the fold and sort of making their place known in our top 8 scenario. And that was very different from where we were from ANZ when we first started these infinite competitions.
Yeah, and I think also an interesting caveat for us to talk about is every single tournament that I think Divine Mind hasn't come second in, it's either been the Direwolves or Immunity that were taking that second slot. So I think the fact that we have a top 4 like this, where we have all 4 of those teams that are competing for this top 2 slot, I think at this point, it is pretty evident in the fact that we are looking at the Chiefs and these teams that are trying to challenge the Chiefs, and these other 3 teams have been the only other 3 teams that have finished second in a tournament we've had so far in Halo Infinite.
Yeah, I know. It's just like at this point, with things being as shaken up, especially when we are so deep into Halo competition at this point, and we're deciding, you know, what teams are we really looking at now to send our best foot forward over to NA, it gets tougher and tougher to realize, you know, okay, we have our number 1 spot in the Chiefs, but all the other teams under that, like, who are we rooting for now? Who are we picking? Who do we think can really challenge those North American teams?
And that's actually what I love about the format and the roadmap for HCS this year, is that there are more opportunities for teams here in our region to get international experience. Yes, we talk about that #1 pool play spot that the winner's going to get, but as we experienced with the first major already, there's multiple spots available to the smaller regions, such as ANZ, such as MX, so it's really, really cool to see.
Yeah, I'm excited to see, especially once we do, head towards Kansas, to see what it's really going to look like, especially if we're able to see some of these MX teams be able to join us for the major as well, because obviously previously with Raleigh, they weren't able to join us. So I'm excited to see what those guys can do, because I mean, looking across that region in and of itself, they've got their own Chiefs and the Knights, and the fact that they have a very dominant team, I'm interested to see what they look like in that pool play kind of tournament as well. But we are just getting ourselves ready for this server, lads, and I think this is a good time for us to maybe have a few predictions and expectations for Championship Sunday. We've talked about it a whole lot in the green room. I like putting you guys here on the spot. So we'll just start small. We'll start with this series for now. I want some map scores.
3-0. Divine Mind.
A 3-0? Really?
Divine Mind, 3-0.
I would say we're probably going to a game 5, but I think Divine Mind will take it 3-2.
3-2.
Yeah.
3-1 Direwolves.
Okay.
All right.
He just likes to be contrarian.
I think I like being contrarian. I also like rooting for the underdogs when we come into these series as well. And I think, maybe it's a scenario where it's like backs against the wall and Direwolves come into this with not much to lose, right? Like they're in the top 4. They've got themselves a decent amount of cash money. If they get this victory here, they go into the top 3 and they don't have to worry about Divine Mind for the rest of it. And they've already proven that they can beat Immunity as well, even if they do fall down from that Cheese series. So I think at the end of the day, it probably is just kind of a fight where you go into this with not much to lose for the Direwolves and you can kind of come out on top, especially if Divine Mind are still feeling that hit from yesterday from Team Immunity. But lads, it is time for us to check out our maps for this series. I'm interested to see where we start out. CTF Bazaar, again, this is a conversation that we've had quite a lot. This feels like it is a really good gauge for these teams to see how they really work together as a squad, considering the way that you need to play this map on CTF.
Yeah, CTF Bazaar is a very contentious map for a lot of these teams.
My favorite map.
And here's the thing. Yesterday, when we had Divine Mind play CTF Bazaar, they had a really rough start opening on this map. They were literally being body smacked around this map. So it's going to be interesting to see what kind of strategies they bring into this opening, because I feel like this is going to set the tone for the rest of these series. If Direwolves get a very far leg up on Divine Mind here, it might seal the deal for them.
How do we feel about the rest of it, though, Josh?
Yeah, I mean, Direwolves have to win this first one. I don't see them taking Divine Mind into Slayer's Streets if they lose that first map and going into an oddball recharge. They would be, if that was the case, in my opinion, would be down 2-0. I don't see how they're going to be able to clutch up in that third, but hey, my predictions rarely go right.
I mean, at this point, every single time that at least one of us here on the desk has said something with so much confidence, it's gone completely the other way. So who knows when we do get towards that point. But I'm excited to see if we do get deeper towards, maps 4 and 5 to see how it really does pan out, whether or not we've got like a hot Direwolves, whether or not we even have a cold Divine Mind, because we've seen some crazy stuff that happens between these guys right now. And I think this series is going to be a good test for Divine Mind if they can bounce back from yesterday.
I think they can. And I think that if they were to get a victory here, they're going to be up against what I believe will be Immunity. Since they're up against Chiefs in the winner's bracket. With Immunity losing against the Chiefs, Divine Mind hypothetically winning here, I think that Divine Mind will beat them this time around, and Divine Mind will go up against Chiefs in the grand final. That's what I think is going to happen.
He just predicted the whole Championship Sunday
out
on the desk. Blue, you do the same. Go on.
I'm not going to predict the whole thing, but what I will say is that we've experienced so many upsets here already on this weekend. It wouldn't surprise me if the gods just will it that we experience it on Super Sunday once again. This is it for a lot of these players. Now they can pull out everything out of the bag, and if they're going to do it in one place that they haven't previously before, it's going to be here. I think we might be exposed to just trauma, really.
Well, don't listen to me anyway, Luke. I can look outside, see rain, and still get the prediction wrong for weather. So,
which he's been doing all weekend anyway.
It's funny, but I do genuinely think that that's what's going to happen. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think we can give commendations to everyone for being able to put out their predictions here. I honestly do think that we probably will be going the distance. I think, all memes aside, I feel like we probably will go the distance. I'm going to have to agree with Blue. It feels like this probably will be a 3-2 for Divine Mind, but at the end of the day, we still have to wait to get into the server, and we still have to see how it all does pan out, because we have seen some crazy stuff that has been going on here in ANZ, and I think just the fact that we have these 4 teams for our top 4, I don't think anybody is all too surprised or all too sad that we have these top 4 teams for today.
No. I don't think so at all. I don't think there's any sadness here. This is very much like we even had a lot of talk, very much so off the stream, just about where we think all these teams are going to end up. Even on Friday when we were coming in here, and we kind of predicted that overall this is where the bracket was going to stand.
Yeah.
Again, we did have some upsets, but you know.
But
there wasn't number one. Yeah, of course for you, Luke. But there was never really, you know, like an upset that set the tone for everything else to go forward. It's been very structured.
I think we would have liked to have seen, you know, I know I would have liked to have seen BBR here. Yep. I know some of us would have liked to see Demons just for the narrative to see them here. But I mean, who were you going to get rid of? It's not going to be Chiefs. It's not going to be Divine Mind. Immunity, it's sick that they're there. At Direwolves, they kind of, I mean, they just deserve to be here for how hard they're playing, how good they're playing with a player with COVID. Dino's playing the best Halo of his life. They deserve to be here. So, I mean, you can only have one winner in the end anyway.
Exactly, and I'm so excited that we have this top 4. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to jump into map number 1 here. So let's head it over to our casters. We've got Hoots and SSJ Force.
Thank you very much, boys, and we're moving in. Hooters, we're going to very short amount of time. Predictions, go.
Call me Splinters because I'm sitting on the fence on this one. I honestly couldn't call it. I agree with Bluey. I think it's going to be a 3-2. I'm going to have to go Direwolves, though, because I think Divine Mind yesterday in particular just faltered a fair few times, and heard Dino saying, you know, when Direwolves' vibe are good, they perform really well. I reckon their vibe's going to be up today. Divine Mind, not too sure about them.
Well, I'm vibing Divine Mind, so we're 50-50 at the moment, but we are moving into map 1, CTF on Bazaar, and I'm going to expect a lot of scrap off the rip, but Berserk, the aggressive player, straight out the double doors, tossing out a grenade, and eyes on that overshield, finds himself Zirkle, and I like this angle that he's taken, very aggressive, challenging him off the rip, Hoots. That's the Berserk that we know and love.
I mean, I like that aggression, though. He does go down, but at least it seems like he's been able to get his teammate to be able to secure these rockets here with Flex Range. So Flex Range has the rockets, and I think they're probably going to, unfortunately, they don't pick up the OS, so Direwolves do manage to grab the OS, so I like this move, though, getting up into the bar, getting height to be able to rain some fire down on Vamped. It is Vamped with the overshoot. It has been completely melted now. You just saw, Justin, so much attention paid to him at the start. Grenades, bullets, that's one way to take an overshield down.
It is now with Zirkle finding himself one. He's got some help with Dino next to him. Going to be taking another angle. Looks like a little bit of a detour to grab that Mangler. He grabs that off the rack, and now he's moving through. Nice angle down on the radar. Don't think he knows he's there, but he is. He gets the call out, and Beeson comes for the chow, and he's back down to his Berserk. He's like, boys, I'll take him. Call him out. Where is he? And Berserk, he'll get aggressive on here, Hoots. He won't let him get away, I don't think.
I love that use of the spike nade there, though. He was low shields, but he at least cut off any attempt at challenging him there so he could get his shields back down in the river. What we have seen, Justin, in the last couple of days, is particularly yesterday in this CTF Bazaar game type, is teams actually being able to get their flag runs through uncontested a lot of the time. They typically have to be really scrappy in the previous few tournaments that we have had, but it seems like teams are finally starting to figure that out, and when they do pull flags, making them actually count. So let's keep an eye on if they're actually able to do that again today.
You know what it could be, Hoots? It could be the fact that it's so hectic in the middle of the map. They're all concentrated on, you know, he's one shot here, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, oh, you know, he's hiding in the bottom mid, like, you know, focus him. And then someone just kind of sneaks the flag past, being a sneaky little beaver. And now with Balds here, that thrust coming out from Berserk, he does manage to finally land those shots. But infiltrating that Divine Mind base is the Bald unit himself, getting that flag moving, a little super slide there, and he might be able to get it out of the treehouse, but he's decided to challenge this player behind him. And I like this decision here. He didn't really have a lot of help, and he's going to be able to get the trade. That's a very critical trade for Divine Mind there, the stop ball.
Oh, I thought he was even going to potentially win that one. That use of the thrust was fantastic. Let's also mention Bald is playing in the thick of a COVID infection right now as well. So, you know, who knows what kind of impact that's having on him, but I don't know, he's feeling pretty terrible right now physically. So great to see he is still competing. And I mean, that challenge there, you know, he ended up getting just the trade, but still, even just to come away with a kill himself, it's just a fantastic effort.
Yeah, fantastic effort for him, testing positive for 6 on the board with 5 deaths. Now with Beeson here, one of the big, strong slayers on the Divine Mind roster. He's really been impressing all weekend. They're moving in to try and get a flag moving. I like this Beeson holding back Balds as another teammate gets that flag moving. That Spanker is about to pop as well, Hoot, so they need to pay attention to that. There it is, it's up on the board, and they can't get distracted too much by this flag. This Rockets, it's going to be make or break this play, I think.
Yeah, so they actually, when they went into this flag pool, they actually had, I think it was like 3 or 4 down. So they've managed to get it at least through halfway, but the hustle back of the Direwolves to get back was really, really strong. So this flag, not sure if we're going to actually be in a position to get it, although we do have a play running in now, but I think we're probably going to see a return here, pretty uncontested now. So good work from Dino there. I like he didn't drop until he knew that the kill had been made down at the bottom there. He'd go in and get a relatively uncontested flag return.
He did, and you could see that it was all Direwolves bottom mid there. Dino with a nice little flank onto Radiant, had no idea that he was there. Now sniffing out Berserk with it. Couple of shots from that Bulldog, and deciding to keep his power position here. It's not challenging, not chasing for that kill. Very disciplined from Dino.
Well, you may as well, right? Because OS is up in 10 as well, so he can do one of two things. If his teammates have OS locked down and they're able to get it, he can start to focus on flag. Alternatively, he can maintain his top position here. And you just see him switch right past 3 people. I don't think he saw that coming. He's going to be dropped. And we should see Divine Mind now in a position to be able to capture this overshield finally and start to make a push themselves.
Oh, I hope Dino's wearing his brown pants today because that was
terrifying.
A scary one.
It's like a horror movie.
But while we were watching that, Flex Range managing to grab that overshield. Dino doing very well to melt that off him. That's what you want to do. You just want to take that overshield out of the game. Now sorting out Vamps. He's taken out by a tasty grenade from Beaston. Now Flex Range challenging Zirkle, but opting to value his life here, and he's in a great position to watch over this flag, Hoot. So I like his positioning.
Yeah, I do as well. So he's just going to wait for his teammates to come back and try and get a touch on here. You do see they are spawning over towards Rocket side, and I like this move as well, pushing over, knowing that that's where the angles are going to be coming from Direwolves, up on top of their side of Rocket. So Bald, though, has spawned over down near OS, and he's going to start to go for a return. It is contested right now. He's going to need to kill Vamp, make sure this return doesn't happen. Vamp just trying to stay alive, manages to drop him, keeps the flag alive. Absolutely huge, Justin. He's now going to try and run it through the double doors. And with 3 down for Direwolves at that point, he should be able to get this through. I can't see anyone in a position to stop him here.
That was perfectly played by Flex Range. There's no other way to describe it. He timed it perfectly, positioned himself perfectly, and now they've got one on the board. Divine Mind with the lead. It took about 6 minutes, almost halfway through the game, Hoots, but still on board with Flex Range. He's already all the way across the other side of the map, applying pressure, and Berserk wants this game done. He's already in the base. He does get caught unaware by Balds there, and he might get shut down. Balds doing well to defend his flag there. Players dropping left and right. So many people on the respawn screen, Hoots.
We spoke about Flex Range before, and I know yesterday his objective work that we saw when they were playing was just so good. There was that oddball game on Streets where he played, to me, the absolute perfect oddball game. And then we just saw that flag run there. You said it perfectly, Justin. Maintain that top control. Only chose to go down and get down and dirty when he needed to clean up a kill on Vamp and put that flag in. Great work from Flex Range. So let's keep an eye on him in terms of objective running for the rest of the series.
I mean, Flex Range, he is the beauty on the team, but look at the beast. 18 and 10 currently. He is a slaying machine, but we are on board with Flex Range. Now he's got that spanker ready to come out, and he has to trade in that situation. Really unfortunate. Caster's curse, Hoots. No one can shoot a good rocket when you're around.
No, that's my fault. Apologies about that. But we have to. That's when rockets often get used, really, at the very start, because they're so hotly contested. The first rocket's often used almost as a shoddy with splash damage. Long-range rockets there from Beaston don't connect, but he does have 2 Direwolves players pinned down around the thruster here, so he's going to call out to his team to hopefully get him to come in and help clean up. I love that shift there to move over the double doors, take out Dino, and very smart again, Justin. Knew he was never going to win that. You can't get up on the top there, but smart idea. A good attempt nonetheless.
Yeah, he's trying to glitch it on top of the map there, I reckon. And now with Vamps, we haven't seen much from him so far on the broadcast, and he's going down into the sewers, grabs that Bulldog woof woof going through, and he'll see if he can find any players. No one's really touching him, but he does get the call out. Beaston, he can sniff him out, dropping some spike grenades so he can scamper away here, tail between his legs. But looking back, Vamps a bit twitchy here. I'm not sure he knows what he wants to do.
Yeah, well, I know, when you've got a scoreline of 5 and 14, perhaps you do start to second guess yourself. He has found himself in a bit of no man's land here, so he does manage to catch at least one player off spawn. Right now he's just wondering, when do I pull the flag? Because it doesn't look like he really has the team support around him yet. He does get a nice kill on Beaston down in the palm, but not too bad as well, because he's able to put a real distraction here and start to make Divine Mind second guess this flag run, knowing that you've got Vamp there at the base. So he does get dropped, picks up only 1 kill out of that run, but he's at least delayed the flag run here, and hopefully he can get some of his teammates like Dino to come back and put a stop to this.
Some critical seconds here.
Yeah.
You know, Vamp in the end didn't know what he wanted to do, but it worked out perfectly. Maybe it was all calculated. He's just, I'm going to chill here for a minute and put some pressure on this flag run. It does look like that's one return, Hoots, but that overshield just as popped, and I think Flex Reigns managed to grab it, raided, swinging in there and taking out that player. Flex with yet another overshield and putting so much pressure on those spawners. Vamped, he only just popped up. Dino's in trouble. That's 2 down, raided in a position to run that flag. Bald's last alive by the double doors, but Flex Reigns too strong. He didn't even need the OS. His BR shot was so strong. Now he's running that flag. He's a moving tank, just ferrying this one back to his base.
And just having this little bit of overshield so crucial, enabling to get through these double doors if he can, and he does. So just that little bit, look at him, he's no shields right now, it looks like, or almost no shields, but that overshield just kept him alive and he's able to put it through again. So the objective master at work, absolutely love that from them. Securing that overshield so crucial in getting this second cap.
2-0 in favor of Divine Mind at the moment, and Direwolves, I think they just let that one go rather than chasing it down and risking another flag being pulled. Still with Flex Reigns at the moment, just popped in a flag for those just tuning in. Stuck in the bar area and trying to make it a more even fight by taking down his own shields there, Hoots. And now he's hiding in the corner. He's gonna, don't worry about me, boys. I made a mistake. And now he's challenging Dino down bottom mid. Perfect shots. Fully redeeming himself from that potato nade there, Hoots.
Yeah, Flex Reigns was eating his own, feeding on his own dynamo grenade there, and then a bit of second breakfast coming up from the enemy shooting it up there as well. So copping a bit of damage, but manages to stay alive. Super crucial. Beast and heading straight into the base here. You're right, Justin. Super aggressive. 26 and 14 right now. So he's going to have a go at the objective run, but even just tossing it out causes distraction. You'll enable some of his teammates to start to come in through the palm and across the bar, as you see there. So this flag almost acts as a bit of bait, and now we have Flex Reigns saying, thanks for that, I'll start to run it. Does come into a bit of a confrontation here. The double doors, but great use of the thruster, keeping that alive. That's only one dead, though, for Direwolves. So where are the rest right now? Looks like we might have 2 up in the lockers up here. Flex Reigns probably needs to turn around. They have been dropped, though, so that's all good. This flag is just going to be stuck down at the double doors, but if he can get a kill here on Vamp and Bald, then he can maybe get in a position to run this, but I don't know if they are. They might have to give up on this, Justin. They were 2 down there. The flag's in a pretty precarious spot, and Direwolves look like they're swarming over it, getting the return there.
Yeah, Divine Mind, they've been playing really aggressively, but, just not desperating that flag there. They're in a really comfortable position. They're 2 up currently, so they don't need to get too desperate and create any openings for Direwolves to run any flags. Now we're with Raided. He's 19 and 14 currently. The Caster's Curse is real. Vam's having a little bit of a rough game. He's 10 and 20, but he is getting up in the face of Berserk, but he shuts him down. Beaston, nice shots onto Zirkle. 2v1 situation. A very ambitious little peek there. He just wanted a little bit of information. It's a bit of a tease like, hey boys, I'm over here. I dare you to come over and face me 1v1. And now he's getting up in Zirkle's face, and those dynamo grenades coming. No! The team nade, Hoots, the team nade.
And he did so well to stay alive in that fight as well, and it was clearly the best intentions were there, whoever it was that threw that dynamo grenade to help him out. Unfortunately, got to be careful, those dynamo grenades do roll. We do have the flag coming out again, though, here for Divine Mind, trying to run this. Flex Reigns and Vamp end up trading, so a fair bit of death happening down around this bottom mid. I think we should be able to see Divine Mind at least be able to get it through the double doors, but that being said, we do have a flag pull coming from Direwolves now, so this is the first real flag attempt we have seen from Direwolves. They get the return, Dino and Bald. Just need to make sure where are Divine Mind. They have run down through bottom rockets, and they're sitting down in the alleyway here, but a bit of a fumble from Bald. I'm assuming that wasn't intentional here with the...
Oh, no!
The team nades, Justin. What is going on? What is suicide nades, my bad. What is going on with them?
I don't know. That was a crucial misstep there. They didn't have a lot of time on the clock anyway, but here's Berserk getting up in their face, applying pressure.
Flag return.
And flag return. That's going to be all she wrote, I think. And just quickly, Flex Reigns 29 and 9 currently. Direwolves fans at home. Flex Reigns raining on their parade a little bit there.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, that last flag, they needed to put that in, obviously missed it. Flex Reigns just shot out the lights towards the end.
And running so many flags,
He was running flags, and to be honest, he wasn't even, he wasn't slaying super hard at the start, but then we just saw the stats coming up there. Obviously just went on a tear in that last minute or two, but that was a big statement from Divine Mind, because to be honest, they went to a few 5-game series yesterday, but a lot of the times they look quite disappointing, but that was very emphatic. They didn't really put a foot wrong throughout that whole match there. And just looking at that, Beaston 30 and 18, Flex Reigns 29 and 9.
Look at Berserk, almost 19
assists. So hopefully he's happy with that. He's not raging too much. 61.47% accuracy as well, Justin.
Straight beaming Berserk there. putting damage down on the map, right? Assisting his teammates, but Flex Reigns,
yeah.
welcome to the gun show, 29-9, and so much objective work too.
I was going to say, don't forget the 2 caps, which he ran perfectly both times. So Flex Reigns, that is one of the really just great all-round performances across the bat there. Jumping into the replays here, and look, the slaying from the get-go really for Divine Mind was super strong, and that put them in these positions to run these flag caps just so cleanly, and they only really, I think, made about 3 or 4 pulls, so that's about a 50% conversion rate. Not bad on a map like this where we do see so many failed flag attempts all the time.
Yeah, they're certainly waiting for the opportunities, I think. A bit more composed than the Divine Mind that we saw yesterday. They've got the tilted tower and they've put it back up straight. Eyes on the prize, I think, a little bit, Hoots, and Divine Mind making quite a big statement off the bat, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. So when you're seeing Slain performance coming out like that as well, and we head into a Slayer in the next game, you do have to feel confident. Now when you've got someone like Beaston who's just putting on a tear, but someone like Flex Reigns who is so objectively focused doing the same. So if he's going to turn it on like that in the next game, if you're a Direwolves player, you do have to be worried. But look, aside from that, they did manage to almost get that last flag at the end, and it was just a really unfortunate self-nade from, I think it was a Bald on the double doors with the spikes. So, you know, obviously by no means game over for them yet. They were just a really unlucky play away from putting one in there, and, you know, a 2-1's a lot different to a 2-0.
Yeah, credit to Direwolves, though. Like, the fact that they had that flag moving, there was really only about 30 seconds left on the clock. Their head was still in the game at that point. They weren't thinking, oh, you know, it's done. We'll never run 2 flags. They were still trying to get it through, and it was a little bit of a fumble, which is unfortunate. I mean, it would be really bad if they needed that flag to tie it up.
Oh, God, yeah, no.
Luckily, they were probably going to end up losing that one anyway. But Direwolves, I think their head is in the game. But a Divine Mind, this is kind of what we expected the entire weekend. And I think Divine Mind's back.
So Dino, we spoke about just before we started that first game. Dino mentioned several times in that interview we had with him just before the series started that, you know, our vibes were bad and we just had a bad series, but then our vibes were good and we had a good series. You know, obviously when you aren't winning, you can be a little down in the dumps, but I think that becomes the question for them as well, is the mental game. You know, can they get back in the game here mentally, switch back on, put that one behind them, and then turn it around and try and come out strongly in this second game? Because to go down 2-0 in a best-of-5 series, that's when your backs really are up against the wall, and it is hard to come back. We do jump in to Slayer on Street, straight into it, on with Zirkle. He had a bit of a rough game Slay-wise, Justin, in that last one, but he's going to be able to try to look to turn it around on this Slayer game on Street.
And he's got that rifle stalking his prey there, Dino. First one to get a pick, and he's just nice overwatch over those spankers there. And Dino, I think he managed to scoop those up. Yep. Already putting it to work, Radman himself. 1 kill, but he goes down as well. Berserk putting down covering fire the best that he can. Currently rated with 1 rocket and just shoots it straight into the wall. 0 points for that one rated. And now chasing down Balds, he falls, and look at this collapse from Divine Mind. Super aggressive on these spawners of into the wolf den, going in. Zirkle there holding down the fort the best that he can, but rated backing off a little bit. But Beason's already kind of committed. He can use a little backup here, Hoots,
yeah, Beason did overcommit a little bit there, but he has managed to stay alive. Really impressive here, taken down as soon as I say that. Perfect. But yeah, Berserk starting super strong. Glad we are jumping on board with him. 4 kills, 2 assists, only 1 death. And this, you know, they were collapsing really strongly into that tram at the start, Justin, but weren't able to actually end up wiping Direwolves. So they've finally done it now, it looks like. Direwolves are all out of there, spawning back over on PD side around A as well. Berserk, he can sniff it, smelling blood in the water, starting to press in. And look at this. Look at the aggression, Justin. He's got that AR and he's trying to use it to good. He can't get it on Dino. Great shots from Dino there. I'm going to assume that was probably a perfect there, but only 4 shots taking him down. And look, they're doing pretty well to hold their own here. Divine Mind out to a pretty small lead at the start, but, you know, still early game.
Very early game so far. They're neck and neck currently, which we kind of expected maybe Divine Mind to go off to a really early lead, considering how hard they were outslaying Direwolves in the previous series. But it looks like Direwolves have just hit the reset button and gone, boys, let's focus on this next series. No more silly deaths, no more double negatives, because we are going into a Slayer. We cannot afford to give those ones up. And Dino doing well. You could see the cogs were turning. He was calculating what he wanted to do to help out his teammates. And another teammate going into Berserk, but it doesn't matter. He's able to clutch that one up and slave balls from Flex Reigns there. And only 1 point the difference right now, Hoots. It's very neck and neck.
I think Beaston might have managed to grab Rockets there. I can see on the heads up, he is starting to move in. Another nade onto Bald there. He's taken down. I think we do have Rockets in the hand of Divine Mind. I'm not 100% sure. Beaston was just dropped, so maybe Rockets are down, but I think it looked like...
They
oh,
are.
no, there they are, right there. So perfectly used there by Dino. Walks in, grabs Australia, still has one to play with as well. So Rockets weren't even utilized when they were in the hands of Divine Mind at the start there. You're going to get a nice flank here moving over to Cafe, and he can put a long-range one up against that wall. Chooses not to. He's probably going to need to back down, try and stay alive. He's got these Rockets in hand. He doesn't want to lose them and hand them over. Very smart here. Moving over to Arcade side with those Rockets. And if he can pick up a kill here on Flex Range, he has no aim. He's going to run out. Needs to back up. I like that. Even if that wasn't going to connect, he at least wasted one to not hand over. Gets lucky. Flex Range ends up challenging, secures a Rocket, takes a trade. When he had no shields for so long, that's a great result.
Yeah, he really rotated around to try and get his shields back, but he just couldn't. Now 5 kills the difference. Divine Mind are starting to eke out a little bit of a fragile lead, but we haven't even hit the halfway point, which is, we know when Slayers hit that halfway mark, the burners just get ignited and it really starts to heat up. Vamped going in to clean up. Beaston goes down. Seconds there. Double kill for him. Triple is over in the corner. If you can hear him stomping around in there, Vamped. But no, Berserk being very sneaky here. Setting a trap, laying it down, and he's popped out. No, he grabs himself boards. There's Berserk again. Double kill for Vamp. That's back-to-back double kills for the young gun himself.
Great run, and especially given he had a bit of a rough game in the last one, to be able to turn it around so quickly, that's a really good sign for Direwolves. And look at that, Justin. During that run there, they've managed to bring it back to just a 1-kill gap. As I say that, all tied up now, and that was single-handedly from Vamp, back-to-back double kills and a lot of aggression.
A lot of aggression, and you gotta love those multis as well. Now with Dino, cross-map shots, and I think that Spanker is about to pop as well. It's there, up for grabs, so someone's going to have to get their hands on the double tube. But that stick from Raided, very unfortunate timing, and another suicide rocket there, and just dropping left and right. So many X's in the kill feed right now, it's very frantic stuff. Zirkle trying to scamper away with that rocket. I'm not sure how he survived that. That looked pretty direct to me, but I'm very old, so maybe my eyesight's getting a bit blurry, Hoots.
Beaston somehow managed to find an overshield on the map, it looks like, even though it doesn't spawn on here, because I have no idea how he survived that rocket. That should kill you every day of the week. And then on the other side, Vamp, you saw when he had the rockets before, he was probably aiming a little bit too low on the ground. Use the wall behind you for the splash damage rather than shooting it right at your feet. That's what ended up turning them over there. Beaston having a bit of a more quiet one since the last game, only 7 kills. He is equal lowest on his team, but it is still a pretty consistent effort across the board. I do love Flex Range, 8 assists though as well, Justin. So the aggression coming in from Beaston here with that Bulldog suits his from Berserk, sorry, suits his play perfectly when he, that kind of aggression, being able to get right up in the thick of it. Shots on Dino, going to back up, very smart move here. He doesn't have much team support though, Justin, so needs to stay alive, get those shields back before you make another push. Perfectly timed here.
Yeah, and one thing that we did was we highlighted damage per death on Berserk, and I think the reason why his damage per death was a touch lower is just because how aggressive he is. He likes to get up in pieces, people's faces, basically nose to nose, close quarter combat, and that's probably why he might drop a little bit more deaths, but that aggression opens up the map for the rest of his team and allows players like Beaston and Flex Range to drop big numbers and not drop too many deaths. But Divine Mind, they do have a 4-point lead currently, getting to the tail end of this game. Only 10 kills to go before Divine Mind can put this one in the bag, but Direwolves, plenty of opportunity left. They're really only 1 round of slays behind.
These rockets are huge, and I think Direwolves did pick them up. Yeah, it was Dino. So Dino was causing a lot of a ruckus up there on top of the PD, and he's now managed to get these rockets, and this is huge. Getting this double kill, they needed this, and look how quickly they've managed to bring it back. Only a 2-kill gap now. It was Will, 1 just a second ago. Dino a bit out of position though, manages to get back, and he really needs to conserve his life here. Only a few more to play with, and it is getting so tight. We're seeing now the team's really starting to just hang back. Dino loves this spot. He was poking at a Berserk before, but he went for this rocket push, just hanging up here, trying to keep them away, made the rush to the rockets. But are we going to wait again? Are we just going to see him poking away waiting, holding this position until the next rockets come. They're not up for a while, so they are going to have to make some moves because right now they are down by a kill. They're the ones who need to start to get some picks.
Neither of these teams want to be the first one to drop a pick.
Exactly.
Only one kill the difference right now. Direwolves have basically tied things up after Divine Mind was leading throughout the entire game. Raided, smelling out these players in the PD department, and there's still one kill the difference. They got a pick each, and Raided going in, sees Dino wisely backing down as his shields go, but Zirkle ain't managing to get that cleanup. We're all tied up here. Beeson putting some shots down. His shields are flashing. He's got Berserk as his buddy system here. So many blue dots right there in front of him. Either team, it can go either way, Hoots. And Beeson, someone's up in his face, and he's able to get him, but the trade death from the grave.
So that's 44 now. Direwolves have taken the lead, and these rockets, they're not coming up yet, but they are in a position to get them pretty well. They do manage to trade again, so you'll take that every day of the week. They keep the 1 kill gap, only 5 to go for them, 6 for Divine Mind, but Shotgun here in the hands of Zirkle, and he's going to have to look to push around here on flex, backs up. So look, even though he has that shotgun and can get up in the face, he doesn't want to even risk it slightly. Gets a really good pick there on Raided. 47 all, Justin. Take it from here.
47 all, neck and neck. Zirkle with that Bulldog. Berserk has him against the ropes, grabs that pick. 2 more kills for Divine Mind. It is neck and neck, rockets everybody. Up. Flex Rains shooting down the map. Those rockets, a little bit of bait, but Divine Mind, they got away with it. Berserk full shields, 2 spankers to play with. He wants this game over and done with. Only needs 2 picks. Manages to get one with Rocket. One more in the tube. That's going to be it. Double kill for Berserk, shutting down the Direwolves. They almost had it, but a little bit too strong, the Divine Mind boys.
The Rockets there, the absolute difference, mate. Great call to finish that as well, Justin. Those Rockets were the defining factor at the end there. And there was just that real mistake there from Direwolves not to be covering that entrance up to the tram. They left him completely uncontested. They did have a player, I didn't see who it was, they did have a player up on the B balcony, but he was more focused down towards PD, wasn't putting shots across, and those Rockets he obviously didn't even get the kill with the first one, so they could have cleaned him up if they got 1 or 2 shots on him going over there, but look at that. Berserk, 18 kills, 10 deaths for Divine Mind, so he was the big winner in that side. And just across the board there, it was just a very even performance for them. But, catch your breath. They go up 2-0 now. They're down the barrel of staying in this tournament. Meanwhile, Direwolves, 1 loss and they're gone.
Yeah, I think they were starting to get a little bit scared.
Yeah.
They were shaking in their wolf booties a little bit. Like, not even putting any eyes onto those rockets, and then the Berserk just comes in, scoops them up for free, and able to push solo in. Very ambitious from Ali, by the way. Just pushing in with the rockets. He just didn't waste any time, and I think he knew that Direwolves was, huddling in the corner. They're holding each other like they're in a bomb shelter trying to stay alive. It's just ridiculous. And Ali going in there and just ending that game while they're a little bit scared, I think.
Yeah, it was super smart because it was sort of understanding the vibe that the game was in at that point, where it was we can't afford any deaths. We need to be super conservative with our lives. So chances are people aren't going to be running out in the open. People aren't going to expect people to run out of the open, even though those rockets are up. So he just takes that advantage, sprints out, grabs them, and it was just the defining moment of that game. It's ballsy, it's really courageous, but when it pays off, you look like a genius.
Yeah, Divine Mind, they read that perfectly.
Yeah.
I think. The fact that they had no pressure, they're probably like, they're hiding. They're scared. We can do whatever we want. But if Berserk was no shields, he probably just would have baited it out and was like, boys, I'm just going to watch this side of the map. Someone will walk by eventually and I'll have a present for them. But it didn't pan out that way. Divine Mind, but they go up 2-0 in the series. Direwolves, their back's up against the wall. One more map, they're gone skis. Their tournament lives are over and Divine Mind can keep moving forward. So the Direwolves boys, they need to pick things up a little bit.
And sometimes in terms of team morale, a loss of that kind of, 50-48 or something, a loss that close can actually be more damaging than if you get staked. Because you're just so frustrated. You look back and think, oh God, one play that I screwed up was the difference maker in us losing that game. So you really do start to worry, get down in the dumps. I want to go back to what we heard Dino saying before the series started about the good vibes being there. When you lose a 50-47, it's hard to get the good vibes going.
And like getting in your own hand is like one play. It's kind of like, you sit in the bottom of the shower and think about some awkward thing you did as a
Royale
moment. Exactly. Some awkward thing that you did as a teenager and go, why did I do that? So Direwolves, maybe that's in their future tomorrow or maybe tonight. But still, their tournament lives are still here. They're still with us, and we are going to be launching into this next game very shortly, but they need to do something soon. And Divine Mind, the thing with them is they're very momentum-based, right?
Yeah.
When they have the wind in their sails, they're the Black Pearl. They're the fastest ship on the high seas, and who can stop them? I don't know.
And meanwhile, though, the pressure for Divine Mind comes out in that win this game and your cash prize is guaranteed to go up significantly. So the sheets are on the block for them to take, but that adds pressure as well. And when there's that pressure there, the hands get a bit sweaty, thumbs are slipping off the sticks, you make a few stupid calls, stupid moves, and things can flip. It's, you see even a lot of times in a game of tennis, for example, you're on match point and you end up double faulting or something like that. Those kind of things can certainly happen in Halo as well. So they need to keep their eyes on the prize. They've won 2 games, not dominating in any sense really, especially that last Slayer game. So they've got to be prepared for a Direwolves comeback as well.
What was great about Divine Mind, looking at those stats, right? We saw Flex, he dropped almost triple positive.
Yeah.
And then the next game, he went a little bit negative, but his assists were way higher. So they're, reversing those roles. It means that if one person is faltering a little bit, someone else can step in and have a really nice game. And that's how you have a consistent team, right? You can't just rely on one person going off. And if they don't go off, you don't win. And it seems that Divine Mind, they're swapping around. That inconsistency, it doesn't matter because they have someone that can fill in the shoes of any position.
Yeah, I do love Flex Range. Has just been a joy to watch in the last couple of days. So, like we said, we are just waiting for this game to get ready. I think the Direwolves guys are just cracking a few Monster energy drinks, getting amped up, trying to get this energy back in. The caffeine's flowing through the veins as we do get ready for this, what could be decisive Game 3. We might actually bring the stats back up just while we are waiting to have a look at this, because we did run through them pretty quickly, but one thing that we kind of did miss, Justin, take a look on the red team there, Balls, 4 and 15. I didn't even notice that in the kill feed. That's a rough day at the office.
Yeah, that's
the COVID impact.
Yeah, you don't want that. You really don't want that. That's really unfortunate from the Bald unit there. But when you have a devastating loss like that, sometimes it can swing back the other way.
Vamped, prime example.
Vamp's a prime example. And the pendulum, it swings both ways. And Bald, he's a very humble gentleman, very polite. He probably was like, boys, sorry about that one. That's my bad. And the next one, he just like, I'll show you that I deserve this slot. And he'll bounce back. So looking to Balds in this next one, I think, hurts.
One interesting thing as we do load into this next game, his damage actually, I just noticed there, was in the 2000s. So super low, which to me says just out of position all the time. So wasn't in the right positions to be able to even find enemies. His damage taken wasn't necessarily too much higher than anyone else, but the damage given just means he wasn't getting in the right spots to put damage on the other team. So we do jump into Oddball Game 3 on Recharge. As we said before, Justin, Divine Mind win this. They progress through to the series. Direwolves, they don't go home because they already are home, but they stay home and they're out of the tournament.
Yeah, they turn off the old Xboxes and stare at the floor for a little bit and contemplate the mistakes they've made through the series. But we're still here. We are loading in Divine Mind in versus Direwolves Oddball on Recharge. Divine Mind 1 map away from taking away the series. Direwolves, they're up against the ropes, and we're on board with Berserk, putting so much against aggression there. 2v1 situation, backing them both down.
Love it.
And he just goes out, shells one shot, picks up 1 kill, gets rewarded with that camo, and now he's the sneakiest little person on the map.
Yeah, and look, he's got them pretty much dead to rights here as well, so they should pick up 2 quick kills. So I think one of them managed to actually get away from Direwolves there, but that just shows the camo means you can take that jump, which often puts you in a difficult position, but gets up there uncontested. Balds does spot him there, so he backs off. Very smart, conserve the camo, but he does take shots there. And I don't know about that one, Justin, taking shots on Dino, because all that does is let Dino know there's a camo guy in bottom 8.
A little bit. It is information, and information is the currency of Halo. So maybe perhaps giving a free handout to Dino there, but it hasn't mattered too much just yet. He's still alive, still slaying out. And, Berserk, he's just been going for kills while his boys have already racked up 23 points. They're on quite a run at the moment.
Beasting with this shock rifles, bad news for Direwolves as well. We have seen what he can do with it, and he's in a perfect spot to looking down all across the map from this A catwalk, drops down here, and they are starting to shift the ball over to blue, it looks looks like. Flex Range, the guy who we saw was the absolute ball king, is picking this up the whole way through as well in this. There are 4 dead for Divine Mind though, so Direwolves now in a position to try and get set up for a ball, but as we expect, Flex Range, the super smart objective player, managed to play bullets, so whilst they do go 4 down Divine Mind, Direwolves can't convert it into a single point.
Yeah, and I think they were opting to apply pressure to those spawners. You saw all the Direwolves boys come up in one pack, and they applied the pressure off that spawn. Dino's still alive. He's just moving around the map. I love Dino's rotations. He just, you know, he'll apply some pressure, then he'll move and change angles. He does drop there, and Beaston with that camo now. So many Divine Mind guys down bottom mid. Here's Zirkle getting up in the face. What a critical kill. Massive kill coming out of Zirkle there to shut down that camo player. Gets rewarded with the Mangler. The Direwolves guys responding. They're getting some ball time too, Hoots. Not too far behind.
That double from Zirkle there took out camo obviously and put Divine Mind 3 down, and that's why you see Direwolves now starting to come back. Only about 14-15 seconds down from this lead, and they've got a really solid setup here in A, it looks like. 4 up or 3 up now, but with this Mangler in the hands of Zirkle, he can just use this doorway perfectly, peek when he needs to, but knowing, unfortunately, gets a bit too aggressive there and probably should have just conserved his life a little bit more, because Divine Mind now come in and start to overrun A and look to get a bit of control here themselves.
Yeah, Divine Mind, their lead was dwindled down a little bit, but they have got the ball and they've got a nice setup too.
Yeah, this is big.
And I love this angle from Beaston too. He can see when that push is going to come. He just needs to hold down this position, but he's left his post a little bit, but it does look like he's looking for the flankers as Flex Range rotates that ball up into gold. And this rotation, you can rack up so many points just as people try to chase you down. Doesn't get touched on that cross there. That was interesting, but Vamped is waiting for him. Really unfortunate, the call out. Maybe Flex Range didn't have all the information. Lapse in communication, I think, from Divine Mind there.
Yeah, Flex Range, the Marshall and Lynch of this Divine Mind squad. There's a shout out to the American viewers. The Aussies probably don't know what I'm talking about, but perfect use of the ball running it there. We do now have Direwolves set up in top goal, but willing to toss it out. So has the call come through, Justin, that someone's come? Yeah, it has. So we do see the push here coming from Divine Mind. It is shut down very easily, though, it looks like. Flex Range with the sword, though. He's causing a ruckus, and he ducked the last shot and manages to stay alive with that sword. The nades come in and clean him up. But he single-handedly stopped that whole setup and forced the play ball down into the battery area.
You could see with Dino's, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap.
Yeah,
and then just exactly straight in and taking him out. Double kill for Bald. We did talk about triple kill and the killing spree. We talked about the fact that he needed to step up into this game, and he's certainly done that, racking up a very tasty multi-kill there and the killing spree. Turning up for his squad, now moving in to get a collapse onto the gold area there. That ball has reset. It's sitting there ready to go, but no one wants to go after it. It's like, you know, I'm not going out there, bro. You go out there.
Direwolves are down 2-0 in this series. They need to win this first round. Let's jump into a listen-in to see how they try and peg some momentum back to take this first round out.
Hayden.
Hey, Leisure, I can't. I can't.
I've got one better.
Lost me, Hayden. No,
bro.
That's alright.
I've got right now, weak.
I have in a second, bro.
I've got a really big thing.
Pipes, I think. Nice on.
Another one on me at
Spawn
goal.
A left, I spawn A left. I can't see glass, there's nothing glass.
Got two, 3 there, 3 there. Can we get ball?
Yeah, I'm gonna start.
Bring it to me on. I'm blocking long.
Bring it to me, ring on.
Tower. I'm not watching anything.
Yeah.
On me, he's got sword.
C stairs, they're gonna push long,
Yeah, 2 your left, man. One's we can ring on, there's 2 there though.
I got one at long.
I want to ring. Ring's really weak, rated on needles, guys.
We have one shot.
Sword.
Watch out, bottom gold on. Oh, dang. Yeah, and pipes as well. Pipes going to gold. Yeah, bell edge, shock. Here we go, pipes one, guys.
I've got boy.
Up gold as well, guys.
One shot batteries.
Up gold as well.
That's what I hope batteries. The battery's
I got
bridge on.
Bridge.
Bridge
weak. One shot stacks, there's 2 there. 2 stacks.
I'm gonna shoot them all.
2 stacks, another one there, another one tower. Alright, stat, you gotta stay alive. They've already got ball, they're throwing it up.
Oh, so during that listen-in, Justin, we just didn't really see either team be able to get any real kind of, set up around the ball there. It was strapped down around batteries this whole time. And we've just had Divine Mind seem to control this top gold area. So that's been a real pain for Direwolves. When the ball was down around the batteries, every time they made a push for it, they just had the fire raining down on them. But do you know what? Direwolves, they really need to start to get back. They've only got 50 seconds on the clock left. We do know once ball gets picked up, that countdown timer does stop. So right now, they're starting to bring this lead back. They've got a little bit of a way to go, but it's by no means insurmountable.
No, and those points rack up so quickly, Hoots.
Look at it now.
They're almost going to be able to tie it up. Divine Mind, they're not going to be able to formulate a push anytime soon. As I say that, the pressure does come, but Balls with that sword hiding around the corner like an invisible Sangheili, ready to slice you up. And Direwolves, they have taken the lead in this round. FlexRains does get a pick in the kill feed though, and here comes Bald picking up one of his own. Dino tossing that ball out. Very smart, but oh my god, Beeston comes in and just schools Bald there. He had the sword and everything, and he smacked him anyway.
I love the teamwork with the toss up there. FlexRains just says, I'm the guy that holds the ball, toss it up to me. And when the way this oddball setup works is you only need one strong setup when you're only about 20, 30 seconds away to win the game. The push coming down through long hole, but I don't know why FlexRains is running it towards there. He should probably look to get it. He's gone the wrong way. I mean, they were collapsed in from both sides, but why not just stay and hold it up at gold where Vamped is? They only need 20 seconds to go now, Direwolves. FlexRains, the call out probably just hadn't come to them that the push was coming through long. He ran straight into it and was then out of position to get pinched. Only about 10 seconds now left for Direwolves. Divine Mind have one push left in them, but this sword with Dino here is huge. That's going to put a massive stop there to Berserk, and it looks like they're going to be able to take out this opening round. Absolutely huge, Justin. That's exactly what they needed, being down 2-0. They take the first round in this oddball match to keep themselves alive.
Yeah, I think some virtual fist bumps across the Direwolves roster. I think they're one up in this oddball game so far. FlexRains on board with him, putting some shots down, but he is instantly backed off. He can barely even get 2 bursts out there, and now his eyes over that camo, going to be such a critical thing. Dino hiding in the corner. Berserk catches him off guard though. Now Flex able to grab this camo, but the pressure does come. Vamped with the cleanup, taking him out, and I love this. Vamped's like, I'm going to watch your back, bro. You grab that camo. Shields are flashing currently, grabbing that repulsor. Swords there for the taking, but Vamped's like, I don't need that. We'll leave that one there for later, leaving it on ice. A couple of little back smacks into Beeston there, but the help does come from FlexRains going in, but Vamp's positioning, able to get the one up onto Flex. Dino now with that camo, he slammed it onto his chest, grabs that gun off the rack, and he trades down. What a critical kill for Beeston to pick up there, Hoots.
Yeah, big. You had to take him out, particularly when you've got a camo guy with Mangler. As soon as he picked that up, great move to take him down, not letting him run around, because that's someone who can break a setup and help set up one for themselves. Absolutely huge take him down there. We do have Dino now going in a one-on-one with Berserk around this gold. Smart move from Berserk to back down there, but the support does look like it's going to come through from long haul. So Divine Mind starting to set up there to stop a push. Beeston down below. Berserk pushing in at the top, trades with Dino. There is going to be another fight through long haul. Beeston gets dropped, double team there by Direwolf. So the push to long haul coming, looking to get us set up on this top gold so they can try and grab ball from down in batteries and hold it up there. It looks like Raided's going to have something to say about that, Justin. Set up perfectly on this top gold area and stopping any kind of setup that Direwolves are trying to create.
But no ball time yet, Hoots.
No,
They're
it's
all being little scaredy cats jumping down there, grabbing that ball. Raided picking up one, maybe the opportunity to pounce down there and grab one, but Bald's holding him back from being able to pick that one up, and Raided going in, thinking that he needs to sort out that player. Bald just still sitting there. They're concentrating so hard on map control, only able to get one pick at a time using that repulsor. Fantastic to block off all those grenades. Another pick there, and Raided just backing up very slowly. Double kill for him. They were just waiting for 2 picks. Now they pounce, jumping onto it, and now Divine Minds putting some points under the board. Hoots.
Yeah, but because it took them so long to pick this up, this is going to be a game where the time clock comes as a factor, right? We might not see either team make 100. We've seen this happen a lot of times when teams really delay picking that ball off at the start. So it took us about half the round almost for someone to pick the ball up. And right now, Divine Mind not really in a super strong spot, although FlexRains here just providing a great distraction. I think he was weak and still managed to win that BR fight. You don't really expect a player to be in that corner there, but FlexRains very sneaky. We were saying during that listen-in, he's a real sneaky bastard.
He really is. And all the Divine Mind boys seem to be sneaky little bees. in each corner, Hoots. They're just hiding around. It's like someone's going to walk past and I'll take them out. And they are putting points onto the board as well. Throwing it out there, baiting that ball a little bit. Here comes Dino, the challenger. Misses both of those sticks. That's really unfortunate from him. And Dino, no hesitation at all. Time to get some ball time for the Direwolves squad and getting in a really nice position. He's going to be able to play that ball as soon as that Divine Mind aggression comes in to break their setup. Vamped is up in their faces though, looking at the kill feed. He's currently 8-4 at the moment, so having a really nice game here, Hoots, looking for players. He does have some pressure coming in. He does get shut down, but that ball sitting there, I think it may have just been played, so full reset. But Direwolves, they're trailing a little bit right now. It's nothing to worry about too much, but they can't afford the Divine Mind to get much more of a lead. There's only 2 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the deal was with the play ball back there for Divine Mind about 30 seconds earlier. I don't know if they thought that because the game time is kind of low already, they build up a 30-second lead, that maybe they just start to slay out and ignore the ball and let the timer dip down. In my mind, it's too early for that. So I'm not saying that is what their call was, but that is what it looked like because it was completely uncontested when they chose to play ball it. Bit of a strange call. Meanwhile, we do have Direwolves who have picked the ball up. And look, Justin, they're about to take the lead back. They're moving over to top A or bottom A, it looks like. And they have a good setup here as well. I do like that Dino is over at top gold. He's just moved to bottom gold now. But if he can get a kill here, hold that top gold position, he looks across the whole map and is able to stop them coming through from blue.
Yeah, he can. Direwolves pretty set up. They've just gone to the campsite. The tents are set up. The fires are going. Beers are coming out of the esky, and they're racking up points while doing it. And Dino with that slice and dice as well, but the repulsor comes in. Not enough, though. Beasted heads-up play, but not able to keep himself alive currently. And Dino just holding down the fort over here, but Berserk coming through the gold area as well. But Dino looks like he has a present for him. There it is, but another repulsor comes in, and he's in very big trouble and shut down. You know, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. Now with Raided and Divine Mind, the Direwolves managed to take the lead in that instance, but Divine Mind, they are tying things up once again. It's neck and neck currently, and Direwolves, they only need to take out this round, and then they can grab themselves a map, and Divine Mind, they need to get back-to-back oddball rounds here, Hoots, and big effort with all things tied up.
Yeah, they are doing this really well, though. Just neutralizing Dino's 2 sword attempts was so big then. It was 2 what should have been certain deaths, completely foiled. And look at this, as Baldy's starting to push through to top 8, Flex Reigns, he's always got his head on a swivel. He knows when to start moving, and he's moved it straight away. Look where he is already. He's down at bottom blue. Dino's coming in. There'll be a bit of a fight here, and I think Flex Reigns actually managed to hang on to it. Great work hiding behind the crate there and taking the trade beast, and perfect work. Flex Reigns was killed, but he has playballed it. This time, though, Direwolves ready to pick up the play ball straight onto it. They've already got it at top gold.
They have, and Berserk with those perfect shots as well, repulsing up to apply some pressure. Then Berserk changing targets, going, I've got to sort out that one-shot player first, but he has been back down, hasn't got a lot of backup currently, but they're letting him live there, and Berserk, he can now make a push into this ball carrier and using that repulsor to back him up. The jiggle peak is real. A grenade comes out, and that player who's scampered away is like, nah, that's Ali, I'm out of here. Bald's doing his best to stay alive, and Ali coming out the better in that situation. Divine Minds with that ball. They only need about 30 points left, but look at the clock, Hoots. There's only 47 seconds left. So if it gets really scrappy, they can just run down the clock. But Divine Mind, they are going on a bit of a massive run here. They might tie things up. Direwolves, last chance to shut Divine Mind down.
Berserk did 2 great things there. He stayed alive and he stopped Direwolves from getting the ball and let that time tick down. Only 5 seconds roughly now to go for Divine Mind to bring this home. I don't know if they're going to be in any position to stop this, the Direwolves. They're going to take this second round. Have I spoken to it? No, they did get it. So he was killed right at the last second there. But they now take it 1-1. This is it. Everything for Divine Mind now to play for. If they take this round, they move through to the next. Direwolves, they head home. But geez, that was just, I love that play there from Berserk, just causing an absolute nuisance to everyone around him and making Direwolves completely forget about the objective.
For those just tuning in, you are watching the ANZ Super Elimination Semi-Finals. Whoever manages to win this series is going to progress, and big money on the line, and whoever loses does tuck tail and run and pack up their bags and going home. Berserk now looking over that camo there. Dino swoops in and grabs it and looks like he's going to get away scot-free as well. That's going to be so critical for Direwolves. He grabs that Mangler. That ball is being baited a little bit there. Flex Reigns doing doing everything he can to keep the Direwolves boys off that. The assists come in. That's 2 dead for Divine Mind. So Direwolves poised to go on a bit of a run here.
Yeah, Dino needs to just, at this point, yeah, I get what he's trying to do and moving the ball, and he has managed to get through for a setup, but at this point, drop it. You've still got the camo, right? You've got a ball in a good position. Your team can get set up. You're better off to start putting shots in. Let someone else hold it when you've got the camo. The camo is now gone, so kind of doesn't matter anymore, but I would like to have seen Dino potentially look to hand that off to one of his other teammates because he did have them around him, but good use of the rotation here. Moving to blue, the sword is still there. Teams often opting not really to pick that up. It's a bit of a last resort sometimes, but they're in a good position here. I like this. They're covering the hole down below. Rated is starting to push up above though, so we're going to wait for the play ball. Gets repulsed, manages to stay on the map. 2 guys, no shields around him, getting super aggressive here. Pushes in, unfortunately, doesn't get the kill with all that effort. He had no team help around him, Justin.
No, it was a 2v1 situation, doing everything that he can, but that ball was played, but it's instantly back over there, and Flex Reigns and the sword guard, the elite prestige guard there, holding things down, ready to wart onto Dino.
Typical
there he is,
Flex
he
Reigns.
goes down. Little rat in the corner, killing spree for Flex Reigns, and now that ball in hand.
So
doesn't
smart.
hesitate, it's just like
So
whoop,
smart.
straight out, yeets it out of there.
Even the ball was in the air and he caught it and just tossed it straight off. That is just...
Alley-oop.
He is right now, honestly, from what we've seen, to me, he is the best objective player in ANZ. Is that too big of a statement to make?
Oh, we'll have to wait and see. Might meet the Chiefs in the grand finals. But Zirkle has got that camo hoots. So good opportunity for Direwolves to take control of this game. We are basically neck and neck currently. Yes, Divine Mind has the ball, but they're really only one set of a run of points in front currently. And here comes the push from Direwolves. There's a trade there. Flex Reigns in a little bit of trouble. He gets called out. The assist comes in, and now Zirkle in a good position to grab that ball. He has got Vamp to watch his back, and Bald's down, and Beaston, and you see raided through the walls there. Flex Reigns poking up, and look at this. They're all tied up once again, Hoots.
Yeah, it's a good angle there from Zirkle, just keeping an eye on that top A catwalk. Vamp with that sword at the bottom. He's going to be holding down any pushes from that as well. So then they really just need to worry about a push through Turbine, but we do have Dino here running through to gold as well. So this is a good setup here. They've managed to keep them on their toes. They've got the sword, tight corridors from Vamp. Look at this. He's going to get Flex Reigns again, pushes in, manages to get the kill. He is dropped, so that the trade effectively does come through. Sword down. This is where Divine Mind need to start to push in with this sword neutralized to try and get some ball control back.
Direwolves with a small lead at the moment. They're poised to take this game out. Divine Mind, if they can bring things back, they send the Direwolves home. But Dino has something to say about that, putting some shots down onto Raider to back him off. But he does fall, peeking out a little bit too much. Berserkin in the cleanup there, now raided with his gold push grip, smacking that commando into his hands as well. He's got great positioning here. Zirkle, here's the call out coming in, and I love this rotation, Hoots. He raided, he just got out of there. He doesn't want to make himself the first pick onto the map, and raided, you can tell he's just watching every angle that he can. He's, head on a swivel. That pressure is coming in, and Divine Minds, they're putting points onto the board. 64 points to 47. Currently, Direwolves, they need to do something soon if they want to keep their tournament lives alive.
Love that by Raided. He didn't need to be racking up kills there. He just needed to be poking and causing a distraction. He was doing both perfectly. Flex Reigns plays the ball out here right into Dino's hands, and Dino looks like he is heading straight to blue with that ball. Bald with the camo, so this is what he can do now. Big, running around the bottom middle area, cause a ruckus, shots on Beaston. Beaston should get called out. He's taken down, but he's taken down as well. So that camo is neutralized relatively quickly. They do have a semi-decent setup here. I'd like to see a little bit more support around Dino if possible, because there are so many angles to attack this blue area from, but they are starting to bring this lead back. Dino plays it off, so clearly the intel's come through that he's being pushed. He was only pushed by one player though, so I don't know if that's really necessary. We saw the rest of the players were still hanging around batteries.
Yeah, and Dino,
he handed it right to them.
He handed it right to them, and the fact that he was putting pot shots down on Berserk, he had the buffer, he had so much time to rack up some points, but now Divine Mind, they got a tasty little lead here, and all the momentum as well, and here comes Zirkle to help out Balls to shut down Berserk, but Berserk goes huge, taking them out, and they currently have a nice lead now on board with Beeson. He's got that Mangler in hand as well. The Divine Mind collapse coming into that ball. ball. The Balds running for dear life, trying to keep their tournament lives aligned. Vam's able to get a pick in the kill feed, but here comes Beaston with that Mangler to ruin their days. And look at this, Bald doing everything he can. He sorts him out straight away. He's ankle breaker there, and they're very close to tying things up. Bald holding back 2 players, 2v1 situation currently. Berserk getting up in his face, shutting him down. Flex Rain's the objective player so far in this game, grabbing that, and they only are 15 points away from sending Direwolves home.
Yeah, that was absolutely huge. Then Ball did everything he could to stay alive in that hole, but look at Flex Range just trying to run it away. He has actually run straight into Dino, I believe. Dino ends up getting dropped. Beaston, good work picking up that kill on him. He does have no shield, so backs down, hides in this corner where we've seen them hiding a lot, Justin. Ball is still up in top gold, and Direwolves starting to score again. They don't actually have much of a lead, Divine Mind, so they need to make sure they can try and get a setup here for this final push, right? 10 seconds left. Grenades coming in everywhere. Just stays alive in gold. I like this rotation. Knows his teammates are around A. 3 seconds left. It looks like Divine Mind is going to be in a position to win this one. Staying alive in the Elim semis, Justin. They send the Direwolves home 3-0.
Yeah, sending the Wolves packing. Unfortunately for them, but Divine Mind, they had a rough day yesterday, Hoots, but they're showing up to play. They've tweaked everything, a little bit of oil in the hinges. They've calmed down the tilt just a little bit, and they're here to play, eyes on the prize, and Direwolves didn't know what hit them.
Yeah, there was just 1 or 2 errors at the end there. We saw that play ball from Dino where I think he was in a position to keep holding it. In fact, he just played it off. Clearly the wrong intel came through. Having a look at the kills here was Berserk on 39, I think, was the leader there. Putting out just a ton of shots across 12,962 damage. Meanwhile, though, on the other side for the Direwolves, they had 2 players on 12k as well, so a lot of damage coming out. But I think the key there was just smart objective play, primarily through Flex Rains.
Yeah, look, but Flex Rains, objectively, he got a lot of kills, Hoots. 35 kills and 17 assists as well. But Divine Mind just too strong, putting down Direwolves like old Yeller.
So boys, over on the couch, 3-0 to start our day here on Championship Sunday. We haven't really seen too many 3-0s, but geez, 1 at the start, and that was a big statement from Divine Mind.
Yeah, big statement indeed is the right words to use here from the lads of Divine Mind. We talked about them trying to cement themselves as the top 2 in our region, and this is a way for it to start out. Josh, you're correct to start out the day, so you're certainly pretty happy about that one. But commiserations to the Direwolves as well.
Yeah, the Direwolves, they put up a really good fight. It did go about as I expected. Divine Mind, they had a chip on their shoulder and something to prove after the loss against Immunity yesterday. I must say, though, fairly close games, Bluey.
Yeah, fairly close games. Really impressed with how the Direwolves performed. I didn't think it would be as big. Face the Chiefs.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, as we look towards that, we are setting ourselves up for now a good Championship Sunday, ladies and gentlemen, because we are looking at this with Divine Mind coming in 3-0, Josh, setting themselves up for a whole lot of hot movement going in towards this elimination final where they can try and punch their ticket in towards the grand final. I'm excited to see what they can do for the rest of today. They've got themselves an extra $2,000 in the base kitty as well, and that means that now when we are looking towards these guys, they are going to get a whole lot more money in that coin purse.
Yeah, I mean, and that's obviously what they want, along with trying to get that first place finish with the ticket punched to Kansas as well. But, you know, something that I took from that series was that although it was the outcome I expected, I predicted a 3-0. The games were a little bit closer than I expected. Sure, you had that 2-0 on the CTF Bazaar, but it's CTF Bazaar. It can go either way. It was a very, very close slayer, and then the oddball went to round 3 as well.
Yeah, you know, harkening back to that CTF game, it was one of the things that we saw Divine Mind struggle a bit with yesterday, but they came into that one really convincingly. As soon as Direwolves had any opportunity to get that ball, that flag, it was pretty much taken right out from under them. There was a bit of a fumble from Balds there, which might have sealed the deal for them overall, but it doesn't really appear that's what happened. Overall, it's just Direwolves weren't playing as strong as they could have been.
Yeah, and I think that's a big thing for us to look at, right, is we talked about going into this series about whether or not we're going to have a top-tier Direwolves to try and take it to Divine Mind, whether or not this was going to be a bit of a blowout. And, you know, a 3-0 scoreline kind of does prove that. And now as we look towards a little bit deeper in the bracket, Josh, I think we're kind of excited to see how this top 3 is going to pan out.
Yeah, I'm really, really keen to see how this unfolds. Our next matchup is going to be nutty. We've got the Chiefs easily the favourites coming into this entire tournament. The strongest team in the region up against Immunity. Now, again, another one that I'm expecting to go 3-0, by the way. Not that you asked yet, Luke, but that's the way I think it's going to go. But Immunity could really pull something out of the hat here.
Yeah, judging by how Immunity played yesterday, you know, they can pull literally anything out of the bag. Such a strong roster now. And after feeling the hype from yesterday, we were certainly feeling it here in the studio. Let's hope they have a reinvigorated sort of spirit coming into this. They really know that they can take it to whatever team that they have to face up.
Exactly. We might be able to get an insight into how the Divine Minds are feeling today, because we've got Flex Reigns on the line. So let's bring him in. Let's have a chat to the man of the hour, Flex Reigns. What a 6 series from you yourself, and a 6 series from the Divine Mind lads as well here. I want us to cast our minds back to yesterday. Obviously, the big upset between you guys and Team Immunity. I just want to get a kind of insight into the camp. Who was the one who was trying to corral you guys and get you guys to bounce back for Championship Sunday?
Well, I mean, I would give credit to Berserk. He's our leader. You know, we look at him for to keep us composed, but yeah, no, it was all of us. You know, we win as a team and we lose as a team. You know, and that's how it should be. And yeah, and we just stayed composed. And after losing to Immunity, you know, it was extremely unfortunate. You know, there's no excuses. They came in hot, we came in cold. Obviously, like our first game of the day at 10:45 p.m. You know, but still, there's no excuses. Yeah, no, and after that defeat, we went straight into Demons and took them down 3-1. So yeah, it's all about composure.
Yeah, so just to expand a little bit more on that, the mentals going from that loss against Immunity and now coming into this series here up against Direwolves, was there anything still playing in your minds about that loss? Because again, Flex, most people weren't expecting that. So was it still playing in your minds going into this series up against Direwolves, or were you just feeling confident that you were going to win this one?
Yeah, looking, man, not at all. I mean, we knew we lost to ourselves when we versed IM, and you know, we just came in today with a fresh mindset. We talked about what we needed to talk about after what happened yesterday, and we're just locked in. We're zoned in. We're trying to make a statement that, you know, we're still top 2 and we'll always be top 2. And yeah.
Flex, you had some cheeky little words for teams yesterday, particularly those who decided to blacklist you from scrims.
Yeah.
I just want to ask, you know, now as you move forward, do you have any advice for teams in the future who may potentially want to do the same thing?
Look, you just can't blacklist people, man. You can't talk shit. You can't like just talk. If you talk the talk, you gotta walk the walk. And you know, unfortunately, BBR couldn't do that, and then they lost to. They came like top 6 something. That's unfortunate.
Tell them, Flex.
It is what it is, man. It is what it is. It's great Halo. It's great Halo.
Hey, I mean, at least you guys right now are getting towards that top 3. One last question before I do let you go, Flex. Is this going to be the time that you guys can take down the Chiefs here?
Let's hope so, man. I mean, Chiefs are looking strong, but if it's any time, it's got to be now, right? So yeah, I mean, we're pumped, we're confident, and we're just going to try our very best, you know, and that's all we can do right now.
Hell yeah, that's all we ask from you guys there in Divine Minds. But congratulations once again, Flex, and I'm super excited to see what you guys can do for the rest of the day as well.
Thanks, man. And I just want to have a quick shout out to Kiona. It's her birthday tomorrow, so shout outs. She's probably watching. But all right, cheers, boys. Thanks.
See you, Flex. Absolute unit when it comes to the server, supermodel outside of the server, and even a lovely human being to boot as well. Flex Reigns, all round greatest player I would have to say right now. I mean, at this moment, Flex Reigns is certainly going to go up the ranks here for ANZ, and I think the fact that Divine Mind, as they said, Josh, was able to put a stamp on today, and I think moving forward in this losers final, these guys are here to party. Yeah, they definitely are. After that, they must be feeling good, and you saw Flex there. He feels that they only defeated themselves. Now coming in, it's not 10:45 at night. You know, they've got an early start here during the day, and they're starting off with a 3-0 win as well. I'm really keen to see how the rest of these games unfold. Yeah, I mean, the rest of today is going to be an exciting one, ladies and gentlemen. There is only 3 left remaining in the greatest region in the universe. And you guys get a sneak peek of our top 2. We've got the Chiefs and Team Immunity. We're going to be head-to-head here in a full best of 5. We're going to go into a short break. We'll see you guys on the other side of this.
Get the
We're all pretty good mates. We've all known each other now for about 5 to 6 years, so we have really good chemistry in terms of personalities. We all get along. Chill in Discord till 4 or 5 a.m. most nights. Definitely a good environment to be in.
The most skillful individuals on the team here. Really happy to be playing with the boys. To be considered the leader of this squad is an honour, and I think it's really good pressure. Like, I always want to perform for my boys. I want to lead them in the right direction, and if they have that faith and respect towards me, then I'm happy to do so.
We realised ANZ wasn't going to be enough. We do have some plans in place. Hades couldn't really commit to those said plans. So he pretty much took a step down, and we gunned for Slays. We all thought that he was 100% the best next option. Slays is pure aggression, you know? He's always got pressure on the map. He puts out a lot of damage, you know? He's very selfless as well. You really want someone like that on your team, you know? You want to be putting as much pressure as you can on the map at all times, and Slays was 100% the best fit for that, because he's cracked out of his mind. He's running around the map. Yeah, just an insane individually skilled player.
Barco just runs around, kills everything. He's a little gun. He's a freak. Madsy's really good at anchoring and just holding stuff down. He's always watching over teammates, trying to make good plays.
The Shark. What's not to love about the Shark? He's handsome, he's good at the game, smart. Nah, but seriously, Madsy, his impact on the map is also just as crazy as Angus's. He's someone to be scared of, you know? He's very intimidating, especially when he jumps out with that crouch chow. Pip, 100% still very intelligent when it comes to in-game plays. You can almost see the cogs turning in his head, like when he's trying to make a play. He always tries to look out for his teammates. He's a very supportive player, I'd say.
I think for me, I take a bit of a backseat at times because Barco and Madsy are extremely individually talented, and trying to support them as much as possible is pretty much my job.
I'd say we have a very good environment on this team in terms of like in and out of the game. Like, we all trust each other, you know, all that sort of stuff. I think that just helps our in-game chemistry a lot.
I feel like we've been really focusing on just being on the same page and just making sure things click. We can compete at a high level. We're one of the best teams in the world.
The dream placing is still and always will be top 8, but I think we've eased the throttle on that a bit, and like we've lessened the goal. A much more realistic goal we have in mind is even just top 12, you know? So we moved the goalpost on that front, but even now, like, you know, we're properly sort of putting our heads down. We're going over games, we're going over our films, and like, we're trying our hardest not to be complacent, because complacency is 100% always the killer of these dynasty teams, I'd say. Because we know what we're looking for in our gameplay. We know how we're like trying to play and how we want to play maps, and that's all that like we pretty much need now, is just getting those reps in, getting as much consistent practice as we can to start actually putting our theory into action. For this upcoming Super, you know, we put in the practice, we've been putting in the hours. I'd definitely be scared if you weren't on our team. We're going to be giving it out all this weekend, smashing down the Red Bulls. We're going to be all fired up. We're going to be bringing the passion, you know.
When you can rely on a teammate just to do whatever it takes to win, who doesn't care how they perform necessarily, as long as the team wins. It gives you confidence in the fact that it doesn't matter how the individual performs. Like, if one person drops 20 and one person drops 5. It's a team win in the end of the day. As long as we're just playing together and playing solid, I believe in us to do anything.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the greatest region in the universe. It is ANZ HCS Super time and we are up in our upper bracket now and we get to see who's going to be joining us in the grand final. Championship Sunday is just heating up for us here in the studio and we know you guys at home are also excited to see how this one's going to pan out. Lads, back here on the desk, we made a full rotation. We got Hoots and SSJ for. Lads, how are you feeling after that first one?
Yeah, it was a statement, right, Justin? Like, I don't think I said I was sitting on the fence thinking it'd be a 3-2 and end up getting a 3-0. You know, Direwolves showed a little bit in one of those oddball rounds, but apart from that, it was pretty close.
Nah, I had no doubt in my mind. The Divine Mind boys, they just needed to sleep it off and bounce back, and they came out swinging with that 3-0. And I was very confident in those guys, I think.
Yeah, and I think that the confidence kind of came from a few of the other members, right? Obviously, Josh was saying that it was going to be a 3-0 here for the Divine Mind, and I think this is kind of correcting our course here in ANZ. The fact that, you know, last time we saw Divine Mind drop a little bit earlier on in that elimination bracket, they did bounce back. But there's enough about them. We've got two brand new teams to start to talk about here. We're talking about the Chiefs and Team Immunity. And I want to touch on the Chiefs first. These guys, absolutely untouched. 107 map victories and 5 map losses. I've said it a million times already, and I will say it a million times again. These guys completely untouched, and at this point, it is not a conversation about when these guys are going to lose. It's if they're going to lose, because it seems like nobody's been able to touch them.
Yeah, you're right. But this is sort of the series I think we've all been waiting for, right? It's like old school v new school, and so I always take myself back to, and Josh will remember this, the first sort of Brisbane LAN that we did all those years ago for Oz Halo, and it just took one team to finally come through and take over where BBR was, and that was In Control, who then became Immunity. So teams eventually can find that event where they just light fire and they come back and win.
Listen, I think something we should highlight is the fact that it's really the new kids versus the old guard, right? And it's kind of like a passing of the torch, but Immunity is still 2 hands on that torch. They don't want to give it up just yet. Chiefs have got to earn it. They've got to struggle and rip it out of their palms, because Immunity, I think even in their heads, they're still number one. The results aren't there yet, but they're starting to pick up some steam. And Chiefs, they're on quite a bit of a run, but they got to secure the win. They got to win when everything's on the line.
Yeah, I think also a big thing here for the Chiefs is the fact that they obviously went to Raleigh. They performed extremely well. Now they've come back in ANZ completely untouched. They're in their team house today as well for this entire weekend. So those guys have been getting that land buff for the last couple of days. And it really goes to show, even in some of the interviews we've done as well, the way those guys crack up with each other. It just feels like it is just a band of brothers that really kind of sticks together. And even every time we talk to a lot of these guys, it is just kind of them playing for the team. And it really goes to show. But Team Immunity, these guys have been doing a whole lot of work so far here in the Super, Justin. And I think a good one for us to talk about these guys is they've leveled up, and I think they're playing out of their skin for these next couple of games. But can they keep it up here?
All eyes on Benno, really. What he did yesterday was straight up ridiculous. He was dumpstering on everyone. Even in the games that they lost, he went huge. I don't think he had a single game where he wasn't dropping 20 to 30 kills. He was just an absolute machine. And if he can have that same aggression, he'll be able to match those Super Slayers that are on the Chiefs, because he was performing at that same level. And this is peak Benno, everyone. And when you've got peak Benno, you've got peak Immunity. So Chiefs, they better be prepared, because this is Immunity Evolved.
Yeah, and I mean, certainly when we look at these guys, especially across all these players, I think we have 8 insane players that we've got going into the server, and I'm excited to see how they pop off. But 2 players that I want to highlight here are going to be Benno and Barcode. I want to see these guys going head-to-head, especially with what we've seen from Benno these last couple of days. He's been putting out some big numbers, but just look at that damage per death. 482 from Barcode.
So I'm looking over at Josh right now, and he's saying, "I told you so," because he's talking about what I said yesterday when I said Benno's starting to make a claim for the best in the region. These stats prove me very, very wrong.
They're so disgusting.
But I still, just from what I did see yesterday, I still think he's really starting to put a claim towards that. But that KD from Barcode, 1.8, I mean, in tournament play, that is just crazy.
It's just disgusting, especially the fact that they haven't dropped a single map just yet. He's been dropping some big fat numbers, and I think even if we get into this server and Barcode is not going to perform to a 1.8, then he still has a whole lot of good members to be able to come up behind him. And I think for Team Immunity, we are really looking towards Benno to really set the pace for them and try and get into it. But speaking of setting the pace, let's jump into our maps here that we're going to be having for our winners final. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of this goes into the grand final and secures themselves a bare minimum of 11,000 American dollars, and will have the chance to fight for the title here in ANZ. And we're going to be starting out with an oddball recharge, and this has been a map, I think, recharged specifically for the Chiefs. They show that these guys have the power weapon control and the power-up control, and they can really put teams in the bin.
I think so too. The Chiefs have been so dominant on the objective games, and yes, they're outslaying basically everyone, but really tournaments are won in those OBG games, in my opinion. And the fact that they have that on lock is so important, particularly up against a team like Immunity as well. It's kind of, Immunity knows how to play OBJ, so it's good that Chiefs are going to be able to match that.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see how we go into this server. But ladies and gentlemen, we heard enough from the desk. Now let's hear from our cast. We've got Maniac and Blue to take you guys through this winners final.
Ladies and gentlemen, strap in and grab your popcorn. We're in for a hell of a show. I'm so glad that I'm going to be able to bring it here with you, along with my co-caster, Bluey. This is going to be absolutely sick. You have two of the biggest titans here in the ANZ region, the old guard versus the new. Bluey, Team Immunity, I don't think they dropped a map, but definitely not a series for 3 years throughout Halo 3, and now they're up against the new kids on the block, Chiefs, who have been dominating throughout all of Halo Infinite. This series is going to be something else.
It'll be interesting to see how they fare, if they can bring that experience to the forefront of this game. Already, bit of a rough start for Team Immunity. They did go 3 down momentarily, but again, they reversed that on the Chiefs, shutting down Chiefs' hold of that camo very early on in the game, taking Madzi out and removing the possibility for any sneaky plays on his end. Back and forth already. We already have 1 second on the ball for Team Immunity, but it appears that they've dropped that just in favor of some slays.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of jockeying for position between both of these teams off the rip. You see Dante and Hef there fall for a moment, trading back and forth the kills. Barco comes in to clear out gold. Little bit of a repulsor with the Kenkel shot. He gets the killing spree before being dropped, and that was going to be big, allowing slays from the Chiefs to pick up the ball and get some gold control and some points on the board.
Lots of space created by Barcode then. It was definitely the Barcode show, making sure he was coming to the forefront and bringing that right to Team Immunity. But Team Immunity aren't down and out yet. Of course they're not. This is a team that, once again, as I mentioned last night, or today in fact, if you want to look at the time, has been in these positions time and time again. They have faced Titans themselves in the past, and they know when to turn the heat when it's necessary.
You've got Hef here holding onto the ball, trying to rack up some points for Team Immunity. The Chiefs here trying to do what they can. You've got Voltage locking down the hall. He's got some support. You can see there Madzi over on C-Plat. Watch out for him wrapping around. Voltage might be getting the call out soon. He should be spotted. Barcode doesn't realize Voltage is below him. He's going to be cleaned up. No, he's not! He actually gets away! 2 players from Immunity fall. The flank around from Madzi cleans up the other 2. That's 4 down for Team Immunity. It was the bait and switch, even on me.
You had Pips just watching Barcode's back that entire time. It didn't matter if Barcode
was the bait!
He was put 1 shot, and he just fed out, and he went, yeah, Pips, you got my back, man. Pips said, yeah, all right, dude, I got it. The back smack came in from him, and look at this. Barcode is still alive, putting down so much damage with this shock rifle. He does tie there, but even then, that's massive. He's sacrificing his life just to make more space for Pips to get more time with this ball. Look at the time ticking up. Look at the battles that are taking place right now against these Titans.
8-4 off the rip here for Barcode. Voltage doing what he can, but it's Barcode who comes out on top. Madzi's got the flank as well. He's in top tower. They've got top tower control. They've got gold control. Spawning over here on C-Plat is going to be Team Immunity doing what they can to push out. Benno, he's bottom mid. Madzi smells he's almost dead. He's going to chase the kill. Madzi, though, before he gets cleaned up, he wants to try and take down Benno. Benno, he was too impatient. He wanted to push. Madzi had the call-outs. He ends up getting the kill over to the Team Immunity squad. Dante, he falls to Barcode once again, already hitting double digits It's 10-5 for the wonder kid of the Chiefs lineup.
I loved the split that they were doing there, Josh. They had Madzi just sitting up in top tower. They had another player over sitting on top triangle, L1 or L2 as some people like to call it. And then they had 2 more players sitting in gold just getting time up with that ball. They pretty much had all their positions down on lock, even if in that situation like we saw, Madzi goes down, but in that moment he was able to provide as much damage and as much information as he could to make sure that a rotation could come in from elevator to clean up whatever he had put down.
It was a fantastic play. Madzi, he's locking down Whirlpool as well. You can see 3 players from the Chiefs moving over towards the ball. Looks like a few players spread out here. Madzi going to be falling, but Chiefs all collapsing on the ball right now. Benno trying to do what he can to put some pressure on. He does take one before Slays gives him the smack. Voltage, however, with that Guardian Angel play, he's going to have the Mangler, and now looks to be relatively uncontested. Gets his camo. Now, they're going to know that they tagged him up. He is going to be able to get away with it, though. He needs to stay alive here with his camo. He's got the camo Mangler. It's big. Decides to reveal himself outside there. Questionable, but he might be able to get away. Barcode might chase him down. Decides not to. It's actually Pips there that gets away. Voltage still alive with his camo.
Maggie's going to be backing up Barcode here, the dynamic duo, as we always see. It doesn't matter, though. Voltage keeping his life secure. The camo is about to run out, and he gets cleaned by Barcode. Headshot with the shock rifle, and he's already putting down so much pressure into that Whirlpool position. We're going to see he was watching the grapple spawn that entire time, just waiting for it to come up so he could make a rotation. Unfortunately, Hef with a nice little clean shot coming out from this C point area. Good stuff coming out from Team Immunity. You know what, Josh? I've been noticing Team Immunity with the team shots right now have been really, really consistent.
They have been, but they haven't been able to capitalize and get some points on the board. They're down by almost 80 points here, by 60 points, excuse me, against the Chiefs. The Chiefs looking incredibly strong. Now, Team Immunity, they have managed to stall the Chiefs squad here. They've got control of Whirlpool, but 3 players there with no shields. There's a player coming through gold. It's going to be Pips. Pip might be putting the pressure on, just waiting for the right timing. Barcode picks up Benno, and Pip has a sword, so now they're going to pounce. He pushes out. There's one up top. He's got the sword. He misses, unfortunately. That's a big pick there for Voltage. Managing to stay alive. He's all on his own. He's getting tagged up. The timing was bad. Barcode comes in. They clean up. And now it's Chiefs in control once again.
One of those scenarios in which a team like Immunity knows where they can set up, knows where they can hold. But unfortunately, going against the Chiefs are so good at breaking any hold any team makes, because for them, they've done this 1,000,001 times before. They know the holds themselves, and they know how to break them exactly piece by piece, just absolutely making these teams fold. Now, the Chiefs just able to take this elevated position. We are going to juggle the ball, and they are going to rotate over to blue, sort of seaside, an area that they love to hold the ball, they love to hold objective, and they just love to slay out.
Madzi passed out the ball while he's got camo. Smart play here. Patient
here we
goes
go.
for the back smack. Should be an easy double. He's going for it as well. He might even get third if he looks down low. He needs to back up. Wise move to do so. 89 to 32. He needs to play his life, looking for the support. Dante goes down. Slays running point. Madzi with full shields. Going to feel confident to grab that ball. He's away. There is going to be a player pushing into bottom tower. Look out for that. There's Hef. However, the spawn's in Whirlpool. He's got the support. They only need to hold it for 5 more seconds. The guns are out. The buns are out. We're looking good here for the Chiefs to wrap up round number 1 here up against Team Immunity to kick off strong here in this series.
Very, very strong, very dominating performance from the Chiefs. But, you know, we're looking at those things where it is a very clear-cut sort of team differential in where the Chiefs are as opposed to Immunity. Immunity are always very, very strong in their team shots and in their team coordination, but there just seems to be such a gap between how they rotate these objectives and how they rotate these slays to take advantage of the ground that they've made with them.
With Immunity on the back foot, going into round number 2 here of our very first map of the winners final of this tournament. Let's go into the minds of Team Immunity and see what the comms are like as they try and come back in this game.
Yeah, one's in gold already.
I'm trying to get this mango, bro.
What's Ballage? Ballage, bad Ballage. I'm trying to... On shock, Barcode weak.
And top gold as well.
One shot, yeah, nice. Nice, dropping on you.
Yeah, batteries, one shot. He's back left battery.
He's got soaring. One shot catwalk.
One hit top cat and there's another one in A.
Ball's weak.
Yeah, two there, two there.
Holy fuck. One shot, he's Needler. Nice nade, he's still Needler.
He's one hit needles, one hit needles.
Two there. They have sword in
Plays
pipes
one
as well.
shot, and top A. Weak top A cat.
Two really weak still. I'm trying to look.
One shot.
One hit top A, one hit top A. He's gone catwalk.
Yeah.
Nice.
Another one on ball, plays weak.
Sword on me, batteries, sword batteries. He's going Needler.
Two there.
Yeah, live up.
He's coming the other way. They're both weak. Both one shot. Both one shot. The boxes there. Nice Taj. Nice push. There's one in batteries too. Nice. Huge win. Last guy's on Taj.
Matthew's 2 shots under his own elevator. There's two there.
Here you go.
Copy one, Mazzy.
Just already in here with you guys.
Two weak as well. 2-1s, 2-1s.
Both weak. We're getting crossed.
The other one's weak, Nice.
Two needles coming in. Barcode 1 and slaves. And triangle 1.
Might be weak on the ball.
Okay, let's make sure we just take different angles.
I guess the same thing too.
Camo's up soon. I got pressure still.
Yeah, I'm choky.
C flat one shot as well, Madzy.
I hear you. Dead.
Nice.
One hit overpass. Last one is in A. Last one is in A somewhere. Elevator.
Yeah, one shot.
Team Immunity seeming very, very calm and collected in that moment. Fantastic stuff from them, and you could tell there is a bit of chaos in their communication, but overall, they're still remaining true to that classic Team Immunity communication style. That being said, Chiefs are on fire now, so I'm really interested to see how they're communicating right now. We're going to jump in to a listen-in with the Chiefs.
Hey, cameras on me, dude. He's got main guard there. There's two there, man. Get red. I'm not getting actually. I spawn blue. Hey, cameras in turbine.
We're trying to pin
One shot turbine. Hit that. I'm pushing this bottom tower.
Top gold, one shot as well.
I'm pushing this mid.
There's top gold.
There's a guy behind me, bottom main guard.
He's two shot, man.
There's another one bottom tower, which just nailed me. I'm one shot. There's guy top A. Can anyone help me, dude? There's guy top triangle. Let's go. Milk this. They're gonna be swing C. Watch your tower.
Connector 2 shot.
Yeah, watch the cross pit. We're Gucci. I spawned gold. I spawned cross.
Yeah, get my cross. Pip, get my cross. I got yours. Yeah.
I'm watching team.
He's already turbine.
Yeah, he's weak. He's one shot. Dead.
Go, Benno.
Yeah, that.
I'll kill him.
Watch it, I'm all low.
Yeah,
okay. Keep watching those.
Mid.
I got it.
They're gonna go. Main guard, boys. Wait, what?
Top red. Commando.
Yeah, hit that. I'm moving.
Turbine.
Didn't push you. He's pushing behind you now, Buff. He's behind you now. Taj, yeah.
Dude, I'm money, dude. Nice, man.
Chiefs just always looking like they're at the top of their game. They sound like it as well. It must be said, though, the gap isn't too big. 17 points separating these two teams. Pip getting the double kill, though, getting some more points on the board now. Chiefs looking good as they're halfway to victory in this round.
Yeah, Team Immunity maybe need to just step up how they're giving those communication cues there. In their listening, they were very calm in the directions that they were giving, but it just didn't seem like they had the down-to-a-T sort of area confirmation that the Chiefs tend to do, especially when we go to their listenings. It seems like every time the Chiefs are giving communication, that is just down to the dot of where these players are, how much shield they have, if they're one shot or not. And of course, we're seeing right now just how clear that comes out with Barcode swinging around the map, making so much distance. Josh, I think in a matter of seconds,
oh my God,
Barcode was already across.
What a heads-up play. You saw Barcode when he was getting attacked, bottom lip, Immunity came swinging in, they repulsed the ball, and Barcode grappled out. Then he grappled it up to the jump. Now, granted, Immunity have done extremely well to adapt to this, but what a fantastic heads-up play from Chiefs, and of course, just as good Immunity's response.
Chiefs in our region seem to have the equipment usage just down on lock every single time we go to one of their players. And I mean, any player on this four-man roster, they know exactly when to use this equipment to their advantage. They always know when to just use that little piece of the sandbox in order to make such a huge gap between them and everyone else.
Indeed they do, and they're doing very well here, looking to try and wrap things up. Only 25 points remaining before they take out this first map of the series. Guys, if you are just tuning in, this is the winners bracket final here on Championship Sunday of the HCS ANZ Super. 50k USD on the line. The winner of this tournament gets $20,000 plus the ticket
to the major in Kansas coming up very, very soon. 10 points away from victory here for Chiefs in this first map against the juggernauts that are Team Immunity.
The Chiefs definitely slowing down the objective portion of the game right now. Seem to be just slaying out, trying to make it so they can create enough space to convincingly take a win, but Team Immunity are not going down without a fight. Both sides of the team, they're going 3 down, and during those altercations, Voltage managed to grab the ball and just scamper away from himself, going gold, making a rotation to his teammates because they did spawn top A. We need some safety and a convincing setup from Team Immunity at this point if they want to keep themselves in this game 1.
Voltage is going to be pushed. He falls at the hands of Madsy. Slays picked up a kill as well on Dante. Hef and Benno alive, trying to keep it going for the Immunity squad. You can see there, Benno wisely backing off. He's going to be challenged down in bottom left now. Slays and Pips teaming up to take him down. Barcode has the camo as well. 3 players down for Immunity. The last one left was going to be Voltage. The Dino drops. Final points now going to the Chiefs. That's going to be game here on this map to the Chiefs.
Game number 1. Very, very convincing, I would say. Definitely in character for the Chiefs to be as dominating as they were. But then again, Team Immunity, Josh, I don't know about you, but I'm seeing some very, very strong teamwork and coordination coming out from them.
Yeah, if they can just keep it together after that loss, there's still a big chance for Immunity to take the next map. And who knows, maybe they can put some pressure on Chiefs, as far-fetched as that seems at this stage, Bluey. But we'll look at some of the stats. I want to just continue this narrative, though, because yes, 200 to 82. It is fairly one-sided. What do you expect from the Chiefs? What needs to be said is just how much fight there was still left in Immunity. After the push from Chiefs, when they were under pressure in top lift, that play from Barcode, and I think it might have been Slays, to repulse that oddball out, and Barcode was able to grapple away. That was such a quick heads-up play, utilizing everything on the map to their advantage. But I guess while I was so just dumbstruck by what was going on, it needs to be said how well Immunity responded. They were top left, they wrapped all the way around through B to long haul, and they shut down that ball hold instantly.
It's weird to say this because, again, it was such a breakneck pace for that kind of play, but Immunity kind of read them. They knew as soon as that repulsor came out and Barcode made that first grapple, they knew this is the rotation that we need to make. We need to immediately go to C long haul because, of course, that's where they're going to take the ball. They could see Barcode fly in up to sneaky nades, grapple that ball, and through those split seconds, Immunity was just able to handle it so clean and get on top of them so quickly.
It was a very heads-up play, and that's that experience shining through for Team Immunity. And again, they are not the team to kind of be tilted or thrown off by one loss, at least the Team Immunity that I know. And they were maybe, I would say, expecting to cop an L here on this oddball on recharge. But if anyone can bounce back, it is them. We're talking about the Team Immunity that beat Divine Mind in a game number 5 last night. They've got some fire still to go, and they might be able to rip it out here up against the Chiefs in game 2. But Bluey, just from your opinion, and obviously casting this match with me, what do you think it's going to take? What is it that Team Immunity, what's the rabbit they're going to pull out of the hat here to try and get a W here on one of these maps?
There was so much fire in Team Immunity last night. You could see it in every game that they were playing. It was so clear that they wanted to make their dominance known, especially in this region for a team that has been around for so long. You know, they know it's a new game. They started late as well, but they wanted to come in strong. That's exactly what they did. Look, Josh, I don't know what kind of magic that they were tapping into last night to play as much Halo that they did for so long and play so well, but they need to tap back into that now. They need to harness that energy, that power to take on the Chiefs, because I think that's what you need when going up against the Chiefs. You need inexplicable magic energy.
Yeah, I think you do need that as well. You might need to say a prayer or two as well, but Immunity, they might be able to take the next map, and if they do, we'll have to see what happens from there. Guys in the chat and at home, let us know what you think. You interact in obviously the chat, but as well, tag us on Twitter with that hashtag HCS Super. Don't forget to send in your clips as well. We may be able to try and focus on. We saw some sick stuff already. With all that said, we are getting into map number 2 now. It is going to be, of course, Slayer, and it's on live fire. Immunity, they've been absolutely gunning. I know it's almost cliche at this stage at the moment to talk about Benno, but he's been absolutely frying. And if he can bring out some of those really big stats here in this game, there may just be a chance for them yet.
Immunity had some fantastic live fire matches last night as well. It seems like they had such a good read on the map overall, and that seems to be coming out now. They immediately rotated down bottom. They prioritized the heat wave. And Pips and Madzy did the same thing, but they weren't the ones to come out top, which is surprising coming from the Chiefs. Barcode not connecting those sniper shots like we are so used to saying, but he does take on this 1v1, takes down Benno with a fantastic body shot, making him one shot, finishing him off with the BR. He's got his eyes on that OS. This is where the fight is going to take place.
Eyes on the prize, and he's helping here. Connects with the body shot, collects with one, and he's going to get the overshield as well. Now challenging, gets the assist. Picking up a couple of vital kills here off the rip. It is Team Immunity still in front. I say that before Barcode goes on a tear. Picks up the double kill. He had the support of the team. He's got the heat wave in hand now. He did throw out the sniper. He's juggling the power weapons away. Madzy's now picked it up. That was big. Nice. It's those subtle little plays, Bluey, that make Barcode one of the best, if not the best player in the region.
I don't even think it's just Barcode, though. Imagine the communication that was going on between them there. And exactly this man doing it to Team Immunity right now on his own. He's going to take this triple kill. That's a triple. Let's just give it to him. The amount of craftsmanship that goes into this man's gameplay is absolutely undeniable. This is someone who is on the grind 24/7 in Halo Infinite. Barcode lives and breathes this. He is the enigma in our region that pretty much is the epitome of the Master Chief here.
Benno might be Superman, but Barcode is kryptonite here. 8-0 start on this Slayer matchup. Surprise! He's going to miss it and still get the kill regardless. I think it might have almost been a team shot. I'm not too sure, but regardless, he's going to be taken down. Pip has the commando. He's going to be stopped right there. Despite all of this fantastic gameplay, Bluey, despite Barcode now 10-1, just 2 minutes into this game, it's still 17-14. A 3-kill game, which just shows how well Immunity have been responding to this Chiefs onslaught.
Immunity right now, if they can focus on just shutting down those key players, especially Barcode in this particular instance, because when he gets on a roll, you need to immediately stop that as soon as possible. As difficult as a task that is, you know, certainly not for mortal men, but when you have these members of the Chiefs that do so well at just snowballing gameplay, what do you do in those situations? Team Immunity just going 4 down in that split second just speaks volumes to that.
Even with the heat wave in the hands of Team Immunity, Barcode just outplayed them. Picked up the kill. You can see he's still going big. He dropped the heat wave there. I'm not too sure if he was just, might have been just waiting for the sniper. He is. He's called out the heat wave to his teammate, juggles it again. That's just sexy gameplay. I don't know, man, what's going on here, but I love what I'm seeing here from Barcode. He's got the support of the team. He's going 12-1, Bluey, up against Team Immunity.
Team Immunity on a Slayer as well, you know, something that you just don't see every day. But again, this is the Chiefs. We talk about them so often, how coordinated they are, and it just seems like one of those scenarios where they are all tapped into each other. As for, again, they're in a LAN house together. Imagine the energy going into this match today. They want to make sure that their dominance is known. They would know that NA teams are watching them, are keeping their eye on them right now, and they want to give them the biggest performance they can.
It was 1 minute and 20 seconds ago that it was a 4-kill game. Now it's 33-34-21. That is insane. The Chiefs are just absolutely popping off. Now I say that when 2 or 3 players of the Chiefs do fall. Immunity still trying to do what they can to answer back, but what can they do? You've got Barcode playing out of his mind. Dante, he got the overshield. By the time we switched over to him, he's going to be smacked in the back there. He's going to be cleaned up. Barcode's still alive. He's up against the heat wave. Surely he goes down. No, he doesn't. Slays comes in. The reinforcements are in. Your score's 38-23. And I tell you what, it's looking like the game is already over. Team Immunity are just being toyed with by the Chiefs here in this game. 40-25 is your score.
Toyed with is such a fantastic word. Again, you touched on it before. When these giant teams go up against the Chiefs. They are toys. They're just little guys in the end. Dante, 6-13 now. He was 6-11 before he grabbed that OS and he was just backsmacked with it instantly. The comms coming out from the Chiefs are so strong that even when you as a team manage to get your hands on the power weapons, you might as well just throw them to them because there's never anything you can do.
We're talking about the team that beat Divine Mind yesterday in a Game 5 thriller, just being absolutely manhandled. Barcode, he cleans up Hef like he was a bronze player. He finally goes down there, but it takes about 3 of them to wrestle him down. Look at the play! Look at the nades! Madzy just going nuts here. 46-32. The Chiefs just really hammering it home. Madzy's going to get some shots on Hef. He's going to get the call out. Chiefs looking to clean that one up. Now, Madzy does fall. However, it looks like it's going to be an extremely uphill battle here. Almost impossible for Team Immunity. 2 more points required here for the Chiefs. Pip, he's wrapping around Hef to his right. He might spot him. He didn't actually spot him. Hef's going to be right behind him, but Hef, he must have ran straight into Big Door to support his team. Taj is on his own. That would be why. Taj falls. The game's going to be over right there. 50-35. The Chiefs, they're just looking so strong. They're looking like they're on a completely different planet compared to all the other teams here in this tournament.
Imagine being the Chiefs right now, right? Your championship Sunday, you're in the house together, and there's that giant bag of money just right in front of you waiting to be captured. Imagine how much you are putting into these matches. You're going up against Team Immunity. Barcode was even in the chat yesterday talking about watching those Team Immunity games, how much energy he felt watching this team. There's no way he's going to want to let them snowball onto that team, onto Chiefs themselves. He's going to want to shut them down as quickly as possible, and that's exactly what they seem to be doing.
These Chiefs guys, man, I haven't seen a team play like this since Immunity like 2010. Like, for real. I have not seen a team so dominant, just so far and away better than everyone else. And it speaks volumes that they're beating Immunity like this. I mean, 50-35, and even then, I don't think that scoreline really explains the ass-whooping that we just saw, because Immunity, they were getting it handed to them, and Barcode, the way he moves, it's something else. It's like, I don't know, it's like he's greased up in a skin suit. Like, he's just, the way he moves, he just slides everywhere. His movement is something else.
Yeah, the way that they were just able to pick apart and break Team Immunity down piece by piece. One thing I noticed during that game is there were situations where Team Immunity got to be grouped together. They were going to make a push somewhere on the map. Didn't matter where it was, but then in a matter of seconds, they were broken. They were scattered. The Chiefs were just all over them like snipers in a tower, picking them off one by one. And then before you knew it, Team Immunity just looked so disjointed by the end of that game. There was no synergy. It just didn't seem like there was any communication there to keep them holding together.
Yeah, I don't know what they can do to try and bring this back as we move into map number 3 here of this winners bracket final. The Chiefs are just looking so strong. We are going to strongholds on streets next. Immunity have played this map really well, but up against the Chiefs, I don't know what they've got. What can you do? You're getting completely outplayed on that oddball. Granted, Team Immunity did a good job. It wasn't good enough. You can still tell it's quite a difference. On the Slayer, night and day. I'm sorry, there was nothing there. There was nothing Immunity could do. Chiefs dominated the whole way, and Barcode, oh my god, 12-1. If he plays like that again, there's literally no hope. But here, on Strongholds, on Streets, I don't know what I can say. I don't know what Immunity can get. What's left in the tank that they haven't tapped into already? Have they got the NOS tank? Have they got something special? I don't know. We're about to find out.
There is a fire dwelling within Team Immunity that I just feel like they haven't truly ignited yet. We've seen sparks of it here and there, but there hasn't been that eruption that we saw yesterday time and time again, and it might just be that the Chiefs are so heavy. They're so quickly able to just mute out any of those sparks that Team Immunity just might not be able to tap into anything at all.
A no-shield rocket player that didn't kill themselves. That's something you don't see every day. Barcode with the play. How did he stay alive? He's still going.
He still has no shields.
3 kills. He spent the whole start of this game here with no shields. He don't need them. He's got the support of his team. Immunity is spawning into C. Barcode's going to be tagging him up before they can even push out on either of the streets. Dante, though,
heads up, got the call out, picks up the kill on Barcode with that nade. Benno also clearing out Pips. I like this. They ain't going to be triple capped off the start, that is for sure.
Bar those rockets, I think Team Immunity still had a really good break off the cuff. They were able to rotate into B Arcade super quickly, capture that point, get a few on the board. But that being said, speaking of point captures, the Chiefs...
Yeah, I just say my words.
On a triple cap right now. How is that? We are a minute and 24 seconds into the game and a triple kill. A triple cap has already rung out from the Chiefs. Pips picking up that double kill. Team Immunity right now seem to just be getting shut down from every angle, both in slaying power and objective power. Inman, what do you do?
Immunity aren't just handing the baton over to the Chiefs. The Chiefs are snatching it away, spitting in their face, kicking some dirt as they go.
Kicking the canes out from underneath them.
Running away with it, not a care in the world. It's like, you know that meme with the guy who's like, he's like shaking the champagne into his face, flipping everyone off, but then it's like third? It's like that, except far and away first. The Chiefs are just so dominant. They had the triple cap. It's finally broken there, but they're already up to 100 points, Bluey.
Man, okay, so the thing is now, Josh, do we look at this series in terms of, okay, Team Immunity go down. They go down to the elimination bracket. Can they recover from this? Because this is such a just massive loss for them. Not in terms of going up against the Chiefs, but just game-wise. They've been so shut down consistently. Every angle that they try to take, every fight that they try to take has just resulted in a loss. So can they bounce back from this, or is this just like moral destruction?
I think we all knew. It's kind of like the, you know, the unspoken thing so far that I'm happy to say it now. Well, not happy, but I'm confident in saying it. It's always been a tournament for second. You know, the Chiefs have been just so good. I don't know if anyone could touch them. Going into the tournament, people thought Divine Minds, but Divine Minds were even looking a bit sketchy. They couldn't win against Immunity, and Immunity now up against Chiefs. They're not looking too strong. Chiefs are going to be able to hold out this triple cap. It's still going. Look, we've talked a lot about it. We're getting quite ahead of ourselves. It is true that a comeback could be forged, but something tells me it's not going to happen. Barcode, he's going to be picking up another kill. He's on a killing frenzy. 13-1, just to go one up more from the last game. He's picked up another. He might get the double kill. He does. Hef falls. Barcode looking nutty right now. Voltage, the only one left alive here for Team Immunity, and it looks like Chiefs are looking to wrap things up very soon.
Look how all over the map Barcode is. Even him just coming up on that A position, wrapping behind that player with the Sentinel beam. They had no idea he was there, and for him to be able to get away, doing as much damage that he is, there's just no shutdown from Team Immunity. I think that's the biggest thing throughout this entire series is there's just been no shutdown, no prospect of a shutdown for these Team Immunity boys. When the Chiefs look at what they're doing, they've only got 20 kills left in this Strongholds game, and then Team Immunity are knocked down into the elim bracket.
You've got Oliver, Team Immunity, coming up asking Chiefs for some soup. They rip the bowl out of his hand, slap him in the face, tell him to go to bed. He ain't getting nothing from the Chiefs right now. They're going to be finishing it off strong here. You do see just tagged into B, Immunity just holding on for dear life, but it's not going to happen. It should be shut down here by Pips. Pips gets the smack. He gets the double kill. It's right there, ladies and gentlemen. The Chiefs, they are going into the grand final, surprising absolutely no one. 250 to 15 against Team Immunity in that final map. We said it, Bluey, after they won the oddball, and then just the slapping they gave Team Immunity in that Slayer going into the Strongholds. We were iffy if there was anything they can do. We were questioning what was left in the tank for Immunity. Turns out a whole lot of nothing. They completely stalled. There was nothing that you can do. But what can you do up against the onslaught that is the Chiefs?
Exactly. That's the big question, right? What can you do in that particular situation? And it's just, again, it's a whole lot of nothing. We saw faint glimmers of hope coming from them in that first game. But as we get to this third game here on Strongholds, I mean, just look at Barcode, man. 16-3, 6 assists. He had a frenzy, for God's sake. Just completely uncontested with that slippery smooth movement that you were talking about before. Just being every place on the map at all times. But again, I want to bring up the question. What can Immunity do to bounce back? They have another shot at this. Can they come back from a loss as big as this one?
Look, I want to reiterate something that I said through the cast, which is that I really believe that, you know, every team aims for first, but also every team has a brain between their ears and they know what's up. And I think that Immunity knew it was going to be a tough ask for them to get anything out of the Chiefs. So we talk a lot about mentals. We talk about, you know, how teams are reacting. That's the question, right? How do Immunity bounce back from this? Honestly, I think this is just what they thought was going to happen. They had some really tough practice here, a really tough scrim here up against the Chiefs. I don't think they thought there was anything they could do, but can you hear what you guys thought on the couch? What did you think of that R-rated performance coming out of the Chiefs?
Spanking, a shellacking, whatever you guys want to call it, that was pure domination from the Chiefs, and this is where we talk about it every single time that we see these guys play. Is it going to be the Chiefs' pure dominance, or will some teams start to challenge them? And right now, it seems like it's just pure Chiefs dominance here, boys. This is where we look towards this elimination final and see which one of these two teams remaining will be able to challenge our Titans.
I mean, just keep in mind, this was the winners' final, right? So these are after the bracket. These are what we come away saying. These are currently the two best. So let's see how they go against each other. And just look at that, 2-0, 50-35. That's a big win in a Slayer. And then that last game, we've always found the statement they make is always in the last game, the Chiefs. It's always what happens, and it's usually Barcode going nuts, putting up crazy figures.
Yeah, just insane. And, you know, the immunity that we saw yesterday, I was starting to think, wow, these guys are back. And we didn't really see much from the Chiefs because they were just sitting pretty up in the winners bracket waiting for everyone else to play out their games. And I thought, you know, maybe this is going to be a really good series. But Chiefs was just like, sorry, we are not one tier above everyone. We're 2 tiers up, and just absolute domination.
I mean, at this point, you're probably just putting the Chiefs up in the penthouse and everybody else is still stuck in the lobby trying to check in at this point.
No, they're homeless on the street.
It is,
you know,
like...
Barcode's up there tossing out cash from the penthouse suite, mate. They're just absolutely stomping.
I mean, it's kind of ridiculous when we look at this team and how untouched they have been. That's another 3 to the tally, by the way, lads. 110 to 5.
You're keeping track well.
It is disgusting the win rate that these guys are going to have. And I'm sure at the end of the Super, I'll be able to pump out a nice little percentage for you guys at home as well. But it is time for us to talk about our AMD power performance. And I'm sure you guys in chat, I'm sure everybody on the bloody planet can figure out who it is going to be. It is going to be Barcode. No. 2.14, 20.6 average kills per game. Like, what do you even say?
So when we started the series, I think we had his KD at 1.8. So that's already insane, but that just shows in the winners final, he's going above insanity. So that's pretty crazy.
It's just disgusting that he goes into a full best of 5 here and he has a KD of 2.14, Justin. Like, how is this man allowed to be completely untouched through every single map that we have here?
I think the fact that his average kills per game, he's dropping 20 bombs. Imagine that being your average. He's so consistently dumpstering on everyone that he could get a job as a garbage man. He's just taking out the trash every single series.
It's so ridiculous to think because, you know, a lot of people, even in the chat right now, when we're looking at this Chiefs game, they're saying, is this a matchmaking game? Is this a casual game? Like, who are the Chiefs playing up against? They're playing up against one of our best teams that we have here in ANZ. This is our winners bracket final. They just punched their ticket into the grand final, securing a minimum of 11,000 American dollars, and they made it look easy. It's like this was their warm-up scrim.
And not just that, it means that if Immunity is to get back into the grand final against them, they have to reverse sweep them twice. 2 best of 7 series they have to beat them in, which, I mean, that's a hard enough proposition beating them once, but to have to do it twice makes it pretty damn hard.
Absolute superstar in his own right there, Mr. Barcode, and that is, you know, the reason why he is our AMD power performance for this series. And I mean, can we just get to the grand final? I just want to see this guy play more. That's all I want. I want to see this guy on the sticks. I want to see this guy playing Halo Infinite.
Well, he's got plenty of clips already for his montage, but maybe a few more. You need to have some B-roll for that old montage there to edit together. So a few more clips, and I think we'll see a monstrous montage from the old Barcode.
I mean, I'm excited to see what the Chiefs boys are able to pump out towards the end of this Super Bowl. Let's have a quick recap of our bracket right now, ladies and gentlemen. That shellacking is able to punch the Chiefs into the grand final, and now they are looking towards a number... What is it? Number 10 tournament victory in a row?
You're the one keeping the numbers.
I think it's 10 tournament victories in a row. I'll have to go back and check my stats after this because they are on an unbeaten streak, never before seen in any ANZ esport. And now we are looking at this elimination finals where Team Immunity and Divine Mind are going head-to-head. This is the question for us, right, Justin? We look at this, you know, kind of beatdown that the Chiefs gave towards Immunity, and it's like, how do Immunity bounce back from that?
Immunity, they're a spring, right? They'll spring back pretty well. Maybe not be able to challenge Chiefs after that one, because that was a shellacking. But going up against Divine Mind, I think that's going to be a much more even battle, and perhaps a final test for Divine Mind. They've been, very vocal about the fact that they think that they're the second best team, and on paper they are, but Immunity, they have been playing really well all weekend, and it took the Chiefs to slap them around and 3-0 them. No other team has really been able to manage that just yet. So if Divine Minds thinks that they can take the Chiefs, they're going to prove it and 3-0 Immunity on their own as well.
I mean, there is going to be a big tale for us to tell here in our elimination final. But ladies and gentlemen, with that, it is time for us to catch our breath here as we look towards this elimination final. We've only got 2 more series to go before we crown our champion here in the best region in the universe. So I'm sure you guys are going to join us after this short break for more HCS Super.
I'm 22 now. I've been competing in Halo for 4 or 5 years. Currently doing an IT degree as well, and working on top of that. So got my hands full, but yeah, getting a bit of Halo in on the side. It's been cool.
I was about 5 years old when I first picked up the controller, and I started playing Halo CE campaign at about 2 o'clock in the morning because I wasn't allowed to play shooters at the time. Didn't really get into the competitive and multiplayer scene until about Halo 4.
I would say I am a bit more aggressive on the map. I like to think I'm doing a lot more damage, and kind of, trying to, direct the team on like where we should be kind of going and playing for. I'd say I'm probably, doing the damage, calling out the players and, trying to find those opportunities. VR and pretty much anything I can really get my hand on. If a preference, probably the Mangler. I like running up into someone's face and just smacking them with it and putting them in the ground. It's pretty cool. I definitely think we're seen as the little guys, but we have the talent, we have the players. If you have the right mindset about anything, nothing's really going to get in the way.
Hello, Halo fans. Welcome back here. ANZ HCS Super is getting towards the final moments before we get to crown our champion here in ANZ. We're looking towards our elimination final right now. 3 teams remain left standing here to fight for the glory of ANZ and a $20,000 coin purse and American dollars as well. For us Australians, the whole boatload of cash. We've got brand new lads here on the desk, or a brand new lad. We've got Hoots as well as Inman. Hello, how you doing?
Hello, I'm pretty good. How are you, Luke?
I'm feeling pretty good.
That's good.
That kind of warmed me up, that last series. It's just like when you look at something like that and you go, yeah, we're going to come into the winners bracket final. It is going to be sick. And then Chiefs just go, no. And then they're just in the grand final. Now they have to wait for another series to be done. Like, it just warms me up.
Yeah, that wasn't anything special, to be honest. You know, there was a few hype plays. I was getting really excited for what I saw coming out of Barcode, but really it was just, and that's another day at the office there for the Chiefs.
It's just a highlight reel for those guys, and I'm just excited to see what they can do in the grand final. I'm excited to see if either of these two teams can start to contest these guys, because right now we're looking at this elimination final. It is going to be Divine Mind and Team Immunity going head-to-head. Hoots, last time we saw Divine Mind and Team Immunity go head-to-head, it was Team Immunity who came out on top, but Divine Mind, they came in today red hot, 3-0 up against the Direwolves, and they're looking to try and bounce back and get back into that grand final.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It was a 5-game series last time.
Yep.
But Divine Mind were very strong in our opening series today. It was a different Divine Mind to what we saw yesterday. They just seemed a lot more on the same page. I felt they made a few silly decisions last night when we did watch them, but they just had it all on lock. And Flex Reigns, I'll say it again, I'm the broken record, but every decision he makes is the right one.
Yeah, I know, and it really does feel like these guys have woken up on the right side of the bed. But Team Immunity, these guys came in these last couple of days, Josh, and really proved to us that these guys are here to party. Unfortunately, it's not the showing they wanted against the Chiefs, but at the end of the day, it is the Chiefs they were going up against, and they're looking once again to try and bounce back here in the elimination.
Yeah, I don't think that they expected anything different, and that's why I was explaining on the cast that I don't think they're actually going to be too tilted or thrown off here, if I'm being honest. I think this is the match. This is the one. I wish I was over there, to be honest, because
come on.
I think I might dive it. Sorry, Hoots. I think I might jump over there and start screaming with the guys, even if I don't have a headset on, because for me, this was the match of the tournament. And again, I don't know if anyone's going to get salty at me. Maybe they will. But this was, for me, always the tournament for second place.
Yeah.
And I'm really keen to see how this is going to go.
I'm excited to see who's going to be left standing here. But interesting enough, Josh, that you asked about Team Immunity's mental. We're actually able to catch up with Voltage just before this series.
Yeah, so the Chiefs match then, they obviously were just playing extremely well. And we definitely sort of started the day off quite slow today. Not really any excuses other than the fact that we need to do better. We're playing very disconnected, and the communications were a little bit down. So, and they obviously played phenomenal as well. So it definitely did create, what was an easy win for them. So we definitely need to pick it up in this next series. Yeah, look, I definitely know we're capable of bouncing back. We've done it multiple times before, so we're not really concerned about that. I guess it all just comes down to now. If we can all just sort of switch on, flick the switch, which I expect us to do, and hopefully we can take out the win. Yeah, I definitely I'm hungry to verse Chiefs again. I want to sort of make up for that last series that we just played against them and put on a better performance. So I'd love to be able to match up against them, and we will go in with full confidence if we're capable of doing so. If we do make it to those grand finals, and definitely get some revenge, hopefully.
Special shout out to Voltage being able to jump into that interview directly after that loss from the Chiefs and give us the insights about how Team Immunity are feeling going into this series here against Divine Mind. And I think, Josh, you kind of hit the nail on the head, right? Like those guys certainly do feel like that coming into this, it was a series going up against the Chiefs that you're just hoping to try and perform. They didn't feel like they performed all too well, but they're ready to bounce back here against Divine Mind.
Yeah, indeed they are. And I just want to point something out from that interview as well. You said he was straight out of the losers interview. There's something, there's that old adage, you don't tell a champion from their winners interviews, but from their losers interviews.
Yeah.
And I think that Voltage did that extremely well. And that, for me, that interview was all I needed to see that their mentals are exactly where I thought they would be, aka untouched. Which is why I think they are going to be dangerous going into this match here against Divine Mind.
Yeah, I'm excited to see, especially when he talked about the hunger to go in towards that grand final and try and have the rematch with the Chiefs. But lads, let's look at these maps that we're going to be having here for our elimination final. This is potentially the last time we're going to be seeing either one of these two teams. And Hoots, we're going to be starting out with Oddball on Streets. To me, this has always been a kind of great equalizer map for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's my favorite game type and map, and it's actually the game type that we saw them play yesterday. where they had a really, really close one.
Yeah,
We had to reset it just due to a disconnect, but it came right down to the wire. And we had these two fine gentlemen casting, and I think it was the Milk Series.
Oh, no, not the infamous
correctly.
Milk Series.
I know you want me to bring it up, Josh, but I have. I'm sorry.
We don't want to bring up the Milk anymore.
We all made a deal to not bring up the Milks. It hoots this bloody guy.
Hoots, man. He's bringing up the Milk, bringing up the socks, bringing up everything.
I
But
wore
I think
socks
at this
today.
point... Actually, yeah, all right. You've
That's
upgraded
it.
the socks. Unfortunately, I haven't upgraded my socks, but luckily enough for us, we've actually upgraded our casters this time around. So to the lads here on the desk. We're ready
This
here
guy.
for our elimination finals, so let's jump it over to SSJ4 and Bluey.
What do you mean upgrade? What? Poor
No.
Inman. How is that? What? I'm a bit curious to talk. I'm going to need to have a word with Luke a little bit later on about that one. I feel like that's a bit too offensive on Inman's behalf. But Justin, here we are again. And I want to say I did have a nightmare about you chugging milk last night, but let's just leave it at that.
That doesn't sound very nice to me. I mean, I don't want to be a nightmare. I want to be in your dreams.
Okay,
But
well, that's
some
another nightmare.
very nice
so.
words from the boys on the couch there. Slip one last in. Okay, I swear I'm done. I'm done. I promise. Maybe. Anyway, we are launching into this game, and Josh said he was a little bit jealous that he isn't casting this one, and all I've got to say is nah. This is the game of the day, in my opinion. Divine Mind versus Immunity. It's going to be an absolute cracker, and we're launching in with Rated from Divine Mind, throwing a grenade out, but you see the Immunity players already pushing up 1v1. Benno getting the better of Rated in that situation now with Hef eyes on that ball at the moment, but here comes Flex Reigns coming in with the flank, taking him out, but Berserk, he's got those rocks.
Yeah, Berserk was very, very fast indeed, just completely sprinting down bottom mid, grabbing those rockets straight off the bat. He's only used one. I'm not sure if he managed to connect with it before. He's still got one in the back, which is a lot of pressure to work with here. Doesn't exactly connect the kill, but does help with a nice little assist onto Benno there. Team Immunity off to a bit of a shaky start just in positioning and ground control on this map.
They are doing incredibly well so far. Now with Flex, he's been raiding on People's Parade all day, and now he's putting some shots down onto Hef. Voltage in a little bit of a predicament right now. Shields are flashing. A lot of red X's in the kill feed for Team Immunity currently. Voltage doing his best to hold off two players, peeking out a little bit too long and taken down, and here comes that Divine Mind push through there to break that setup.
Two members right there of Divine Mind were one-shot for pretty much that entire time, and they still just managed to get away with their life, opting to rather just take the less peak approach to this battle and just hide back, stay in. Benno unfortunately just tried to clean up those kills, but was immediately punished by the rain of hell coming down from the members of Divine Mind, something that we're so used to seeing. They do have such a nice, aggressive team shot.
Yeah, they will never let those one-shot players get away. They will do everything they can to clean them up. But now Rated, he seemed to be OBJ player this game, putting points on the board pretty consistently for Divine Mind so far. Immunity are coming in to try and break this setup though. Voltage going down. Rated kind of baiting the balls. Voltage, hold this while I shoot you in the back, taking him down. And Rated, he's cleaned house, but it does look like there's an Immunity player being very sneaky behind him. I don't think Rated knows he's there.
Look how consistent the slays are coming out from Divine Mind. Pretty much their entire team is just staying with each other in all of these fights, getting up kills and assists at the same time. Team Immunity right now seem a little bit scattered. Hef, you know, someone that we touched on before yesterday, having some rough games, and off the break, he is opting to hold the objective rather than to back his teammates up with kills, which I think is probably the better option for the two. Hef was just not really on fire yesterday. He wasn't in the zone as much as the rest of the members of Team Immunity were. So if he can opt for more of a shot cally rotation-based playstyle here in objective, I think that might do the trick for them in this particular style. But then at the same time, they have to try and match the aggression that Divine Mind is putting up against them.
They really do. Now with Hef here, picks up one. Flex Reigns is there for the cleanup. Bulldog out, able to clean that up. He's looking for Berserk, hiding into the Fern. Double kill for Hef. Very lovely stuff from him. And there's two more if he's hungry for him. He's got some backup now. Shields are flashing. Hef under a little bit of pressure here. Voltage giving him the support that he sorely needed. Now he picks up another one-shot. Hef, he's struggled on this Slays department in the last few series, but no, he's turning up. He's going double positive.
Noticing another little thing that Team Immunity are doing right now, which is when they get kills on the board, when they have the numbers up, they just don't touch the objective as much as they should be in these scenarios. Even just getting a couple of seconds on the board can be the deal breakers in these matches. Again, this is 2 rounds that you have to win in order for this, and those minute seconds can make for the absolute difference breakers, but they're just not going for the ball enough. They're getting the kills, they're getting the space on the map, but the objective time just isn't happening.
Yeah, sometimes that scrap time is just building a house brick by brick. You do it one at a time, slow and steady, but Divine Mind, they seem to have pretty good control through this game. Immunity not out of it just yet, but they're quickly running out of time, and Divine Mind, they seem to have a lot of control of those power weapons too.
Yep.
Flex picking up that double kill, Benno having the sacrifice to shut that player down. AR comes out, the pink AR, here he comes chasing down Dante. Dante holding on, and I love this play from Dante. The full outplay with the help from Voltage there. There's Beaston with that Sentinel beam. He does get shut down. Voltage with a very tasty kill from the grave. Are you kidding me?
He still gets it. Divine Mind go 3 down, but they match the pace that Team Immunity set right there in the Slay category. Again, look how consistent Divine Mind have been overall. Even when they just managed to trade a kill, that's enough for them to work with after on the reset. Right now, Team Immunity actually opting, instead of making the rotation for Tram, which they do ever so often, they're holding it back A. You've got Taj coming in from Pink Street, but look at the map right now. 2 members bottom mid, 2 members in Pink Street for Divine Mind. They're able to make these collapses so easily. They're picking apart Team Immunity piece by piece. 3 down for Team Immunity right down, and that hold that they had is already gone.
Yeah, and Divine Mind, they're very well set up right now. All the boys at the back of the map here in Immunity, a little bit split right now. Benno with a solo push. Have to see if Raider can take him down. And he ran out of ammo. The help from Voltage comes in. The old school duo there helping each other out. Berserk in a little bit of trouble. He does get an assist. He gets cleaned up by Benno as he slides in. Benno does not want to go down without a fight. He's got that Bulldog in hand. Manages to get 1 in, but doesn't get the kill. Unfortunate for him now. We're on board with Flex. Divine Mind, they don't need too many points to put this one away, Bluey.
No, they don't need too many points, but also they don't have to go for them either. Remember, in this particular scenario, you have so much space to play with that ball time that you can just go for kills. You can just slay out the rest of the round. There is only 60 seconds left on the clock, which I think is a lot better than trying to just keep grabbing that ball over and over and getting scrap time. Just let the clock run out. Let Team Immunity have to come to you. If you can hold the ball in a position that is more difficult for you to get to rather than just keeping it, in your hands, then you're doing all the better. Flex again has those rockets. We're going to see if he can make use of them like he did last time.
He's got 2 in the tube currently, Flex Reigns, and Divine Mind opting to just finish this one out, get it over and done with. They're not playing with their food. They want to move on to dessert, and Flex Range, very clean rocket there. Doesn't connect onto Hep. He only knocks down the shields, but it doesn't matter. He gets the cleanup regardless. 95 points on the board for Divine Mind. Looks like they will be taking out round number 1 in our first game.
Round number 1 in the bag for Divine Mind, and I would say pretty convincingly overall. I don't think at any point during that match Team Immunity could match anything that was that Divine Mind was doing at the time. Divine Mind, again, I want to give massive props to them. Were prioritizing those rocket spawns so well. They had the clock next to them, Justin. They knew exactly when they were coming up each and every time and were on them down to the millisecond.
They really were, and I love this opening scrap, that fight over the Spanker, and it does look like Flex Reigns, he's managed to grab those ones again, puts one to work, and he's kind of whiffed both of them. He got an assist, but anyway, they've got the ball regardless, and now points flooding in for Divine Mind. I mean, Team Immunity, they're already on the back foot and losing that opening scrap. They're in a tough situation right now, Bluey.
Yeah, Divine Mind right now are on fire, and I want to tap into a listening with them to see how chaotic or frantic they might be in this position.
Play ready, play ready.
Sit there. I know you're there. I saw an arcade driver flying to you, bro. We're coming.
We're coming.
B stairs, yeah. Just leave him.
Nice kill, Jai. Nice kill, bro.
We're coming to you, Jai. Good milking, bro. Nice try, good fucking shit. Back tower, play side. Nice side. One out. Watch out, back tower. 2 shot back tower. He's on the shield. Alright, all day. Oh, I'm lucky.
It's fine.
I can get it. Somebody shoot Swankies. Nate Swankies for him.
Listen, I'm behind them all.
Flex got out. Against one PD.
PD.
Watch out, bang. Absolute
Block
bang.
the PD.
Down.
One shot spikies, nice.
One shot bank, going shoddy.
Live Jack.
Ah, fuck yeah.
I like it, Jack. It's all good.
It's 2 B straight, 2 B
They've
straight.
got a shit setup. Ali.
I'm gonna go spawn, I can maybe kill ball.
Keep living, Ali. Keep living. They fucked up. There's 2 guys like 4 goals weak. 4 goals weak. One's B straight.
Get out the crayons because it's colourful language from the Divine Mind boys as usual. And they seem, it's colourful, but they're in control. They're composed. They're small talking really well. Their vocabulary just very aggressive, we'll call it, Bluey.
Yeah, exactly. Aggressive is the way to go, but this is something that we always expect from Divine Mind, right? They are very aggressive players, and of course that's going to come across in their comms, but what you'll notice is how supportive they were of each other. Every time a good kill came across the board, something that created them an opportunity or space, they were congratulating each other. And at this point in time, where this match is right now, that's exactly the kind of energy that you need to build up the pace for your team, to keep that hype going, keep the energy alive. There is still a lot of Halo to play for them today, especially if they take Team Immunity down and make themselves go forward.
Speaking of Team Immunity, have a peek at your scoreboard. They're currently in the lead, doubling the points. It's only about 15 points or so, but Immunity in the lead nonetheless. Berserk with that Bulldog does get shut down, unfortunately. And Team Immunity doing well. They've maintained their composure against the onslaught from Divine Mind. I love that banked grenade from Benno there, looking for another player. Doesn't pick up the double kill, but well positioned to grab that ball, bring it back, get another string of game time.
Incredible that they actually just went 3 down there in that engagement and managed to turn it around. They bring the ball back into this tram setup, which has worked very well for them so far in this second round. The only problem is when Divine Mind actually managed to break this, it's donezo. It's over. 3 go down for Team Immunity or 4 go down for Team Immunity. There's no really good recover unless they can guarantee themselves a good spawn. But you just can't on a map like Streets. You can't control where you're spawning at all, and that's one of the big problems with holding Tram right now, because if you spawn too far away with it, you are giving Divine Mind right now the setup that they need to just put 30 seconds on the board and catch up to your score.
Yeah, and that lead that Immunity have, it's fragile. Right? Particularly when they're set up like this, that is just going to disappear so quickly. Will Benno with the whiff! It took 3 shots, but he does manage to get the kill, but he gets traded out. Unfortunate. But there's Hef to clean up the mess, scooping that up. He's grabbing the leftovers there. And now, Team Immunity, they have control once again. And Hef, you know, he's doing quite well here, holding down the fort. They've got eyes on this Spanker as well. Dante scampers away with that one, and look at this. He's getting ready to take out. Yeah, he looks away. He shoots it out like an action movie star, and it's like, nah, I'm not even going to look at that explosion.
Surprising, though, that Dante was actually the one that managed to guard those rockets there, because you had 2 members of Divine Mind already set up on the spawn. They just got peppered a little bit and then immediately backed down from it. Something I'm kind of surprised with, because usually they take those engagements very aggressively. They want those power weapons because those are the money makers. Speaking of which, Berserk showing that he is in fact the money maker for his team. That aggressive thruster play in the end doesn't work out for him, but he did a fantastic job of clearing out Team Immunity just then.
Nice little double kill there from Flex Reigns. And Team Immunity, they're still in the lead currently. Divine Mind, they're getting right up in their faces, not making it easy. But I think Team Immunity, they've kind of acclimatized to that ultra aggression that those Divine Mind players have rated with that shotty, shutting that player down. Now some cross-map shots with the battle rifle. Going to wait for his shields here, looking at the plants, watering them, making sure that they're well hydrated. Now he's taking out Dante with that reversal. And now rated. Let's have a look at that scoreline. He's currently 9-9. And then the ball time. Each member on Divine Mind and Immunity getting some ball time in there, Blue.
Yeah, good ball time. Pretty actually even overall between these teams. Of course, you do have a member like Beaston on 65 seconds, but, you know, he's the outlier for this particular one, right? Overall, his objective time is massive, which is surprising to see come from a player like him, because he's usually more orientated on just slaying out, and that's usually the position that Divine Mind put him in as well. There is a really good lead right now for Team Immunity to work with, and this was what I was talking about before. If they can just manage in this situation to make sure that Divine Mind can't get a hold of this ball, then they can deny. But man, oh man, when you have Beaston just running around with that Sentinel Beam, microwaving every play that he has in his sights, Team Immunity are going to need to pull out something drastic to keep themselves alive.
Yeah, I mean, they're currently in the lead, but momentum very much in the favor of Divine Minds currently. They have tied things up. They have the Rockets. 2 for 1 for Flex Reigns. More points on the board and the killing spree for him as well. Another player's there, able to pick that one up and keep his teammate alive. Another double kill for him. You know, I love to do it, but I'm paying the overkill because that was just too sick.
Flex, with that play, secures them game 1 right here. They did take that oddball out super convincingly in the end. And we've given props to him over and over again during this weekend, but Flex, we know he's the shot caller for his team, and when he's performing like that, just securing that power weapon and using it so well in that situation, how can you not love the man?
I mean, Immunity, they really had one last chance to keep things going, but Flex just raining on their parade with that rocket launcher, back-to-back double kills.
Yeah, exactly. And actually in that situation, you know, he was actually the one who prioritized rockets a lot during that match, but it was just in those final moments where they really wanted to bring it to Team Immunity. Make sure that, yep, all right, boys, you're going down and out for this one, and that's exactly what Flex did. Fantastic numbers across the board for Flex. Look at that, 37 and 21, 6 double kills. How many of those double kills were coming in back-to-back as well? Flex was just putting on the gas at all times.
Yeah, he just hit the burners every single time. I mean, even just that last 30 seconds or so, he just completely shut any chance that Immunity had to bring things back. You know, the 2-for-1 rocket and then getting super aggressive on the spawners that came up. He just completely picked apart Immunity.
Yeah, exactly. But I would give that that little award to pretty much every member of Divine Mind there. They were matching every member of Divine Mind. You know, it was just back-to-back fights, but every single time it was blue team members' names that we were seeing just get absolutely decimated. You know, this is the kind of Divine Mind that we love to see, and definitely I think it differs a little bit from the Divine Mind that we saw yesterday going up against Team Immunity in their first match on CTF Bazaar. This was a dominant performance from Divine Mind in this particular aspect, and yesterday it was so shaky for them, looking more in Team Immunity's favor, but now they're just coming back with a vengeance.
They really are, and I'm not even sure that it has anything to do with Immunity necessarily playing poorly, Bluey. I think it's just Divine Mind. They're looking for the grand final.
Yeah.
They're just like, this is a hurdle that we need to jump over, and the hurdle's this high, so it's just a little hop to go over. That's what they're doing currently, and they just picked apart Team Immunity that time.
Yeah, exactly. But looking on from this game, we do have the next match going on to Slayer Live Fire. Now, this is one that we did just see Team Immunity compete in against the Chiefs. And let's be real here. They got kind of bodied. They were getting smacked around every way that you can possibly conceive. And going into this, you know, are they going to have to relive that nightmare going up against Divine Mind?
Might be some flashbacks, but, you know, Team Immunity, very composed, right? They don't really let things get to their heads. And you know what? Even the shellacking that they got from the Chiefs, I'm sure they're poking fun at each other. Like, haha, Barco just bodied you again, Voltage, or whatever, just like, you know, vibing out. And so I'm sure they're going to bounce back. And I wouldn't worry too much about the mental. And but it's whether or not that they can concentrate on the fact that they need to get in the heads of Divine Mind. They've done it before. You know, they don't tend to, you know, unexpected items in bagging area or smacking bodies, but they did the last time they met this tournament, and it really got in Divine Mind's head. So maybe that's what they need to do. They need to get down and dirty rather than respectful gentlemen on the playing field.
Yeah, exactly. Team Immunity are a team that is famous previously, and now all across this weekend, we pointed out time and time again that has been able to remain so grounded every time they get into these positions where they are backed up against the wall, and now is no different. Let's hope that they can take the smacking that they took from the Chiefs before, take it to them, not personally, but from a learning experience into this next game against Divine Mind.
Yeah, and we are launching things up with Benno dropping that wall down and doing really well to take control of the map. They kind of four-stacked one area, beasting down there with a heat wave. Benno saying, that's my weapon, please there, champ, but he's shut down immediately by Berserk. Raided with that snipe, picking up one, hits the body on the second, not able to connect, but the assist does come through. Camo is about to pop, and Raided's going to grab that one too. Doesn't manage to get away. And it hasn't been popped yet, Blue. He's sitting down there on the ground.
Yeah, he didn't burn it. He dropped the sniper as well. I thought that they were absolutely going to be the ones to come out on top in that situation, but now Benno, the man that we highlighted before being so strong in these situations, now has 2 power elements within his hands. All it takes is a little bit of spark for him to be able to pull off those crucial kills, but right now he is playing very collected, very grounded, making sure to communicate with his team appropriately so he doesn't get caught out. You did see Flex just sort of shooting out on him before, making sure that camo was not activated, but we do see him wrap around, did pick up a nice little kill there, assisting, making a good rotation there and taking out Berserk, and man, oh man, there's a lot for Benno and Team Immunity to work with right now.
Yeah, and it looks like they're herding them into the corner there. Sheeps to the slaughter. Benno ready, not able to connect on that one. Does find Raided, doesn't get the clean up there. Berserk hits the body on him. Easy clean up for a man like Benno, and he's going to duck down. Raided sniffs him out. They've got to shut down that sniper player right now, and he's just chased down. That's exactly what they needed to do. They can't let Benno run amok like he has been all weekend.
No, Benno is one of those snowball players, right? When he gets into the zone, it is absolutely on. He did luckily manage to drop that sniper and fell into the hands of one of his teammates, being Hef. Hef, a bit of a shaky player overall for this weekend, but if he shows us up right now with that snipe, which he didn't, neither of those last 2 shots connecting, but he does ring out those support shots, picking off Berserk with the help of his teammate. This fight over camo right now is crucial. The pace of the match is being set. It's getting very stagnating, getting very standoffish. Both of these teams trading kills back to back. No one really proving to be the more dominant one. And Hef, with this support, this man seems to be a little bit on right now.
He is. I don't know how he survived for so long there, Bluey, but here comes Immunity. That tussle over that camo went on for so long. Now Dante with that scoreline is tied up currently, Bluey. Only 2 kills in it, and that camo very critical for Team Immunity. They're so disciplined with those power-ups, Bluey. They're there every single time contesting.
Yeah, exactly. Very discipline is a fantastic word to use. Dante, look how patient he is with this camo right now. Doesn't connect the back smack, does get the double beat down. Should be able to fight Beeston here, but he just whiffs a few of those BR shots. Beeston does take him down and then is then taken down himself. Benno now with that Mangler, a bit of a power weapon in and of itself. Him chasing down Berserk, doesn't get the hold this, but does get the assist. So now that snipe should fall into the hands of Team Immunity, and they are not down and out then, almost tying up this score. There's 3 kills the difference. A nice little kill coming out. Flex is one shot around Mangler, can't secure that kill for Team Immunity. They are 3 down. They just seem to be getting picked apart even when they seem to be coming back.
Yeah, Divine Mind. They've got a 5-kill lead right now, Bluey. We're about to cross over that halfway point for this Slayer game on Livefire. Raided, hiding up there top mid with that Mangler, waiting for things to come. There's Flex Range with that Montage Maker in hand. 6 bullets to play with currently. Finds himself one, doesn't connect on it yet, Bluey. And there's Voltage caught out in the open with his pants down. 1 shot to the head will send him to the respawn screen. Now, I love this rotation from Flex. He's just moving throughout the map so comfortably, too. There's no pressure, Bluey.
Yeah,
What's
I was
going
about
on?
to say, so comfortably, literally uncontested, as the rest of the members of Divine Mind are also uncontested, going for that camo. So they now are in possession of the sniper and the camo. A lot to work with here, a lot of power to work with here. Team Immunity, though, responding pretty well. They're getting a good push through top mid, holding sandbags as well, making sure there is no flanks from B. A 1v1 happening right now. Make that a 2v1, a 3v1 as Flex gets taken down, just pinched.
That was ridiculous. That was just like a schoolyard beatdown from the local bullies. Now with a Voltage, scoreline is 6 kills the difference currently, and Voltage looking to bring their team back into it. He's currently 6-5 right now, under a lot of pressure, able to scamper away with his life right now. Shields are flashing, Bluey. Hef did fall to the onslaught from Divine Mind. You just saw 4 Divine Mind players all pushing together. 1 has fallen. Benno grabbing a pick onto Flex Range, and now that scoreline for Divine Mind has bloated out to 8 kills the difference. Immunity, they haven't got much time left. No more rooms for missteps.
Good back down from Taj there. He does rotate up top A door and gets melted completely as he meets so many faces of Divine Mind right there. Good trade going back and forth. 8 kills for Team Immunity to be able to tie this back up. The game is going to start slowing down. Raided with that repulsor play that I absolutely love, going up the vent, getting the high ground in order to rain shots down, but Dante had his number dialed in and rotates himself in order to backsmack him, but it doesn't matter as so many members of Team Immunity are going down. 7 kills left for Divine Mind to secure another game and be 1 step closer to knocking out IM.
But listen, we've seen Immunity do it time and time again. It'll be a real test if they can clutch it. Now, 44-37, Divine Mind very close being able to close this game out. But Immunity, the Clutch Kings, are they going to be able to do it? Raided picking up another one, 45-38. We're in this final moments of the game. Does look like Benno managed to get that camo though, Bluey.
Yeah, Benno does have the camo. He's going to be making a high rotation right now. Nades go out on Beaston. Beaston is going to be one shot. He will rotate down a 1v1 with Raided, trying to avoid that melee, and he does, taking Rated down. Rated, what are you doing, mate? Come on, press the button. You're going to need to. Does get taken down. Benno making a rotation through Rat's Bridge right now. He's getting team shot, I believe that was. Berserk does secure himself another kill there, so there are only 3 more kills left for Divine Mind. They're going to have to make some cheeky pinches right now to try and tie this game up. Benno should have seen Benno should have seen Berserk sneaking around Brutes there. Rated is playing for his life, does get taken down by Dante. There is such a close-knit match right now. They are meeting face-to-face. Team Immunity needs to make sure that these rotations are clean and crisp in order to keep themselves alive in this game.
Yeah, Immunity cannot afford to drop any more kills, and they just traded out 48-44. Divine Mind currently holding on to their lead. Team Immunity hanging on by a thread. The push comes in, 49-45. Divine Mind, they are 1 kill away from being able to take this one out. Rated, smelling blood in the water, going like a shark. Benno shutting him down with the help of Dante. 49-46, Bluey. Beeston with that mangler. And 2 players there. The Academy trades it out and closes the game, Bluey.
Justin, isn't it poetic justice that the last kill within that game happens to be a mangler beatdown? Something that I know that we love and every community member loves as well.
Yeah, that trade, that's got to be heartbreaking. And Immunity, they were clutching things out, but they slipped a little bit and missed third gear.
Yeah, they actually brought it back so well, and hopefully they look at that match and realize that they do have a lot of fire left in them. There was a lot of potential in that game for them to take that particular one, 50-48. They were playing so well at the end of that match, though. I do want to highlight once again, Hef is the player on IM who seems to be struggling a little bit. He's getting the good support team shots out, but at the end of the day, if he's not winning his 1v1s, he's going to fall behind.
Yeah, it is a little bit of the case. I hate to say it. Berserk highlight player here, 16 and 13 with 9 assists. Great stuff from him. Kick your little double kill in there and some perfect shots out of his BR. But the game was that close, so you can't expect to see massive scorelines in KD when it's a 50-48. And yes, Divine Mind managed to close that one out, Blue, but the thing is that they were 8 or 10 kills in front at one point, and Immunity, they started bringing things back, and Divine Mind, they were able to hold on and close things out, but that's been kind of, their Achilles heel a little bit. They haven't been good closers so far this weekend.
Yeah, that's a really good point you bring up, actually. They never actually managed to just pull that last bit of string to get them closer to just winning those games. They come so close every single time, but I think that's actually just a testament to how close Team Immunity really are to Divine Mind. The oddball was a bit of a schwacking, but we come into this Team Slayer and they are so closely matched. In fact, I think it was a member of Divine Mind who had the lowest damage on the game there with about 2.8k, which again isn't fantastic to see. Even Hef was pulling out more damage than that, which just shows how good Team Immunity's team shot is.
Yeah, but now the Divine Mind, they're 2 up in the series.
Yep.
They're 1 map away for their rematch with the Chiefs.
Yep.
They have their eyes set on it. Immunity, when's the last time they've been in this position? Elimination bracket, not in the grand finals. It's ever. Have they ever been in this position? I'm not sure, but their backs are firmly up against the wall currently.
This is it for them.
It's do or die situation. They've got to get that reverse sweep if they want to have their rematch with the Chiefs.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to take them to win 3 games back to back to back right now in this series, and going into a recharge game now is a map in particular that Team Immunity really has struggled with, in my opinion. I don't think they have really good rotations, especially not as good as what Divine Mind have. Immunity don't really prioritize the shock rifle as much as Divine Mind do either, and for Divine Mind that works well so much in their favor, because a shock rifle in the hands of someone like Berserk is not a good time.
No, it's really not. A shocking experience for everyone involved. Now on board with Voltage. Last chance to keep their tournament lives going, but a couple of players from a Team Immunity already dropping. Voltage finding himself raided getting away there, but I think Voltage had complete trust in Dante to clean that one up for him, and he's waiting for Berserk. There's the back smack, sending him into the respawn screen, and I love that use of camo. Patience wins the race. Look at this. Look at the patience here, Blue. He's just watching him. He's like, Beeston, what's up, bro?
Oh, no.
Oh,
Beeston comes out on top after all of that. To be fair, though, you could see Beeston knew he was there. He wasn't entirely sure, but he would have seen those glimmers of the camo just reflecting in space, making sure to keep his number on that area at all times. And look, Justin, at the end of the day, The Mangler is just the stronger of the two in that situation.
It is a very beastin' weapon indeed. Now with Dante, he drops right away. Caster's Curse and Benno setting themselves up in the C stronghold, and he's going to try and get some points on the board for his team. But look at the flex range with the sword, cleaning and getting that secure as well. Hef doing his best to stay alive, but he does get cleaned up as well. Flex range, he's been putting up big numbers. You can't let him have the sword, Bluey. You just can't let it happen.
No, you cannot let him have the sword. And another thing that you can't let Divine Mind have as a whole is that B point. We've seen in previous Strongholds recharge matches where Team Immunity have been on, that they just don't prioritize the B stronghold. They need to make a good rotation for that middle hold. That's where the points are. That's the money maker right there. If you can get a good hold on one of those ANC points and then the B, you can essentially just lock down a spawn for the majority of the map. And Team Immunity seem to really struggle with making plays like that.
They do. Berserk with that double kill. And look, before we launched into the series, we talked about the fact that Divine Mind, if they have to have any hope against the Chiefs, they need to make a statement and take this game out in 3 games. And it looks like they're doing just that. 2 more strongholds for them, so they're going to be racking up some points. Team Immunity struggling a little bit. Hef gets sent down. See you later, son. Now Berserk rotating through the map very freely. There's just no pressure put on them. Divine Mind just has complete map control, Bluey.
No, not at all. Berserk just able to rotate pretty much free through mid, which you don't like to see. There are no members of Team Immunity looking at prioritizing top gold just to get those little pepper shots out to do a little bit of damage. Berserk just taking the high road there in that situation, getting so many kills, getting so much space, so much movement. A 1v1 with Dante right now does get taken down. Dante, the man on top, someone that we've looked to as being one of those main slayers for the Team Immunity roster. Taj now rotating towards A, and again, they just can't secure these points, Justin. They've been stuck on C and C long for so long.
This Team Immunity getting a little bit desperate, I think, Bluey. They're jumping in strongholds before getting any picks, and now they're 3 down in the kill feed momentarily there on board with Berserk. He just sits down on the ground. He's having a little bit, he crossed his legs, reading a book, having a bit of a snack and winning that 1v1. There's Hef down as well. A shock rifle across map. Benno is narrowly surviving that, but gets cleaned up anyway. Triple cap for Divine Mind. They're looking to secure their ticket to the grand finals. Whiffs a little bit there, but it doesn't matter because he has help. Hef and Dante 2v1ing Berserk to shut him down there. Raider being very sneaky in the corner, takes down Dante. He's sent to the respawn screen. They're dying left and right. It's just complete mayhem, but Divine Mind, there is purpose in the chaos.
Yeah, Immunity right now have a very good opportunity, nearly in sync, capturing B and C, but B does get stopped by one member of Divine Mind on board with Berserk. Once again, rotating through bottom PC, gets picked off by Dante. We've seen that narrative before. Seems to be a bit of a face-off between those two. Consistently, you can see right now on the map, if you just paid attention, Benno does have camo. He has done the little jump up, was looking to go behind Flex Reigns, but Flex does get taken down before looking to provide his team member on C with some backup. Pinching Berserk right now in Gold Tunnel, takes him down. But once again, Justin, what I'm noticing is when they get these picks, Team Immunity just can't really do a lot with them.
No, it just seems like every single time they're trying to stem the bleeding, they're just bleeding out. Like, I'm lost for words. It's just Divine Mind. They seem to be showing up so heavily, and I think this might be, it's the first time in ages the Team Immunity has managed to get 2 strongholds.
Yeah.
And we've got Voltage here. He's just literally backed into the corner, but Flex Reigns does get on the nasty end of that grenade just there. Team Immunity with 2 on the board, so they are going to start collecting some points, Blue. But they're in big trouble. Divine Mind only 100 points away from securing this win.
Yeah, only 100 points for Divine Mind, and if they can pull out this last 100 as convincingly as they have done for the rest of these games, then it is going to be the swan song for Team Immunity. Team Immunity right now, if they lose this map, they're gone, Justin. They get sent home. All the battles that they fought yesterday are for nothing right now unless they can really bring it back. You know that this team would want to be facing off against the Chiefs. They want that rematch against them, but just right now with Divine Mind, they can't seem to get anywhere in. They can't do any shutdowns. There's no space being created. The team shots seem so frantic. The comms must be frantic too. Team Immunity right now are just not looking as solid as what they have been throughout the entirety of this weekend.
Yeah, but listen, is it Team Immunity fumbling the bag, or is it Divine Mind just there to catch that old big bag of cash, which is what they're playing for, with a ticket all the way to the grand finals? Flex Rain's there with that shock rifle. 2 strongholds there, racking up points, and they're very close to closing this one out, but Voltage has something to say about it with the sword, picking up one. There's the second. Double kill for him. Good opportunity for a Team Immunity to grab strongholds, and they might be able to go on one last push, last chance for Team Immunity.
A B comes out, a B cap comes out right now. They're rotating to C. Good kill for Voltage right there. He's going to come face to face with Raiden, and if he can secure this kill right now, it's going to be huge for them. He does have 2 members pushed into top PC. They're letting out the team shots onto the members of Team Immunity. That is Dante over there down on gold stairs. He's going to come face to face with another member. Does get stuck from the grave. Flex is going to be able to rotate on A. Just stop, get a little bit of a cap on, but we do have a triple cap for Team Immunity. This could be the comeback that they need. They're going to have to play so strongly right now. They're going to have to get great positioning in order to make sure that they can put Divine Mind back in the dust.
Great flank from Hef there, just picking apart Divine Mind. The Team Immunity, they're starting to heat up. Here they come, holding that triple cap. They're not opting to hold 2. They want to maintain that pressure. Divine Mind, they had complete control over the entire map. And look at this lead. They're only on 120 points. They're not too far behind. And here's Benno, star player this weekend. He is sent down. And Divine Mind trying to stop that bleeding. But every time they do, Team Immunity just sliding in and resetting those strongholds.
Team Immunity have finally got these rotations in order, Justin. They're finally working together as a hive mind, managing to just collapse on one another, ensuring that they have those supportive shots out right now. You do see a member of Team Immunity flying across the map. Don't know where that shock rifle went. It's probably long gone by now. Voltage rotating back from top tower onto C, making sure to stop that point. More points are going to be ticking up for Team Immunity right now as they rotate from B to from C for 2 members to be on B. Fantastic stuff coming out from Team Immunity. This is what we wanted to see. They're not letting this go. They're not letting it slip out of their hands like sand.
Yeah. Tournament lives are on the line, and I want to hear what they have to say with their backs up against the wall. Let's jump in with a listen in.
Right, if he has it somewhere.
Yeah.
He's probably towards C, pushing the pipes over.
2 top gold. Berserk, weak in B, back B, weak. Berserk.
Yeah, one hand B. And 2 turbine, 2 turbine. Camo's in B, Camo's in B.
One shot needles going for
Last one have. Nice, have a 3 dead. Last one's in B. He has camo.
One shot back B.
Cap and C.
One shot back B if anyone's
Nice, huge boys.
I see flat, 1 shot. One under me. Weak, Berserk.
I'm looking towards 2 seconds, 2 seconds. I got you, I got you.
1 shot.
Nice.
Sneaky, back B, Benno.
1 hit.
1 shot on Benno.
I'm coming, Benno.
Nice shit on, bro.
Behind me. Bellage.
Top A.
Pushing,
only one at A. Play A.
Yeah, no, I'm pushing B. We can get B.
Yeah, I'm looking B. Weak flex, 2 shots.
Top gold in B. Another one.
Weak cap.
Yeah, I'm
top, pushing top tower as well.
1 shot there.
I couldn't get him, bro. 1 shot B.
One's in B and one was top tower. Look towards C here, they might push triple. Yeah, in C, that's a kill, push him. He's 2 hits, ready.
Yeah, he backed up. I'm naded, I can't push. I'm going low, I'm weak.
Okay.
I'm 1.
I tried it, he's absolute top gold.
During that entire time, or nearly that entire time of the team communication there, Team Immunity had such a strong triple cap, but unfortunately it has fallen apart now. Divine Mind taking both A and B. It looks like they're going to triple cap themselves and just rack up those points so fast. We are seeing Benno and Voltage rotate for A right now, just trying to stem the bleeding a little bit on this. A B cap as well, so even if the rotation isn't that strong, a critical kill for Benno. They are going to be able to flip 2 points right now. They need to have a little bit of a rotation back to B. You do see Hef rotate back for it right now. A double cap for them. They're still in this, Justin. They're still fighting strong.
How has Team Immunity managed to bring this one back, Bluey? I am lost for words. 233 to 211 control to immediate Immunity. Flex range with the camo. He gets shut down immediately, so he's not going to be able to be very sneaky with that. Dante with the double kill there, putting Divine Mind on the back foot. Team Immunity so close to tying this one up. They've got control of A, they've got control of B, and they're turning over Stronghold C2, Bluey.
If they can get C, that triple cap is going to enable them enough time. Divine Mind will not have time to choose what point to capture. They need to prioritize just ticking over that C or locking Divine Mind down on C for enough time. There's so little time left here. There's only 7 seconds on the clock, but the B stronghold is ticking over. They need to stop that right now. They need such a strong, convincing team shot to ring out. They need to shut down Divine Mind as Divine Mind are just ticking points up. They are now all tied up. Divine Mind taking the lead. 5 seconds on the board. Immunity, you need to touch something here. What are you doing? The fumble, and they're done. Team Immunity are out. Are you kidding me?
Bronze medal for Team Immunity. They came so close to clutching it once again, but Divine Mind, they send them packing and just punch their ticket to the grand final.
He had the grapple as well. Like, during that time, he could have made the space so quickly and actually gotten onto that point, but such a disappointing defeat for Team Immunity. But again, Divine Mind, look at the way that they were playing throughout that series. Yes, they did fumble in that stronghold a little bit, but they came back so strong. They were so powerful. And Team Immunity, you know, what can you do when you're in that situation? You've just gone up against Chiefs and now Divine Mind, and you have to take on such top-tier teams. You just get beaten down one after another. But again, Team Immunity did play quite well.
I can't believe they brought that back. And
I know.
Divine Mind, you know, I get nervous every time, and it's like, boys, close it out, close it out. You're almost there. Immunity, they're bringing things back, and you know, Divine Mind, you know, they're fumbling a little bit, but they catch it last second and able to close that one eye out, and going 3-0 to Team Immunity. No Team Immunity in a grand final in ANZ Halo. How crazy is that?
That's ridiculous. You know, we've talked about it time and time again. Team Immunity for us is such a fabled team, and they've been taken down by, you know, what are, you wouldn't say the complete young guns, but for this, we'll say the young guns for Divine Mind. Looking at this, you know, Inman, Luke, Hoots, Team Immunity losing, is that as defeating for you as it feels for me?
I don't feel like defeating is the word. I think looking at this, we certainly have been given a good insight into how Divine Mind are going to play for the rest of the day. The fact that they're able to rally around themselves and get this final map done and dusted in 3. Josh, I know you've been bouncing around, you've given fingers up everywhere else, thumbs up, thumbs down for everybody here, but the fact that they were able to get this done 3-0 goes to show that these guys are here, and these guys are trying to make a fight for the title too.
Yeah, I mean, Divine Mind, I mean, what could you say? It was very close the entire way. Oddball Streets, yeah, they look really, really strong in that, but Immunity really took the fight to them the entire way. 50-48 Slayer, 250-243. That was an absolute nail-biter there in that final game, and I was kind of worried for the prediction. Did come through in the end, though, just saying. But no, credit to Team Immunity. They did so well. And it must be said, Hoots, I wonder what would have happened if that map actually went to Immunity.
I mean, that last 5 seconds or so, we were screaming, saying, Dante, just get in, get in. He did have no shield, so it was going to be a danger, but you at least just want to try and stop the score from going up and force them to at least maybe get out of position to reset it and get a pick. Cross map, I don't know. But I think that sort of sums up what these series have been between these two teams, right? We've often gone to 5 games, and in this sense, it's just so close in all of them. They could have easily gone to 5 games.
Yeah, I think, you know, looking back across some of the scores, right, it could have certainly been a tale where we're looking at this, and maybe even if things had gone a little bit differently for Team Immunity, we could be looking at a 2-1 scoreline for them, and then we could be going into map number 4, looking towards a potential 5th. But with that, unfortunately, we say goodbye to Team Immunity here at the ANZ HCS Super. They will be taking home 6,000 American dollars and a whole lot of pride as well, the way that they've been able to play across this weekend. But Divine Mind bouncing back after an upset from Team Immunity in that winners semi-final. And now, Josh, they've got a date with Destiny. The Chiefs, the only team to beat the Chiefs in a series, has been Divine Mind. The question is, can they do it when it really counts?
Yeah, after all of the insanity that we've seen throughout this tournament, we kind of end up to where most people probably would have predicted. Chiefs, Divine Mind in the grand final, and Divine Mind coming off that win, they must be feeling good. However, just remember, the Chiefs, the limited time that we've been able to see them, they've just been manhandling the other teams. Yeah. And it's been, they're coming out of a 3-0 victory themselves against Team Immunity. Divine Mind have just done the same, another 3-0, and obviously getting that sweet revenge as well is going to be gassing them up a little going into this grand final. It needs to be said, though, Chiefs are just, I don't know, they're scary.
Yeah. Scary how good that we've seen the Chiefs play so far across this weekend. But ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it is time for us to jump into this grand final. We've got a short break before you guys can sink your teeth into the final series here of the ANZ HCS Super. So make sure you guys join us after this for the grand final.
Oh no. There's no shot I get any of this right. Which character says the famous line, "Were it so easy"?
What's the line?
Were it so easy.
What?
Were it so easy.
Were it so easy, ...
Bro, who has like a deep voice in Halo?
Master Chief.
Oh.
Who said it?
Master Chief?
Oh my goodness.
I don't know.
The prophet of truth.
No.
Dang it.
Arbiter.
Yeah.
Oh my
Arbiter.
God. Finish this quote. Wake me.
When you need me.
Like.
That one's easy. Everybody knows that. Like,
yeah, that's correct.
Iconic.
That is very correct.
Yeah, yeah.
Wake me when it's over.
Who was the captain of the ship, the UNSC Pillar of Autumn in Halo CE Combat Evolved?
I was like 1 year old when that game came out.
That doesn't matter, what?
Yeah, I should get this too.
That's the first ship.
I'm gonna get made fun of for this one. I don't know.
There's only like one captain, bro.
Master Chief.
Bro, are you serious?
Oh, Sergeant Johnson.
Dude, that's a sergeant. Like, what?
Dude, I didn't play Halo 1.
You ever play the campaign?
Yeah, like a long time ago.
Captain Keys.
Captain Jacob Keys. Captain Keys, bro.
Dude, I was 1 year old when that game came out.
Bro,
like,
I know you played it before.
That's it.
Okay.
That's all we got.
Did pretty good.
Wow.
I did okay. I feel bad for you.
That's
You
all
could get
good.
roasted
I
by
mean,
the chat.
It's all good.
It's okay.
But yeah.
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming and AMD.
Hello Halo fans, welcome here for the final time to the greatest region in the universe. It is ANZ HCS Super grand final times here. It has been 3 full days of competition where we had 10 teams dwindled all the way down to 2. It would be no surprise to anybody else having these 2 titans of our region going head to head in a full best of 7 to determine who is going to be going to the HCS Kansas Major and taking home $20,000 American dollars here. It has been a long weekend, and I'm so excited to be able to bring you guys the final action here tonight. I've got 2 brand new lads on the desk this time around. SSJ4 Bluey. Lads, that final series was a bit of a, I don't want to say spanking, it was a bit of a tight one, but 3-0 for Divine Minds.
Very tight, wasn't it? And, you know, it was 3-0 in favour of Divine Mind, and Immunity, they've been clutching up the entire weekend, and Divine Mind may be fumbling a little bit this weekend, but no, they held on and were able to close out those games, boy.
Yeah, there were definitely some tight moments, but overall, you know, obviously Divine Mind come out on top. They are the more dominant team in this region, and I don't really think to anyone's surprise, especially after that first game, I think a lot of us could really notice that there were a lot of cracks that Team Immunity were showing, and whether or not that's just a team diff or the fact that yesterday Team Immunity had to play so much Halo at such a high level for so long. You know, sometimes you just don't have enough gas left in the tank to come into a day 2 and do the same thing all over again.
I mean, the way that they performed across this weekend has been amazing to watch once again, and I'm excited to see what they can do in the future as well. But ladies and gentlemen, before we jump into the grand final, we've got something special to show you guys here on the desk. It is time for the AMD power play across the entirety of the ANZ HCS Super. So all the action that you guys have been seeing, we've dwindled it down to one final play. Can anybody have a guess here? You guys haven't heard the confirmation in your ears. Do you guys know what's going on? What play?
If I could have tack, I would probably say, if anything, it's the kill tack, because I think that was one of the first ones that we've seen.
What, that was pretty dirty.
The kill tack was dope.
Well, we've seen a lot of naughty things happen this weekend, but you know what? I think the kill tack does take it.
You guys are both sitting here for the kill tack. We hear a square yell from the other side of the room, but ladies and gentlemen, it is in fact the repulsor grapple play coming in from Mr. Square. This time around, it was a dirty play. Look at Bald. Cool guys don't look at explosions. Or wait, what is this?
Here he comes!
And then he gets the smack in the face. And the best part about this play as well is Square goes, oh, the repulsor's nice and dirty.
Picks up a repulsor.
See you later. And they get the freebie. So, I mean, Justin, this play was absolutely gnarly coming in from Square.
It was very calculated, right? All the numbers going through his head like he was counting cards. And that just coming
he
through.
grappled onto him as well. I thought it was just on the ledge or something.
How hard do your cheeks clench when you see that coming towards you, I'd say, Bluey, and then just sends him off the map.
Yeah, exactly. Just that equipment to equipment sort of like transaction, immediately being able to secure 2 cool plays with it. Like, man, that's what you love to see, especially in Infinite.
I mean, it's been pretty exciting for us to see what these players have been able to do with the brand new equipment here in Halo Infinite, and the fact that we're able to see such sick stuff across the entirety of the weekend. It was very, very hard for us to dwindle it down to one power play here, and the fact that Square was able to get it out there really goes to show that those guys had something to show for this entire ANZ HCS Super. So thank you to our friends at AMD for the power play here, and I'm excited to see what we get for our final series of tonight, lads, because it's grand final time, baby. It is time for us to start talking about this matchup. The Chiefs and Divine Mind going head-to-head in a full best of 7, Justin. 110 maps is what they've won so far, the Chiefs. Can they make it 117?
They certainly can. But the great thing about...
That's not the numbers, by the way.
Yeah. 117. Thank you, Inman.
Smart. 114.
Petty Chief Officer over here. But honestly, with the best of 7, it does give Divine Mind a chance to acclimatise to the Chiefs. I think the Chiefs are going to come super hot out of the gate. And if Divine Mind can bounce back, they might be able to give them a run for their money. And, you know, the boys did really well against Immunity. But Chiefs, they're at the top of their game currently. It's hard to say whether or not Divine Mind has it in them yet.
Yeah, a problem though I do want to point out is when we were looking at that like that Immunity series that just happened, Divine Mind kind of fumbled a little bit in that last game and gave Immunity way too much space. And if they actually managed to do that here against the Chiefs, then the Chiefs are just going to pick them apart. Divine Mind won't be anything.
I think the big caveat for us to look at this series as well is Divine Mind. They have a very long road to try and take down the Chiefs here. It is one best of 7 that they have to win. Then they have to win another one. It is a full bracket reset they're going to have to go through for them to be able to get the title here in ANZ. And it is going to be a long road. Whole lot of Halo for them to play. And I mean, on the other side of things, the fact that the Chiefs has been completely untouched for the entirety of this Super, it is just going to be a question of how close can Divine Mind make this series look and whether or not they can take them down in a full best of 7. Because as you get deeper into these best ofs, that's when the better team will always prevail.
It's a tall ask, isn't it? It's a really big mountain for Divine Mind to climb. And Chiefs, they've been so consistent. And, you know, even if they're, you know, calm, cool, and collected, we are going into the grand final when the big money is on the line. Doesn't matter how you're good. Sometimes the nerves can get to you a little bit. And, you know, champions have fallen before, right at the finish line. And, you know, I think Divine Mind, they need to capitalize on that. They need to try and get in the heads of the Chiefs guys. Because if the Chiefs do what they've done the entire time Halo Infinite has been out, then they're going to take this one away. Divine Mind, they need to get into their heads. They need to get them to stumble right there as the finish line.
But I think that's a kind of tall ask, right? Because we've seen how cool these Chiefs guys have been. Even when they did lose a series to Divine Mind in one of our Pro Series, they came back, they 3-0'd and 3-0'd again in a bracket reset in the grand final. So I think at this point, it is going to be a very, very hard ask for the Divine Mind to be able to take a series against the Chiefs. But let's have a look at our grand final maps that we've got here for the final time, potentially in ANZ. It's a big old chunky graphic that we've got here, but we're going to be starting it out on Strongholds Live Fire, Bluey, and I'm excited to see how this works out because CTF Bazaar is map number 3 and the Chiefs have shown us already that they can really dominate teams on that map.
Well, you say that, but even on the first map, I think this is also a Chiefs dominant map and objective game type. Strongholds Live Fire is something that everyone loves watching the Chiefs just rain hell on because that's exactly what they do. Another thing I want to point out is there are potentially 3 Slayers to play here. 3 Slayers is a lot to have to wade through. That is mud. That is thick mud that you have to put yourself through time and time again. Man, I don't think Divine Mind have the kind of mental to keep up with the pace that the Chiefs would be able to set in 3 Slayers.
Yeah, it's going to be a slog through that mud pit, that's for sure. And Chiefs, they've just looked so good. And you try and be objective about these things, right? But I mean, oh my God, Barcode and Pips and Madzy and Slays, they're just playing out of their minds. And you look at the stat line that Barcode has, it's like he's playing matchmaking. I mean, if he has a bad game, that might be the only way that Divine Mind will be able to take any games off them.
I guess that's kind of the next question then for you, Bluey, is kind of what avenues are we looking here for Divine Mind to try and get the dub here against Chiefs? Are they looking to try and rely on one player? Are they looking to try and, you know, have something where they maybe put a lot of emphasis on Barcode?
They can't rely on one player, though. That's the thing. You have to work as a very well-maintained, coordinated four and able to take down the Chiefs. I don't think Divine Mind in their roster have a star player as powerful as Barcode to sort of match him. So from then that point on, it just takes like we have to focus up as a 4. Yeah, exactly as you said, shut him down and then work from there. I think that might be one of their first priorities right now because if Barcode starts snowballing, then it's kind of donezo.
I think it's pretty dirty the fact that we've seen this guy be able to just make highlight clips of some of the best players we have here in ANZ. And it's just crazy that going into a grand final right now, a lot of people are just looking towards what Divine Mind can do. And it's all about, I think the storyline that a lot of people have been saying, and even the Chiefs have been saying to us, is they're not going to get beaten. They usually just lose to themselves.
Yeah, it's hard to argue with that, right? I mean, the stats and their record speaks for itself, and the big money is on the line, and that ticket to the next major over in the States is up for grabs as well. And we know that they want it. They're already kind of making some plans and what they're going to do around it. In their minds, they've already won. And maybe that means that they underestimate Divine Mind just a little bit.
I mean, like, looking at their stat lines, I think they've kind of earned it, right? Like, the fact that you look at what Barcode can do to these guys, you look at the win rate that these guys have had, I think going into every single series, you've got to be like, this is going to be a walk in the park for all of us. And I just really hope that we get an extremely competitive grand finals here and that we get to see a whole lot more out of these guys because I want to see what the Chiefs look like when their backs are against the wall. I want to see what these guys look like when they're getting pushed to their fullest potential because that's when we start to get the rest of the the region leveled up.
Yeah, exactly. You know, that's where every other team sort of like, it's like a trickle-down effect, right? If they can be pushed to that brink, then every other team is going to be able to see that, look at the games that are happening right now and be able to realize, okay, where are the problems that the Chiefs are having and how can we take advantage of that when we go up against them? That's a really powerful thing for our region and the rest of the teams to have. So hopefully if Divine Mind can bring that to the forefront, I think they can pat themselves on the back for just doing that.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a big tale for us to tell here in this best of 7. And I mean, the fact that we haven't even seen a best of 7 from any of these teams before is going to be a big test for us to see their kind of match fitness, right? Because it's a whole lot of Halo to be able to play, especially if we go all the way towards 7 and then go into a bracket reset. It's going to be a whole big day for these guys to play out. But ladies and gentlemen, there's been enough talk here on the couch as it is time for us to jump into our grand final and final time for us to jump to our casters as well. This time around, we've got Immaniac and Hoots for our grand final.
Thank you very much, Luke. After that elimination final, you might need a change of underwear. Only a change of shirt for you, though, Hoots. What a fine-looking shirt as well. Where have I seen that logo before?
So I figured it's been so long since we've casted together. We've never had an opportunity to cast for a tournament that's ever had anywhere near as this much amount of money that we're giving away as we are now. As we said before, it was typically around $800 for the entire prize pool. So I figured a bit of a throwback to the old ACL days just to remember where we came from.
Good, man. I appreciate that. I can't forget where we came from. The first time Hoots and I cast together was 12 years ago. We're old.
I know.
I tell you what, this game is just nuts. It brings everyone together, old and new. Speaking of new faces, Chiefs are full of them. They're up against Divine Mind here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the grand final here of the HCS ANZ Super. $50,000 up for grabs. The winner of this series will also punch their ticket to the Kansas Major coming up very, very soon. And what a surprise, Hooch. You've got Barcode with the montage maker straight off the break.
And I love playing the objective at the start as well. We have seen him so many times on this map just run complete amok everywhere. Misses that snipe just by a few inches, and we heard the boys to our left groaning in disappointment, but I'm sure he's going to be able to pick it up a little bit later on as he starts to catch fire. Like I was saying just before, Josh, he just runs around like an absolute maniac on this map. The objective is almost secondary to what he's ultimately trying to do, which is to slay and in turn disrupt.
Barcode here, still going around, just being a nuisance to Divine Mind on this map. Still got 4 bullets to put to work here with this snipe. He does get tagged up with that brilliant nade coming out of Divine Mind there. You see Rated pushing out of the window. Barcode, though, expecting that push. He's going to go back to mid-map. He does still have that snipe. Now there's a Beast. Oh, there it is! The no-scope coming out of Barcode. Just around the corner, he might spot Beastin as well. The call-outs are going to be coming. Beastin actually picked up Madsy there. But Barcode, he's got free reign. He captures A. After getting that no-scope, there's going to be a couple of players pushing into B, though. He expects it. Flex Range comes out. One shot. He's taken down. Ooh. The snipe almost connects. Berserk, though, putting the pressure on. Slays there, backing him up as well. Slays is going to pick up too, thanks to the support from Barcode.
Always rotating from Barcode. Just look at this kind of movement, using the repulsor to get straight back up to C. Boom block. Thank you very much. That's a killing spree for Barcode. No, sorry, that's only 4. I've gone too early. That is 4 for Barcode, but he's running amok, Josh. This is exactly what he needs to be doing right now. Just he's always putting all these shots out and never catching them himself because his angles are so good. He always has enough cover, working perfectly with his teammates so they can either finish up his kills or he can finish them off himself.
Barcode, he's going in. He's going to get shots on Berserk. He spies A. Watch out. Here he comes. Divine Mind. They do force him out just for now. Barcode still alive here. 4-0 with 2 assists. Yet to die at the beginning of this game. The score is already 73-9. He's on a killing spree. Shots from behind. He finally falls there. It takes a heat wave from Flex Range to do it. Berserk gets 2. 3 down there for a moment for Divine Mind, which is going to allow just a moment of reprieve here for Divine Mind.
It had to happen eventually, but meanwhile, let's look at the scoreboard as well for Divine Mind. You do have Beastin on 7, so he is actually leading the map right now, clearly going on a tear himself. That being said, he has given away a lot of death, so what does that say to us? That says that Barcode is the one who's putting in the shots, putting in the slays, but working better with his team, right? Beastin's probably having to put himself in some awkward positions, whether he's trying to capture or just at least provide some kind of support for his team. But either way, we look at the score here. The Chiefs rocking out to quite a nice lead, actually. Divine Mind did have caps for a little bit, but since then, it's all been the Chiefs, 77-17. A nice early lead for them, Josh.
Pip, he's just doing the dance, trying to get away. Somehow, still hanging along. Shots out with that heat wave. He's got the support. Insane. Barcode, Madzi, both picking up kills here for the Chiefs. They're in control of this map. C, though, being captured here, and it will be by Divine Mind, but answering right back over on A, it is going to be the Chiefs. They just get a tickle, a tease, a sniff of some points here before the Chiefs steal it back and get control once again, and they're well on their way to triple digits here. We're still on with Pip from the Chiefs. He's got Slays there as well. Barcode, he falls to Beaston over on C, but no matter. A and B still in control here for the Chiefs.
Triple cap on the cards for Chiefs. As we say, that Divine Mind do start to answer back with A. That is contested, but they will look like they're about to put that in now. Look at the evenness in Slays on the Chiefs, though. You have Barcode leading with 9, obviously, but Madzi, Pips, and Slays all performing really well. Shout out to Slays as well in particular. 9 assists, so he's clearly playing that support role perfectly. That is 3 down for the Chiefs, so that's probably the most dominant we've seen so far. 4 down momentarily. Thank you, Josh. For the Chiefs, Divine Mind able to finally get a little bit of pressure on the respawns here, forcing them to spawn in this back A area. Chiefs can have that, but look, Divine Mind don't manage to actually convert it into strongholds and scores.
They just had a 4 down and yet another 3 down, but it was the Chiefs who were able to answer back. So keep an eye on the caps down the bottom. B and C in control of Divine Mind. They're going for a triple here on A. How long can they hold it? Barcode trying to do some nasty work. He almost got the kill there, but it was the heat wave from Beaston to shut it down. Now, they didn't get the triple. B was captured by the spawners coming out of Chiefs, and here comes Divine Mind to try and put the pressure on.
See, it looks like Divine Mind know that pressure is going to be coming to points they've already captured, so as soon as they are getting 2 caps, they move right on the 3rd. They're always trying to overextend for that triple, knowing that eventually the Chiefs are going to stack one of those sites. So obviously, we need 2 strongholds to be scoring, so the movement coming through from Divine Mind, it's a good idea. Unfortunately, they just need to be able to actually match it on the slates. I like that from Beaston. Really strong there, getting aggressive. And again, Josh, 4 down for Chiefs. So the slang is coming and a triple cap for Divine Mind. They've really turned the switch now. And look at this. Look at the score here. They're coming right back and they're almost about to get to 100. There's not much between these 2 teams right now.
This has been fantastic in the last couple of minutes from Divine Mind. They are coming back strong. Barcode and Madzi, the only ones left alive for the Chiefs. They do cap C. They stop the bleeding, but here comes Flex Reigns. He picks up 1. All 4 are down. Divine Mind looking strong. We're on with Beaston. He's straight feasting right now. 15-9 with 8 assists as well. Beaston, he is going huge where it counts. We were all riding off Divine Mind going into this one, but they are looking fantastic in response.
I don't know what's happened, Josh, but they've just now taken the lead as I speak. They've just flicked it on. 3 dead again. We are constantly seeing Chiefs 3 down, occasionally 4 as well. The switch has been flicked. Flex Reigns manages to pick up that camo, secures that perfectly. Now he can just run around the map as freely as he wants. He also has that heat wave, Josh. So the camo is good by itself, but when you can get that heat wave and be up close and personal, it's just a devastating combo.
You can see here Flex with that devastating combo. He's going to be trying to get the long-range shots. He revealed himself there. Didn't like the way he used it. I would have liked to have instead seen him go through big door and capitalize more on that camo heat wave combo. That might come back to haunt them because here comes the Chiefs. We're going to be seeing them. They've got B, they've got C, and Divine Mind. There's now a little bit of a kink in the armor as Chiefs start coming back here. They are behind, though. It's important to call out your score, 120-142. The blue team, Divine Mind, in front.
It was interesting then when we were on board with, I think that was Slays we were on board with, choosing not to overextend and try and take that A for the triple cap. So they seemed actually happier to maintain their focus on B and C. I guess when you're behind, you just want to get scoring, get that lead back. You can try and showboat for the triple cap when you have a big enough lead, but shows them being very conservative. They're not taking this game or this series for granted.
Beaston picks up yet another double kill. Berserk cleans up another. That means there was 4 down once again for the Chiefs. Divine Mind looking like they've got a refill. There's a lot of gas in the tank now. They've got B. They're about to capture C. Chiefs on the back foot trying to come out of the spawn. You can see here they're completely locked in though. You've got Beaston up in your face. Flex Rain picks up another. Here's Beaston on the flank, but he can't beat that that Mangler from Slays, who just manages to stay alive. He spots C in front of him. They know they need to make a move, but look at this. Flex Range, despite having 2, he's getting aggressive. He's taking the fight to Divine Minds, and Flex Range is going to pick up a vital kill on Slays.
Josh, we're in an interesting position right now where we have Divine Mind leading the Chiefs in game 1. Chiefs, they've got their backs against the wall. Let's go to a listen in and hear how their comms are going.
They just picked up cameras. 2 on cameras.
Well. I can't see.
There's one shot in B.
Bottom mess. Yeah, push me C. They're pushing me C here. I'm moving. Be skinny.
Watch right here.
They top me in flex.
Watch it, Ali.
Yeah.
I'm moving B still.
Two dead. I'm just pushing fucking
I can help GC. Angus, chow.
Dummies or something?
It's camera.
He's
yeah, camera with you guys.
Big dummies or something?
That.
He's got top tail, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he's weak.
Back tail flex.
Back A as well.
Yeah, back A.
One shot at me. Back. C. He's in C. It's 2 shots.
Okay.
Hold the 2 guys.
He's going to Mangler. 2 Mangler.
They have to make the play.
One's going storage, one's with Mangler.
Yeah,
it's 3A. 2 going fucking Mangler.
Yeah,
2 going storage, 2 going Mangler. Go on.
Just help him on this.
Yeah. On Mangler. Nice, they're going to hit me. Might hit BB. I'm watching you.
Watch out, mid. There's guys on mid right now. Decent with Mangler. 1 shot, skinny. There's another one of my dummies, guys.
Also live, yeah, they're playing C then. If they push into the hill.
Watch out, Flex, dead.
Yeah, just live as well, two guys.
Yeah, Tom mid, guys. C boxes. Nice.
Should be back tower.
Yeah.
He's got C.
2 on me.
Coming, Hoax. Going back tower. Back tower,
back tower, dead.
Nice, fuck. Good shit, 2 dead.
No one? Yeah.
They're gonna be spawning out. Madzy, he wave.
Bottom mid.
On Mango, I think. I hear bottom mid. I can push him. Where?
Yeah, dude, I got the bro. I'm moving with this.
I think
Pillars weak. You dropping? And back B.
Bite the pillow, Divine Mind. Here come the Chiefs. Coming back strong, 223 and climbing to the 176 of Divine Mind. Hoots, what the bloody hell happened? Divine Mind looking so strong. Neck minute barcode 17-11 with 10 assists as well. Going monstrous for the squad.
Barco smashed a Monster Energy drink, Josh. Look at this. The Chiefs from nowhere, when we went to that listen-in, were down. They're now at 240. Barcode's going crazy. They're about to put this one in. This is a massive statement because they were down and out for a while in this game. Divine Mind looked like they were dominating. And with that, the Chiefs take 250. Barcode was trash talking. He was teabagging. He was shooting dead bodies. Divine Mind looked like they were going to come out of nowhere here and make a real statement in game 1, and unfortunately they couldn't.
Chiefs were basically just dominating the whole first half of that game, and then Divine Mind, something happened. The switch was flipped. They were able to come back. They had a triple cap. It felt like they were holding it forever. And every time we were calling a 4 down, it was Chiefs in the ground. Divine Mind were playing fantastic. And then all of a sudden, it's kind of like Chiefs were just all of a sudden like, yeah, psych, came back and just stormed home.
I'm trying to do maths quickly in my head, but I think you'd almost have Divine Mind slightly outslaying the Chiefs in that instance. But you talk about how it flipped. We listened in and heard Barcode. He just got one big no-scope, and that's all he needed, right? His trash-talking started. He sounded frantic and a bit worried beforehand, but all of a sudden, the trash-talking started, the disrespect was happening, and the rest of the team just feeds off that energy. They had a massive fight for that C site for about a minute, and once they ended up getting control of that, Josh, it was pretty much game over.
Barcode was absolutely fired up there, which is what I love to see. We talk about the type of comms that come out of these teams, usually that kind of calm and concise nature. It was anything but. Barcode's mum's already on the way to wash out his mouth with soap because he was, fired up to say the least.
He was. Apologies. But look at the score here, right? 111 to 17, the Chiefs were up. And then we just keep watching as these highlights go through, the score at the bottom, and watch it start to tick back from this point where Divine Mind started going on a tear. There you go. So that's about 70 uncontested points, and all of a sudden, they're in the lead.
Over 100 uncontested.
Yeah, it was crazy. And then I think we pretty much hit a point here around the 180 mark where Divine Mind just stopped. And that was when the Chiefs caught fire. And so now what we have to think is this momentum now here? If they switched it on, are they going to now be able to carry this through to the next couple of games?
Divine Mind, they dropped the controller halfway through. Hopefully they can dust it off, pick it back up, and get back into the form that we saw them about halfway through that map. I tell you what, Hoots, there's one clear thing to take away from that map, is that it's possible. It is possible to get the advantage in the map. And not only that, really drive that advantage home, because It was only a couple of bad plays there from Divine Mind, not able to defend a couple of points, and a massive flank there from the Chiefs towards the end. And then Barcode, I don't know, he must have pumped that Modster because he was really firing on all cylinders at the end. It is so important, though, to stress that Divine Mind do actually have hope here in this series against the hot favourites, the Chiefs.
Especially if you can have a player like Beaston going off like he did. And he had strong support from Flex Reigns as well, who was slaying like a monster. Okay, so they're in a really good position to be able to bounce back here. There was just that final little push around that C site that didn't work out for them. But aside from that, you've got to take something positive away. If you're on the Divine Mind Cobs, you're sitting there saying, hey, we've got these guys. You know, we can match it with them when it comes to this game. So that makes me really excited for this next one. Slayer on recharge, Josh. We move in. Game 2. Obviously, we are playing a best of 7. It's for all the marbles. It's for what we've been working towards really for the last couple of months to get to this top prize pool here of 50,000 USD. Slayer on recharge. Let's get into it.
You talked about Divine Mind actually potentially there outslaying the Chiefs. Now that we're into Slayer, we're going to have to see how it goes. Here comes Mr. Underrated. He did have a pretty good start there. He picks up 1 kill here on Pips. 2 players down for both teams off the rip. No surprises. Camo there picked up, I think it might have been a friendly nade. I'm not too sure there. Yeah, it would have been over on Beaston. So Rated a little bit rough there. Beaston goes down. That camo might have been burnt, unfortunately. But what is fortunate is that Rated stays alive and he's still able to get some shots out here for the Divine Mind squad.
Look, a nice start from Divine Mind, up 6-3 already at the start. Team nades have been a thing. Look at that, tossing the sword off the map. Madsy knew he didn't have a chance to win that fight, so similar to a play ball, he tosses the power weapon off the map. We don't see that a huge amount, Josh, but I love that.
What we do see a lot of is Barcode taking faces with this shock rifle. We'll see if he can do it again here. There's going to be a couple of players pushing up the top tower. He does spot one, rings out.
There it is.
Easy headshot for the king here of ANZ Halo. Going to have to make sure no one sneaks up behind him. I think he tagged up Flex there with those shots. Player pushing in. He's going to be able to help clean that up. He does fall, though. Fantastic flank there from Berserk. He picks it up. Let's see if he can show us how it's done.
11-6 Divine Mind lead here, as you said, Josh. Berserk up here with the shock rifle. The power position on the map to use this weapon, but he is forced to retreat. Cops a few nades. I love it. So he runs back to his teammates. He knows exactly where the support is. Barcode pushing up the stairs here. Great pre-nade on Barcode. Unfortunately, the other ones come through as well from a whole bunch of different angles. Explosions everywhere. He's taken down. He did look like he had Barcode there, but Barcode just wants that shock rifle back, Josh.
And he's got it back too. Flex Reigns up top, trying to challenge. Solid shots! He's got the support. Berserk picking up a kill as well. 14-10. Your scoreline right here with Divine Mind in front. And here you go, Berserk getting fancy! The perfect shots, jumping up high with that grapple as well. And look at this. The blue squad looking good. Berserk picks up another right here. One at the top of Whirlpool. Falls to death as Berserk picks up the double. He is really going off here in the grand final.
What a hot start. Everyone from Divine Mind is stepping up when they need to. I absolutely love this. And this is just the Berserk again. Another outBR we just saw there. He's stepping up when he needs to. Divine Mind absolutely hanging with the Chiefs here in every sense of the word. Camo in the hand of Barco. We're going to see a push here with Pips down long haul. I like this moving together. You can have Pips as a distraction, taking all the shots while Barcode moves in. He does have that Disruptor in hand as well. Moving in on Beaston. Beaston can spot him. He's got the shock rifle and doesn't connect. Barcode manages to take him down. Shock rifle camo Flex wanting to push in. Wants to neutralize his camo, but can't see him. Gets headshotted. Perfect with the shock rifle from Barcode. Flex just needed to open those eyes just a little bigger and he would have caught him.
Barcode nasty with it as he tries to get the no-shield headshot on Beaston. Unfortunately missing there. I'm glad because my heart couldn't take that. He's still alive though, which is fantastic. 5-4 with 3 assists here. You can see the score all tied up. 21 apiece. No freaking way here, guys. We're only at map number 2 of this best of 7. I hope you're as psyched as we are. This is awesome here between 2 of the best the ANZ region has to offer. Barcode, he's got this locked down, and look at this.
Yeah.
This is just the calm before the storm.
Isn't this funny? Whenever you see the scores are tied, no matter what point of the game you're in, it just seems like, hey, we need to take the pace out of this straight away. See, Divine Mind, we've got Raided and Berserk, I think it is, over on that long hole, just sitting and not moving. I guess when you know Barcode's looking right across you with a shock rifle, you do want to keep your head down, but I like that position from Slays as well, up top there, providing coverage. Barcode does manage to get a perfect pick by rotating around while we were just off him. Moving around now through blue. He's going to catch Berserk completely unawares, working in to help him there, and this camo is about to pop, so they're looking to secure it. They timed this run perfectly, Josh. Double kill out of Barcode. They should be able to secure that camo. They had 3 down for Divine Mind there, and look at the swing. We spoke about how it was a tie at the start. They're now up 3.
Absolutely vital to get that kill, and Barcode alone set up that the invis that he was able to pick up here, the camo. Barcode still alive. Please, observers, let's keep it on Barcode. He's finally out of ammo from the shock rifle. He does have the sword though. He still has, no, he's finally out now. Sword and Mangler combo. Shots on flex range, managing to stay alive. He's 9-4. He's got the support of the team. He's been no shield for most of the game. He finally falls there to Raided. The score, though, 30-25. The last few minutes there were completely set up by Barcode and that shock rifle. Things slowed down, but that kill that then set up the camo that was picked up was insane. It was absolutely awesome stuff from the Chiefs.
So what does that tell you if you're Divine Mind as well? To me, that says don't take the foot off the gas. When the foot's on the gas, 360 apparently, when the foot's on the gas, you know you're keeping them on their toes. They're a bit disrupted, but then when you finally chose to slow it down, when you didn't really need to, they've gone on a tear. Look at this now. They're down by 10. So out of nowhere, they effectively have barely scored since we started speaking during that standoff period. Sword in the hands of Slay, so he's going to be able to get nice up close and personal. It's a perfect spot for it here. Moving up onto A. Raided here is going to be down below him, along with Beast and Flex Reigns pushing in through the gold. So look at the pinch coming from Barcode across to top gold, and he's clearly got the call out. Slay starting to make a move, although he didn't know that Raided was there. Great teamwork there, taking him down. Divine Mind need to use this sword to try and get back in this.
We did see Chiefs score 16 kills while Divine Mind only scored 5.
Yeah.
After that break there set up by Barcode, but Divine Mind coming back. You've got Beast in here. He's been going absolutely wild.
Great
he gets
teamwork.
Slays as well. It was great teamwork to get that double kill, and now he's got the sword as well. Massive potential here for Beaston if he can just manage to get away. Of course, he can't. Madsy down there. The trap was sprung. He was forced out. Fantastic positioning from the Chiefs. 41-35, but still, we've seen swings bigger than this comeback, Hoots.
Absolutely. Beaston, I want to point out, 10 kills, 0 assists. So that says that he's finishing all the fights he's getting into. Barcode now with this camo, and look at the ability where he's able to just to hang in a really exposed area and move around so freely. There does look like there are quite a few Divine Mind members around this A area. He's got that Mangler, but he's waiting. He's waiting for his teammates to come in, cause a distraction, and look at this. Like fish in a barrel, just taking shots, but it doesn't work! He's taken down with the camo. Massive swing there, although 3 down for Divine Mind still. So he created a distraction, Josh. 47 kills now for the Chiefs. They're looking to close this one out.
Oh, there was massive potential there for a swing in Divine Mind's favor. Luckily, the Chiefs, they held it together. They put the brakes on the Divine Mind push. Beaston and Berserk, though, however, Madsy and Barcode both fall. The Wombo combo for the Chiefs. Pip, though, gets a killing spree. That's going to help to try and wrap things up there. You've got a weak Berserk in front. He falls. Berserk gets the kill from the grave. Flex gets another. Final kill here required for Chiefs. Divine Mind still in it. Only one more kill required here for the Chiefs to take map number 2 here in this best of 7 grand final. Barcode being challenged. Nades out. He's got the support. Madsy down low. Who's going to be getting this final kill, or will Divine Mind do the impossible? You can see them chasing these players hot on their tail. We're going to see the final kill there picked up. Berserk and Beaston falling at the end, 50-42. Your final score. Chiefs 2-0 up in this series, but what a game that was. And again, Hoots, again, it's a real game we've got on our hands, a real series here for the grand final.
Yeah, compare the way the Chiefs went up against Immunity, where they just stomped them so hard, to what they're coming up against Divine Mind here. It's a very different series. And as Luke mentioned at the start, right, Divine Mind are the only people ever to send Chiefs to the losers bracket. So just taking a look at the scores here, and it was Berserk and Beaston for Divine Mind going off, but across on the other side for the Chiefs, Slays and Barcode doing a lot of work. We had no assist coming out of Beaston. It's not necessarily worth mentioning, but it's just an interesting stat given that most people do at least pick up a couple. But a pretty consistent performance there across the board. But looking at the damage here, Barcode 4,231 leading the map.
Flex Reigns there, unfortunately, didn't do too much in that map. He got 2,800, which I think was over 1,000 less damage than anyone else that I saw on the team. Now, we can't call out Flex. Definitely an amazing player. Often, in fact, part of the highlight reel for Divine Mind, but it does make me question if he was able to get just a little bit better performance out of that map, what would have happened? Could he have been the X factor for the squad? But of course, Hoots, we can talk about what ifs all we want. In the end, it was the Chiefs that come out in front. They're only 2 maps away from winning this grand final.
The good teams just find a way of winning, right? Like, it doesn't matter if it's clean or messy, they just find a way to win. And so what we just saw was Divine Mind hanging. And like I said, I just feel that the point that really changed was where they started to take the pace out, and they didn't need to do that.
Took the foot off the gas, and they didn't need to. The aggression was working with them. In their defense, you had Barcode, who was watching over on that ledge. He had the shock rifle. He managed to rotate around to lift. So I kind of get it. You saw top lift and gold in the hands of Chiefs. Meanwhile, C-Plat and the long haul was going to be Divine Minds. But I totally agree. I understand that they had the power weapon there with the shock rifle, but take the risk. It was working for you.
Yeah, I know. You feel like when you can see the shots coming out of there and from gold, and you know that Barcode is there with that shock rifle, do you just stack 2 and send it in? Yeah, you might lose 1 guaranteed, and it ends up being effectively a trade, but surely you just take that, get that weapon out of his hands. You know how strong he is. You know, we've seen maps where with precision weapons, he can just turn them on his head individually. You just can't allow him to have that freedom to sit and then eventually move around the map with that kind of freedom.
We'll see what they can do to respond here. Both teams winning their last Bizarre CTF. We saw Divine Mind able to win it over a mini. We've seen Chiefs win it as well. We know that they're very good. I remember way back to day number 1, in fact, of, it would have been, I think, it was Open Series, but it was day 1 of competitive Halo Infinite, where Barcode got that infamous triple kill with the grapple over here on top tower. We'll see if one of these players can replicate something like that again. Barcode, speaking of the devil, he's going to have that rocket. I have no idea how the rocket...
first one hit and that one doesn't?
How was the rocket at his feet not a kill? Berserk, however, too good. That was an almost triple kill there for Barcode. OS in the hand of Pips as well, so they have all of the toys.
It doesn't help when you have Pip coming in with the flag like that. We have seen Chiefs do love to run it over on this palm side. Barcode's sitting there on the other balcony. He's going to probably be able to provide a bit of cover. Pip's just looking around saying, all right, well, where are the Divine Mind guys? And to be frank, right now, I can't really see where they are. We have 2 over on Rockets, it looks like. The other 2, though, not showing up on my screen. I think Berserk down at the pills there. He is going to take out Barcode. But one thing we did see with Divine Mind, Josh, in their series earlier today is when they pull flags on this map, they pull them effectively. And most of the time, they do score.
Yeah, what we saw Divine Mind do there is push alley, which was exactly what you would do. It was kind of textbook, and I'm surprised that the Chiefs didn't expect that, or at least the player that was running flag. They could have ran that a bit further, but look, again, we'll skip the what could have happened and focus on what's happening now, and what's happening now is Divine Mind making a run.
Yeah, I like this from Beaston here. He's been one of their big slayers for this game. Manages to take out Barcode, drops another to 1 shot, but Madzi, meantime, is overextended and he's running through the double doors. We're going to have 2 players run straight into each other with the flag, it looks like, as it all of a sudden becomes Flag City. Down at double doors, Madzi, I like that. Tosses it out a little bit further, gets the return, lets his teammate take the rest of the run. Looks like they are fighting a bit, coming up to a bit of defense here, but they do get it to the double doors, Josh. Once you get it through those double doors, that's the all-important thing because you have enough cover. You've got the respawns in your base to be able to get it back, and they have managed to get it over there, the Chiefs now.
Yeah, which is great, but don't forget that OS just came up, and this is what often happens, right? You get so tunnel visioned on your current objective that you forget about those power-ups and power weapons. But of course, a good trade for a cap, I would say, and it looks like they managed to get the overshield anyway, Hoots.
And not just that, they also managed to get Divine Mind 3 down. So often when you put a flag in, you'll lose a few of your players yourselves because you have to be so objective-minded, you end up getting killed. But in that whole turnaround, Chiefs managed to pretty much stay 4 up, and when they put that flag in, it was 3 down for Divine Mind. Slays now had that OS, is able to get into the base and start to pull a flag, using that thruster to get behind the pill. I love the use of cover there. Unfortunately, he's dropped, so that flag might not be making too many moves right now. Beaston manages to pick up a trade there with Pips. That's a double, so 2 down for the Chiefs. Not sure if we're really going to see them in a position to be able to do much here.
Sizzle sticks coming out here from Madzy, trying to stop this push from Divine Minds and keep control of the middle of the map. Barcode over on the Rocket side. He gets the smackdown, cleans up, gives them the business, but that's why you got to watch yourself, Barcode. Watch your back, mate. He does get taken down and punished for giving him that, and that was actually vital.
Yeah, I know.
Now they've given up the Rockets.
Yeah, you got to remember, you're playing for a lot of money, so you know they're in a very commanding position right now, up 2-0. But if that's what he needs to do to rev himself up, then let him go for it. Slays, unfortunately, cops a rocket that Barcode wasn't able to secure, and Beeston starting to make a move in now, an aggressive push, trying to get up behind here on the Chiefs, but Barcode down in that palm, misses the rocket, unfortunately, does manage to take down Barcode. Good work there, but look at the support, Josh, coming through the alleyway in the river here, straight back into the flag to try and clear out Divine Mind from making a pull.
He had the support. He didn't need to use the rocket.
Yeah,
if he had the support, he would have cleaned up the kill, and then used the rocket on the 2 players pushing alley. I don't know what it is with some of these players that with their, I don't know, overzealous use of the rockets. But look, hey, it was Beeston. You can't really argue when the man pulls numbers he does when it comes to slaying. And also, there's 3 down for Chiefs right now, so maybe there's an opportunity anyway to try and get a flag out, but not when you're fumbling like that, Raiden.
Not when you're not clambering properly. Yeah, it's just those split seconds, right? Just give the other team a chance to get back. Barcode almost using the bar there perfectly. Manages to actually get dropped in the end, though. So Beeston with this overshield, and that's probably what saved him there, right? Managed to stay alive while fighting Barcode. Takes down Madzy as well. So this OS being really crucial now in helping Divine Mind try and set up some kind of dominance around the mid. And meanwhile, Raided running this flag through straight up the guts. Now down through market. I like this. He's getting through pretty well. Looks like he's got support, although Barcode is dropped actually finally. So the nades do come through, but they're going to get it past the double doors, and he's got the support there. A little fumble, but I think we should be okay. I don't think anyone from Chiefs is going to be in a position to stop this. That's a great reply, Josh. 1-all, and a pretty uncontested run back to the base.
And all 4 players were alive during that cap, which means there's not going to be a super fast or instant counter here from the Chiefs, especially when you've got Flex running out, being aggressive. But look at this. Pips is actually in their base. He needs to be shut down quickly, so make sure you keep an eye on that kill feed to see where he's at. He actually picks up 1 in the base, so that was going to be big. Huge stuff here from both teams as they're pushing out here. Madzy and the Chiefs trying to get this mid-map control. 3 players up from Divine Mind. One's pushing the big doors right now.
Oh, the
peak!
with
the back and forth. Oh my God.
He just did not land. It was just completely out of sync. Every shot was just when Berserk was behind the double door. I love those peak BR fights, Josh. They just look so good.
Berserk has the moves. He took his dance lessons this week. Looking very, very good, in fact, for the squad. And I just can't believe, or in fact, I'll tell you what, I can believe it's 1-1 right now, as both of these teams know how to play this map and game type very, very well. But it is, of course, up to that very important time, Hoots, the 6-minute mark on CTF Bazaar, where both the OS and the Rockets come up. Both teams need to do their best to secure mid-map, and I saw there that Divine Mind were down by 3.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing I'm noticing in the kill feed, Barcode, 12 deaths. So he's still leading the Slays, but it shows that Divine Mind is keeping him on the respawn screen quite a bit. Slays now with these Rockets getting aggressive, pushing in through the bar. You see Barcode across on the palm side moving in. And we're going to have Berserk probably copped a fair bit of splash damage there on that rocket. I'm sure he was. He's still actually up somehow, Josh. Where did he go?
That was.
He ended up coming behind. No, he got Barcode somehow.
Yeah, that was. I think that was some rough comms, because what you saw there is that the Chiefs were looking for that player that was on the stairs. However, they already killed him. That was just some shaky comms, which is very rare out of the Chiefs.
I thought there were 2 on the stairs and that one was down, but the other one copped the rocket.
Nah, the rocket. So one got copped by the rocket, one got splash damage, but there was a Chiefs player in tree that killed him, which is why it was surprising that the Chiefs didn't communicate that, because he went looking for the player that was already dead.
Exactly. So little mistakes like that can cost you. They were in a position with those rockets to, if you're making rocket plays in your enemy's flag, you should be able to get a pull. Flex range, I love staying alive there from Pip. The peak shot again, really working well for several players on Divine Mind. Takes down 1 with Berserk. You'll take that trade when it's a 2-on-1. That's what that Mangler's going to do. It's such a powerful weapon at close range. Meanwhile, Barcode, just with that grapple, we always see him holding it on this map, getting straight up and offensive. So, Josh, for the last couple of minutes, Chiefs really have occupied the Divine Mind side, say that 12 times, of the map.
They have, but this to me, this has now turned into a marathon. And so far, Divine Mind have been able to keep up. Yes, they're on the defensive, but they've been defending fantastically. And you can see here, Barco, he's made his way into the base, but FlexTrans cleans him up. There's going to be another player pushing tree. Okay, there's now an opportunity set up. 3 players down for Divine Mind. But as you would expect, when there's 1 player up, it's Beastin, and he's done the overextension. Now he's going to hope he gets the support from his players coming out of Alley. They've actually come back to defend. You should expect Beastin here to pull the flag here and try and do what he can to stop this flag pull from the Chiefs.
Yeah, Pip's doing a really good job here of just being a nuisance, and it looks like 2 will go down, though, for Chiefs in this push. 3 down, so you'd assume that Divine Mind are going to be able to get in a position to get this return. You can hear it going off there.
Berserk should have OS as well.
Yeah, so did we actually get a push all the way through? He's no longer in their base, so he must have looped back around to stop that flag. I like that. Berserk with this OS, managing to stay alive. It is melted, though. He's fighting about 3 Chiefs players at once. Make that 4 pretty much. Poor guy gets his OS and can't really do anything with it. Great job from the Chiefs of neutralizing that.
Yeah, the spawners from Divine Mind just couldn't get there quick enough. However, FlexTrans, he and Beastin pick up 1 each. Madzy, though, he picks up 2. Great work there from the Chiefs player before being dropped here. Slay's trying to do what he can to back up the team, but look at this, right in the grill is going to be Divine Minds. We're on with Berserk as he gets dropped. Now over to Beastin, who again, he's just been playing awesome. But look at the kills across the board. Relatively even, which is what we love to see here, Hoots. The only player really standing out for me, very likely to be Barcode, as he's on 20, but he's died so much. 17 deaths to him, the highest on the squad.
Yeah, I guess it shows he's just being very, very aggressive, which is what they do want from him, but it shows Divine Mind's also able to answer back to that aggression. Barcode manages to pick up these rockets, so let's watch those kills pick up a little bit. The man always has a grapple. Does he spawn with one?
I think he might, because he's always got them. All I know is that he's really good at them. So, you know, don't worry about Tom Holland or Andrew Garfield. Your next Spider-Man's going to be Barker, I reckon, the way he's able to cruise around. Look, here he goes once again, getting out of there. And he does somehow survive, but they're on his tail. But look at the defensive, mate. That was actually fantastic. And he survives. Barcode, he's an absolute freak for it. Look at him. They're just chasing him down. I think the theory is shut down Barcode and you shut down the Chiefs. And I think they might be onto something, Hoots.
Josh, we've got about 2 minutes left, 1-1. Neither team's been able to score for quite a while. I want to hear what the Chiefs' comms are going like, so let's listen to a listen in.
Probably out
double back to mid, double back to mid.
He's one shot.
Watch out about, guys. Twice here as well. Where's he going?
Guys, do their cafe, guys.
Hey, cafe, Mads. Pip,
kill him. There's guys still on me, guys. I'm just moving on this side. I've got 2 people on me.
We're coming. I'm a bit over.
I'm on this side.
Where are they going?
One on their palm.
They're rocket flex.
Guys,
two for a second.
Yeah, they're back. Jumping out. He's one shot.
Free kill.
Yeah, he's on the left.
My fire doubles or something. Dead. They can't make the market.
Yeah, there.
Good side. It's Donomus, guys. Donomus. Yeah, do we go die? We go die?
There's no one still with their palm, guys.
Coming back. One shot me.
Guys, very dead. One on gonna make the flag, guys.
Oh, he's there. I'm on him. Nade him.
That's good shit.
One spawn there.
I'm
getting him spawning thrust there.
I'm getting dynamos.
I'm weak. They're gonna push out.
Yeah, there's a guy on me. They're at the market.
They're market weak. They're lockers. Absolutely dead. The cafe. One shot. Hey, our fucking pillars. Our pillars are they? I can pull it. I can.
I'm Medzi. I killed the guy in the cafe.
Yeah, doubles. Well, yeah, doubles.
One shot
doubles. He's going out. Palm. To the palm.
He's still weak.
Yeah, no, feel free to bring us in whenever now. Josh, they're trying their best. They just can't seem to get a flag pull. Whenever they were able to get 3 dead, the Chiefs, Divine Mind just had one guy who was being a rat. Pip ends up nading himself. And with only 13 seconds to go and both flags now returned, it looks like we're going to be heading to overtime.
Yeah, indeed we will. And, you know, what better way to do the CTF here in the grand final than to go to the overtime. There was a small opportunity there at the end for the Chiefs as 3 were down, but no one in position to pull the flag. So, yes, here we are going into overtime. Chiefs versus Divine Mind. And to be honest, given the way that Divine Mind felt like they were on the defensive for, I think, for the majority of it, this must be nice and refreshing for them, and it's about to be very spicy, though, as they all go for this OS and rockets off the break.
Great nades by Pip there. I love just using the little bank of the market there to pop them over. You were saying it must be refreshing for Divine Mind. Also frustrating for the Chiefs though, right? Doing all that slaying and then not able to convert anything when you are dominant. But look at this. They've come out straight off the bat and said, no, 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 no more messing around. Let's go for this. It looks like it's Barcode running the flag here bottom. Berserk's trying to stop this. He's going to be dropped. Berserk still only one down though. So look at the other two players for Divine Mind coming in through this right-hand side. Pip comes up against one, manages to push him back. He had that overshield. I think it's mostly gone now. And trying to just fight Flex Reigns here. If he can kill Flex Reigns, that should be a cap. He can't. Unfortunately, 3 down for Chiefs. Flex Reigns saying, I'm going to try and run one myself. He is dropped, but he took the flag out. They need to get a return before they can put it in. This flag is still alive for the Chiefs.
That was a Slays double kill to help keep the dream alive for the Chiefs. Their spawners are coming up. Raiden needs to go big. The flag's still there. I don't think they can do it. That flag should be in, ladies and gentlemen. The Chiefs are going to win the CTF in the overtime in about 60 seconds. That was the most frantic you'll ever get from a CTF Bazaar there right at the end in that overtime. It really could have gone either way.
Flex Reigns he won that battle and I thought that was it, but every wave of support that came through just kept getting dropped and it wasn't enough to put that in. And you saw the hustle from the Chiefs to get that flag in. 3 guys around it putting it in at the end shows just the support that they had.
And again, we're 3-0 here with the Chiefs, only 1 map away from victory. But again, it's a little bit of a cliche, Hoots, but the score, the series score does not tell the story of the games that we've seen here in the grand final. They've been so damn close. Divine Mind have just been chomping at the ankles here of the Chiefs as they're trying to run away with it. But the Chiefs, all that said, they are still in front and are now 1 map away from being our champions.
Overall, I think in terms of if you were to add the cumulative damage for each team, I think that Divine Mind actually had more damage put out in that game as well. So they were fighting their hardest, and it's just the Chiefs, after that overtime, just came out and said, I think we stopped messing around now. Let's put this in and put this one to bed. 1 more game to go.
We must say that the way that they opened up that overtime and got instant mid-map, not only was it aggressive, they just won the battles, you know. They were able to slay out, they got control, instant pull, and they were able to get it onto their side of the map. And again, Divine Mind, where they were good, was that defense. They were able to chase down that flag. Very, very good. But then just when push comes to shove, it just wasn't enough. And Slays, the double kill coming out from Chiefs, that was the big play. That was the one that really cemented it.
Are you talking about Slays at the start up in the bar with the grenades down?
I'm talking about the double kill that he got at the end to clear out Divine Mind. And that was really what set up that final cap.
Well, I wanted to shout out, I think it was Slays that we started off with at the start of that overtime, going up to the bar and tossing the 2 nades onto the market roof. Picked up 1 kill himself and then picked up the assist as well. And then that enabled them to get OS, they got rockets, and it was really hard for Divine Mind to come back from
what we're saying there, the overtime was just the Slays show.
The Slays show,
Because it must have been, because you saw that the nades at the start. I saw that double kill that stopped, you know, the final hope there from Divine Mind. Chiefs looking so good again. But I think throughout this whole series, the story for me is just how well Divine Mind are playing. You know, we talk about the fact that the Chiefs are so far ahead. We're talking about Divine Mind, the squad that lost to Immunity. And all credit to Immunity. I've been riding them. But, you know, we didn't think that this kind of caliber of play was coming out of Divine Mind this tournament, yet here they are showing us what's up. But guys, this could very well be the last map of this tournament. The Chiefs trying to lock things down, but going down 3 off the break is not how you do it here. It might be settled for all the marbles on Oddball Recharge.
Camo picked up by Berserk. He manages, I don't actually think he got it in there. So Camo is going to still be down at bottom mid. I think Barcode might have gone down and picked that up. That's not what you want if you are a Divine Mind player. Barcode with Camo is always a dangerous prospect. Pip getting really aggressive here, coming in on Rated. Great kill there. Rated had the cover. Pip was fully exposed, still manages to drop him, and everyone's just feeling each other out before making this opening pull for ball. Flex Reigns is the guy with Camo. So Camo actually, it seems like it's taken a long time to be put in. Just hunting here down on Barcode at bottom mid. He's got that Mangler in his back. It's actually Slay, sorry. He's got that Mangler in his back pocket, and Slay's just unaware of the fact that he's actually keeps putting distance between himself and Flex and can't finish the kill, and he nades himself, almost kills himself, does it again. He's throwing nades everywhere, but still can't finish. No! Oh, no! Oh, God. Well, does that just sum up the last 3 games. Close, but no cigar.
That was a bit.
Oh, we should make sure no one's called the cops here, because that was a death-curdling scream we just let out there.
Oh my god, yeah, look, that was rough.
I'm going to sound like a 17-year-old girl, but I literally can't even.
Call the Ghostbusters. There were some ghost melees coming out there. Like, that was rough. Anyway, we'll try and recover from that. We do press on. 13 points to 1 here off the rip. Chiefs in front, looking to make this the final map here up against Divine Mind. Beastin and co trying to do what they can. Pips picks up a nice little double kill there, though, and Madzy also waiting for his next camo. Uncontested. Flex, he had nothing he could do. He was all alone, so he's holding on to the ball and just waiting to throw it off. But Madzy's there with that camo. Fantastic work, observers, as we got that. And Madzy now picking up the ball, racking up the points once again. Passes it out, which is exactly what you want to do when you've got that power up. And now he's going to be able to play defense for this ball carrier.
And that camera angle made me so sad. Poor little Flex just standing there with the ball, no mates around him, and then he has a camo guy converge on him. He had 2 others coming down the long haul. There was just nothing he could do there. Madzy using that commando, picking up the assist there on Berserk. Look at this opening lead that we have from the Chiefs, 32-16. So Divine Mind has managed to get a little bit of time, but the Chiefs had this really strong setup. And we spoke about that camo before from Madzy, Josh. He was able to just sit bottom mid for about 3 or 4 seconds while it came up on respawn. We don't normally see that in these high levels of competitive play.
It's going to be absolutely vital here for Divine Mind to get this next camo. Yeah, look,
turn it off.
We can't see that kind of activity without some censorship happening here. This is Twitch.tv after all, or wherever you're watching this broadcast. Hopefully rebroadcast. You might want to. When Pips is going in for the overkill, he's going to get it. Yep, that's paid. He's going to have that right there as well. 4 down there for Divine Mind for a moment, and Madzy, he's home free. He's getting bored over here. He's not doing much. He might fall asleep with that ball in hand. Barcode, he's just guarding the door here with the sword. Ain't no one getting in here. You can try, but you're gonna go down. He almost got the stick as well. That is some amazing stuff here coming out from the Chiefs, but they are 4 down.
4 down for the Chiefs. So Divine Mind needed to show something, because every single time we see the Chiefs get within a game of winning a tournament, that's when they just seem to go to this completely new level and just go absolutely crazy. And we are starting to see that now.
That was a 4 out of Madzy there.
Look at Pips, 11 kills, 7 assists and 6 deaths. So he's going crazy. Berserk's trying to lead the way on the Divine Mind squad, but not getting a huge amount from his teammates. But Pips, I'm loving this from him. Good call. Observers jumping onto him. This ball is down below. Raided's going to be in a position to try and grab it. But with Pips up above you, you know you have to be pretty worried. He's got this gold set up, and look, just runs straight past him, does Raided. Pips pops out. A little bit sloppy with the BR, kills him anyway, though. But we now have a camo in the hand of Divine Mind. I think it's the first one. Second one maybe they've been able to get their hands on today, Josh. They really need to use this effectively, because, look, Chiefs only have 20 seconds left.
Score check, 79-16. The Chiefs in front here. Round 1 of this oddball. Berserk, though, looking good. He does have that Mangler camo combo. He is going to be tagged up. Hopefully he gets away with his life for his sake. Barcode, we saw him top lift. He's going to have none of that action. 3 players down at the moment. Barcode, the only one left alive, but he picks up 2 there. Flex and Raided, both falling. Berserk, does he want some of this? He's going to push out Pips and Slays right around the corner. This could be very dangerous, because Berserk doesn't know that Pips is just to his left. He might, though, after that nade.
Nice
Fantastic nades against
nades.
both! Berserk showing it how it's done. He picks up both, and you can see here the momentum shift. The ball picked up by Beast, and he gets away with about 1 HP there. Barcode pushing out. Don't even challenge, son.
Sorry, not to interrupt. Don't you love, though, the nades come up. My instinct for that is run away. Barcode goes, you're not throwing nades down on me, and just jumps down and takes him out himself.
Yeah, that's Barcode for you, right? Who's also now going to be picking up the ball as well.
May as well, he's done everything else.
Why not? Madzy, though, he's been the real hero there. 66 objective points to his name. Barcode gets a smack. Beastie picks up 2 there. That was big. That was big. Keep an eye on that. Madzy trying to come in to just finish this off now. The blue team saying they're not done yet. Holding onto the ball. But Madzy, he gets the jump on Beast, and he might get the kill, though. But the Mangler might have something to do there. A little bit of repulse action there as well. It wasn't going to be enough. Beastin managing to stay alive. He needs Flex. Where's Flex? He wants to hold his hand. There you go. And they're going to have some support here. Now waiting for these spawners to come out. Berserk, though, cross map. He's taken down. But look at this. Blue team spawning in gold. Good setup for them when you've got Beastin pushing out into long haul as well. But here comes Pip.
Yeah, and Pip is the one, this camo, because they had the long haul covered, but the Mangler, they get a trade, so not bad. You'll take that every day of the week. You have some, although, no, we've had Chiefs have somehow managed to come in through gold as well and take over. Double kill from Berserk. That's really handy. Barcode's the last guy alive for a little bit for the Chiefs. He just needs to pick this up and try and move this. I love this. Get it out of there. Get it towards where his teammates are spawning. Over towards A, I believe it is, running down. And look, he's just putting enough distance between himself and Divine Mind that they can't actually get to him with the ball. He tosses it out. Nice move, but loops straight back. If we're playing NBA, that's an ankle breaker. Chiefs are going to take out this opening round. Look at Slayers. He's not even bothering to play anymore. The batteries have fallen out of his controller. Chiefs take the opening round, Josh. They are 1 round away from taking out the ANZ Super and the 50K prize pool.
Beautiful finish there for the Chiefs. They even finished it with a 4 down of Divine Mind. We're here into round 2 of possibly the final map. Guys, I hope you're hyped. This could be it. Let's see if Divine Mind can keep themselves in the game. Raided started out strong. We're taking down Mazzy. He actually got the double kill as well. Beastin gets another. 3 players down there for a moment. Barcode and Slays on the map for the Chiefs. Here comes Slays. He's going to be taken down surely. He does. The final shot coming in from Raided. 3 players collapsing on Berserk. Berserk takes down Barcode. Pips needed to go in to back him up right here. Ball in the hands of Flex Range. First point in this round are going to Divine Mind. Hopefully they can give us a series yet.
Yeah, we're on board with Pips here, starting to move around through A. Looks like he's trying to make a move here into B because that's where Divine Mind were spawning. I love that Berserk unawares catching him with a few shots. Berserk's going to get dropped. Raided's also on the long side, over on gold, backing up. Nice move by Raided, but the ball is now set up in A. We've seen Chiefs be able to really hold this 8 point strong. I love this setup here. You've got Pip now starting to move over towards blue. I'm not sure where the support is coming from. I think there's possession in the golds as well. So they've managed to take down 2 here of Divine Mind, and the rotation comes through to blue. So we see that so often from the Chiefs. When the A setup becomes too hard to hold, they move straight over to the blue. They can get over there pretty uncontested. Great use of the movement here. Raided, though, has been able to drop in quite a bit. And we're actually seeing Raided, the overall lead slayer for Divine Mind. Thanks for pointing that out, Josh. Raided now on 7 kills. 2 kills for Flex, and just 1 for Berserk and Beastin. Beastin taking a bit of objective time, though.
I said he was underrated. 7 kills while the rest of the team were on 1. He was going big to try and keep Divine Mind in it. Chiefs, though, seem to be very much here in control of round number 2 of this oddball. Beastin doing what he can to keep the dream alive for the blue team. 16-9 your score right now.
On here with Beastin. He needs to make something happen. We saw him performing really well at the start of this series, Josh, and then unfortunately, I think pretty much since that game 1, he hasn't really been able to replicate those kind of performances. He's copping a lot of heat down here in bottom mid Slade with the height advantage on him. That's always going to be a hard one to win. Goes for the Hulk this. Doesn't manage to get it successfully. Madzy, meanwhile, while that's all happening, sneaks up right behind him and picks up this camo. Look at the aggression with the camo as well. Going in 4 down for Divine Mind. Here's a chance for a really strong setup for the Chiefs. And Barcode just really wants that shock rifle, no matter if it comes at the expense of his life. Slay's starting to get away from the gold where he started this hold. Look at this. Can move through completely uncontested 2A. We do have the push, though, coming in here from... Is that Beastin there? It was. Beastin is dropped from Barcode. Great coverage of him there. Madzy is dropped as well. So a bit of chaos happening around this area right now. But Barcode, look at him just staying alive, putting shots in with the shock rifle. Flex Range is dropped. Barcode zipping around. He's going crazy. 3 down for Divine Mind, and Chiefs still have the ball.
I can't get over his movement. He's like a butterfly. Everyone else is a caterpillar. They're all stuck behind him. He's an evolved player,
never gonna work.
He can't get it when there's 2 pushing him like that. He does fall, but the Chiefs are in front. 40 points and climbing here to the 9 of Divine Mind. Rated 10-4 with 3 assists. He's doing what he can. The rest of the team need to come up and join him. Madzy, though, shutting down Flex. Rated picks up another kill here before being smacked by Madzy once again. 3 players down from Divine Mind. Halfway to victory here in what is the final, potentially the final round here of this oddball.
Yeah, God, they're just being absolute pains in the asses to Divine Mind right now, the Chiefs. Just getting ultra aggressive and not enabling them to put in any kind of formal push. Beastin, though, starting to move in on Barcode. Barcode and Beastin 1-in-1 beats him and beats him down with the ball. He should not have lost that, Beastin, but Barcode's just hot and on another level.
I cannot believe what we're seeing here. This dominating performance from the Chiefs after Divine Mind have done so well to bring it this far. 2 players each up for both sides on the map. New camos up. Beaston should have got that. So Beaston might have got away with that new camo. We'll have to keep an eye out just in case. Flex Rain's pushing in. He's going to be dropped. Barcode is going to be the one to pick that one up because of course it's going to be. He does get smacked though by Beaston. Pip here from the Chiefs getting some shots out. Beaston's going to be challenging him. The nades do come out. The ball has made its way into the hands of Divine Minds. They're only in the low teens trying to pick it up, but Rated able to get away with his life. Flex on that ledge, and Beaston, he does have that camo. It finally goes out, but he's got the Mangler. Picks up one. The Repulsor coming out from
getaway.
Pips. Look at that movement. He's taken lessons from Barcode, but Beaston's still alive, and he picked up another kill. 3 players down for Chiefs. Divine Mind do look like they're in control, at least for now.
Divine Mind starting to show us something. They have gone 2 down. Madsy's just been going on a tear lately as well. Unfortunately, he's dropped. Madsy now has this set up in gold. They're going to be all around him. 4 players up, 4 Chiefs. Madsy holding the ball here. They only have about 20 seconds left. And Barcode, shocker, he's got the shock rifle as well, putting in heaps of damage here right now. Oh, not going to pull it out and get the double. Unfortunately, can't do it. Berserk pushes through. Strong effort from him. He had to do something to break this setup, Josh, but only 5 seconds to go for Chiefs.
They need to do something right now. 7 seconds left for the Chiefs to finish this out, but you've got Slays. He picks up 3. He's got the support here of Pips. Pips should get the final points here. 3 down from Divine Minds. 3, 2, 1. It is going to be the Chiefs Esports Club wrapping up the oddball right here. 2-0. They take the series 4-0. They're going to take the entire tournament. The champions here, the legends. It's going to be the Chiefs, and they take the lion's share of that $50,000 prize pool.
Congratulations to the Chiefs, the ANZ Super Champions. And Josh, not just that, they get their ticket to Kansas City as well.
Indeed. They're hard to come by at the moment. If you haven't noticed, there's some crazy stuff going on in the world. They get the tickets over to Kansas. They are the champions. And look, it's about what we expected. But before we keep celebrating the Chiefs, what a performance from Divine Mind. I had him written off.
I mean, you said at one point, right, it's the story about who gets second. And I think Divine Mind really showed up in that series. That last game, not super close, but everything else, they were right in it the whole way through. If we can potentially, if the guys in the booth can maybe head us back to the kills and deaths in that game, if we can get a chance just to have a look at them. But we do have 26 kills, 17 deaths from Pips. He stood up in that last game more than anyone.
Indeed, he did. Pips on the opposing side for Divine Mind. You did see Rated, though.
Yeah.
I called it out at the beginning of the series. I really feel like that Rated's been an underrated player for the squad.
You just love saying that.
I do, but I seriously mean it. Like, we always call out other players, but he's been fantastic. And you'll see that as we go through some of the highlights, which, to be fair, for the most part, is just yet another highlight reel here for the Chiefs.
Yeah, absolutely. This is that overkill that we paid, and it kills me that those trades don't count as the 4th kill, but that's an overkill any day of the week. And look, there was a final push there from Divine Mind where they had something going, but the Chiefs just switch it on, and the aggression comes out of nowhere, and they just monster people. Barcode gone for that insane double potentially at the end with the shock rifle, but Luke, I'm sure you and the boys were watching down in the green room during that, and it seemed like it was going to be close, but the Chiefs, they just find a way to win.
Yeah, it certainly did seem like Divine Mind might have been able to push the Chiefs up against the wall, but unfortunately this time around, once again, it will be the Chiefs, the grand champions of the ANZ region, completely untouched through the entirety of the ANZ HCS Super, not dropping a single map, ladies and gentlemen. Every single time these guys stepped into the server, they did not miss a beat, and they will be our undefeated champions for ANZ, and punching themselves in towards the HCS Kansas Major and getting themselves 20,000 USD as well to top it all off, lads.
I mean, that was just insanity. And Chiefs, that was just straight up cyberbullying, right? It was four massive digital wedgies for Divine Mind in that series. They just turned it up. And, I was a little bit nervous because it's like Chiefs have just been so dominant, and sometimes you can falter right at the end. But nah, they super consistent, stayed composed, and they closed it out. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, 4 for 4 for the Chiefs, and it just seemed so clinical for them, right? Definitely something that we're used to seeing them. But even in those moments, even in those slight moments where Divine Mind were sort of pushing them against the wall, Chiefs always managed to come back 10 times harder, and that's something that they're so famous for down in this region. Every time you push them a little bit, they give it back to you 10 times harder.
And I think we saw that in the strongholds as well. And one man that stepped up in that first match specifically is Barcode. So let's bring the king here in towards the studio. Barcode, smiling assassin. What a good tournament from you guys this long. And has been a decent amount of time since we've been able to actually talk to you, Barcode. But I mean, what can we really say about the Chiefs? You guys are so dominant across our region, and even in this Super, you guys not dropping a single map. What was it like, you guys being in the house? Do you really felt like that leveled you guys up here for the Super this weekend?
Oh, for sure, dude. The land buff is actually real, dude. Seeing my teammates just like right next to me, you know, the little fist bumps and all that sort of stuff. The atmosphere's been crazy. Seeing all the boys, you know, definitely has helped, I feel. Maybe online we maybe would have, well, this was online. We maybe would have dropped a map or so, but, you know.
Okay. Well, listen, Barcode, we've known you since you're a young little tadpole. You've evolved into a toad, and how does it feel? You go from being a young gun on the
same reaction, mate. What is that?
Toads, you guys got to read the chat. The memes in the chat, all right? You know, Toads out for Barcode.
Yeah.
Come on, boys, keep up. Get in with the
Justin,
community. But how does it feel? You go from a young man that was kind of bouncing around, doing okay on land, but now you're on top of the world, mate. I think maybe you've earned yourself a little drawing, so maybe I owe you a present, long time coming.
Definitely a drawing. You do owe me one, I believe. But nah, seriously, it's been such a journey to get to this point. Like, it's been pretty much non-stop grinding, dude. Like, I've put in so much effort into this, and I'm really happy it's paying off, and I have the right guys to surround me and actually, you know, lift me up, actually motivate me to even get better.
Barcode, you've taken this series quite convincingly. Now you and the boys have sealed the deal. You've punched yourselves a ticket to KC. From this point on, what's the plan, and how are you feeling now that you go back to NA and you take on some real titans of the globe?
Dude, it's always awesome, like, just getting ready to go over there. It's always such a blast at the end of it. Dude, I cannot talk. I'm still in shock that we just won 50,000. But anyway, it's honestly just awesome going over there, and I'm so stoked to even, like, hopefully get some earlier practice as well, and just try our best as always. And yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously going to be one of the people who's super excited to see what you guys can do in North America. And obviously, Barco, before we let you enjoy with the boys, especially in the Chiefs house right now, this insane victory, is there anything you want to say to the fans out there, everybody at home, or even just, I don't know, just any shout outs or anything you want to say?
Seriously, like, I've been seeing all the love and support for the Chiefs, the boys, you know, it's all seen, guys, and I'm sure every single one of us appreciate it. Like, that also fuels us, like, just to be even better, you know, like, we have these expectations for, like, the people that are watching and all that sort of stuff, and for our region, and we're very happy and delighted to, you know, fulfill them. Also, big shout out to Chiefs, obviously. We're chilling at the crib, dude. This house is amazing. It is sick. I cannot wait for everyone else to get a sneak peek into it. And most importantly, even Bliss, Team Bliss, they supported us with the actual, like, the PCs, the monitors, like the gear that actually allowed us to compete at the house. So seriously, shout out to them.
Yeah, it seems like it was a group effort for you guys to get in towards that house, and I think it certainly has leveled you guys up here in ANZ. So, Barcode, once again, congratulations on the huge dub. Congrats on the sick trophy. Congrats on the 20,000 USD. Congrats on the tickets to KC as well.
Thank you.
I mean, man, there's nothing else we can give you guys. Pure dominance here. Maybe I'll get you, like, the shirt off my back or something else, because you guys have earned absolutely everything here, Barcode. So, congratulations once again to you and the team, and I'm sure you guys are going to smash it at KC as well.
Thank you, guys, and awesome casting as always.
There he is.
Look at him. Just waiting for him. But seriously, good work on the casting, boys. Couldn't have done it without you.
Thanks, Barcode, mate. Enjoy the spoils.
Of course. We will. We definitely will.
All right, it is always good to hear from our champions there, boys. And I think The best thing for me is I've covered a whole boatload of championships, and I think Barcode is by and far the most humble, the most appreciative player that I've ever seen in any esport. And the way that he has been so dominant across everybody else, and he still is so grounded and talks about his teammates more than he talks about himself, is just insane.
He's just a wholesome young man, isn't he? Really, it makes you feel good that someone like that is on top of the region, and slaying out and winning competitions. It just couldn't happen to a nicer young man.
I know, those guys have been insane across Halo Infinite. 114 map wins to 5 map losses so far here for the Chiefs. So let's go and see what the prize cut has been for our teams over the ANZ HCS Super. It is just going to be the bracket first. I've gotten a little bit too far ahead of myself here, lads, because I just want to start talking about the wonderful stuff that we're giving away to these guys. But this is a recap for our weekend. This championship bracket has been giving us a whole lot of twists and turns. But at the end of the day here, Bluey, Chiefs and Divine Mind going to that grand final, we wouldn't have had it any other way.
Yeah, it's what we kind of all expected coming into this, right? And they certainly gave us a show from both ends. All of their bracket runs throughout were fantastic. Divine Mind was pushed to the brink so many times, but still managed to claw their way back up, get that rematch that they've been longing for with the Chiefs, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough for them. The Chiefs come out so dominant in the end, and, you know, that's all she wrote.
And that's all she wrote, and this is how it does break down. Divine Mind will take away 11,000 USD, and the Chiefs are taking home 20,000 USD. That is $5,000 per player for those boys up there in the Chiefs, and I know they're going to be super excited to be able to put that towards whatever they want to here in Halo Infinite. And it has been a long weekend for us here, and I'm so glad that the Chiefs were able to enjoy the spoils of victory here as well, ladies and gentlemen. And I think it is just a wonderful time for us to be here in the studio, and I'm just so excited that we're able to give you guys so much more here for this entire weekend. I know all of us here on the desk had such a fun time to show you guys all the sick Halo Infinite. And I guess we'll leave it here with Justin. You got any final thoughts before we head home for tonight?
I'm sad. I don't want to leave the boys.
He's sad.
Come
Everybody
on.
bring it into
When's
Justin.
next time?
Maybe
Book us
next
in.
time we get ourselves some players in the studio as well. We can have a full LAN for everybody here in ANZ, and we can bring you guys all the wonderful enjoyment that we've had here in the studio. I'm just so glad that I've been able to be a part of a sick crew here to jump into Halo Infinite for you guys as well. The ANZ HCS Super. As I've been saying for the entirety of the weekend, we are the greatest region in the universe here in ANZ, and I'm so glad that you guys have been here for the ride with us as well. And one more time, I'd like to say congratulations to the Chiefs punching their ticket to Kansas City, and they're going to be representing our region over in the major. And I would like to say for the final time tonight, I've been Fluke. Stay safe, and as always, see you guys for the next one.
so